Chapter 1 of The Ghost Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Derek Trial. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Extract from letter headed The King's Crawl, Zululand, 12th May, 1855. The Zulus about here have a strange story of a white girl, who in Dingaan's day was supposed to hold the spirit of some legendary goddess of theirs who was also white. This girl, they say, was very beautiful and brave, and had great power in the land before the Battle of the Blood River, which they fought with the immigrant Boers. Her title was Lady of the Zulus, or more shortly, Zula, which means heaven. She seems to have been the daughter of a wandering pioneer missionary, but the king, I mean Dingaan, murdered her parents, of whom he was jealous, after which she went mad and cursed the nation, and it is to this curse that they still attribute the death of Dingaan and their defeats and other misfortunes of that time. Ultimately, it appears, in order to be rid of this girl and her evil eye, they sold her to the doctors of a dwarf people who lived far away in a forest and worshipped trees, since when nothing more has been heard of her, but according to them the curse stopped behind. If I can find out anything more of this curious story, I will let you know, but I doubt if I shall be able to do so. Although 15 years or so have passed since Dingaan's death in 1840, the Kaffirs are very shy of talking about this poor lady, and I think only did so to me because I am neither an official nor a missionary, but one whom they look upon as a friend, because I have doctored so many of them. When I asked the Indunas about her at first, they pretended total ignorance, but on my pressing the question, one of them said that all that tale was unlucky and went beyond with Mopo. Now Mopo, as I think I wrote to you, was the man who stabbed King Chaka, Dingaan's brother. He is supposed to have been mixed up in the death of Dingaan also, and to be dead himself. At any rate, he vanished away after Panda came to the throne. Chapter 1. The Girl. The afternoon was intensely, terribly hot. Looked at from the high ground where they were encamped above the river, the sea, a mile or so to her right, for this was the coast of Pondo Land, to little Rachel Dove staring at it with sad eyes, seemed an illimitable sheet of stagnant oil. Yet there was no sun, for a gray haze hung like a veil beneath the arch of the sky, so dense and thick that its rays were cut off from the earth, which lay below, silent and stifled. Tom, the Kaffir driver, had told her that a storm was coming, a father of storms which would end the great drought. Therefore he had gone to a kloof in the mountains, where the oxen were in charge of the other two native boys, since on this upland there was no pasturage to drive them back to the wagon. For, as he explained to her, in such tempests, the cattle are apt to take fright and rush away for miles, and without cattle their plight would be even worse than it was at present. At least this was what Tom said, but Rachel, who had been brought up among natives and understood their mind, knew that his real reason was that he wished to be out of the way when the baby was buried. Kaffirs do not like death unless it comes by the assegai in war, and Tom, a good creature, had been fond of that baby during its short little life. Well, it was buried now. He had finished digging its resting place in the hard soil before he went. Rachel, poor child, for she was but 15, had borne it to its last bed, and her father had unpacked his surplice from a box, put it on, and read the burial service over the grave. Afterwards, together, they had filled in that dry red earth, and as there were few flowers at this season of the year, placed a shriveled branch or two of mimosa upon the stones, the best offering they had to make. Rachel and her father were the sole mourners at this funeral, if we may omit 2 rock rabbits that sat upon a shelf of stone in a neighboring cliff, and an old baboon which peered at these strange proceedings from its crest, and finally pushed down a boulder before it departed, barking indignantly. Her mother could not come, because she was ill with grief and fever in a little tent by the wagon. When it was all over, they returned to her, and there had been a painful scene. Mrs. Dove was lying on a bed made of the cartel, or frame strung with strips of green hide, which had been removed from the wagon, a pretty, pale-faced woman with a profusion of fair hair. Rachel always remembered that scene. The hot tent with its flaps turned up to let in whatever air there might be. Her mother in a blue dressing gown, dingy with wear and travel, from which one of the ribbon bows hung by a thread, her face turned to the canvas and weeping silently. The gaunt form of her father, with his fanatical, saint-like face, pale beneath its tan, his high forehead over which fell one grizzled lock, his thin set lips and far-away gray eyes, taking off his surplice and folding it up with quick movements of his nervous hands, and herself, a scared, wondering child, watching them both and longing to slip away to indulge her grief in solitude. It seemed an age before that surplice was folded, pushed into a linen bag which in their old home used to hold dirty clothes, and finally stowed away in a deal box with a broken hinge. At length it was done, and her father straightened himself with a sigh, and said in a voice that tried to be cheerful, "Do not weep, Janie. Remember, this is all for the best. The Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." Her mother sat up, looking at him reproachfully with her blue eyes, and answered in her soft Scotch accent, "You said that to me before, John, when the other one went, down at Grahamstown, and I am tired of hearing it. Don't ask me to bless the Lord when he takes my babes. No, nor any mother, he who could spare them if he chose. Why should the Lord give me fever so that I could not nurse it, and make a snake bite the cow so that it died? If the Lord's ways are such, then those of the savages are more merciful." "Janie, Janie, do not blaspheme," her father had exclaimed. "You should rejoice that the child is in heaven." "Then do you rejoice and leave me to grieve. From today I only make one prayer, that I may never have another, John." She added with a sudden outburst, "It is your fault. You know well I told you how it would be. I told you that if you would come this mad journey, the babe would die. Aye, and I tell you," here her voice sank to a kind of wailing whisper, "before the tale is ended, others will die too. All of us, except Rachel there, who was born to live her life. Well, for my part, the sooner the better, for I wish to go to sleep with my children." "This is evil," broke in her husband, "evil and rebellious." "Then evil and rebellious let it be, John. But why am I evil, if I have the second sight like my mother before me? Oh, she warned me what must come if I married you, and I would not listen. Now I warn you, and you will not listen. Well, so be it. We must dree our own weird, every one of us. A short one all, save Rachel, who was born to live her life. Man, I tell you, that the Spirit drives you on to convert the heathen just for one thing, that the heathen may make a martyr of you." "So let them," answered her father proudly. "I seek no better end." "Aye," she mourned, sinking back upon the cartel, "so let them. But my babe, my poor babe. Why should my babe die because too much religion has made you mad to win a martyr's crown? Martyrs should not marry and have children, John." Then, unable to bear any more of it, Rachel had fled from the tent and sat herself down at a distance to watch the oily sea. It has been said that Rachel was only 15, but in southern Africa girls grow quickly to womanhood. Also, her experiences had been of a nature to ripen her intelligence. Thus, she was quite able to form a judgment of her parents, their virtues and their weaknesses. Rachel was English-born, but had no recollection of England, since she came to South Africa when she was 4 years old. It was shortly after her birth that this missionary fury seized upon her father as a result of some meetings which he had attended in London. He was then a clergyman with a good living in a quiet Hertfordshire parish, and possessed of some private means, but nothing would suit him short of abandoning all his prospects and sailing for South Africa in obedience to his call. Rachel knew all this because her mother had often told her, adding that she and her people, who were of good Scotch family, had struggled against this South African scheme, even to the verge of open quarrel. At length, indeed, it came to a choice between submission and separation. Mr. Dove had declared that not even for her sake would he be guilty of sin against the Spirit, which had chosen him to bring light to those who sat in darkness, that is, the Kaffirs, and especially to that section of them who were in bondage to the Boers. For at this time an agitation was in progress in England, which led ultimately to the freeing of the slaves of the Cape Dutch, and afterwards to the exodus of the latter into the wilderness, and most of those wars with which our generation is familiar. So, as she was devoted to her husband, who, apart from his religious enthusiasm, or rather possession, was in truth a very lovable man, she gave way and came. Before they sailed, however, the general gloom was darkened by Mrs. Dove announcing that something in her heart told her that neither of them would ever see home again, as they were doomed to die at the hands of savages. Now, whatever the reason or explanation, scientifically impossible as the fact might be, it remained that Janey Dove, like her mother and several of her Scottish ancestors, was foresighted, or at least so her kith and kin believed. Therefore, when she communicated to them her conviction as though it were a piece of everyday intelligence, they never doubted its accuracy for a minute, but only redoubled their efforts to prevent her from going to Africa. Even her husband did not doubt it, but remarked irritably that it seemed a pity she could not sometimes be foresighted as to agreeable future events, since for his part he was quite willing to wait for disagreeable ones until they happened. Not that he quailed personally from the prospect of martyrdom. This he could contemplate with complacency and even enthusiasm, but, zealot though he was, he did shrink from the thought that his beautiful and delicate wife might be called upon to share the glory of that crown. Indeed, as his own purpose was unalterable, he now himself suggested that he should go forth to seek it alone. Then it was that his wife showed an unsuspected strength of character. She said that she had married him for better or for worse, against the wishes of her family, that she loved and respected him, and that she would rather be murdered by Kaffirs in due season than endure a separation which might be lifelong. So in the end the pair of them, with their little daughter Rachel, departed in a sailing ship, and their friends and relations knew them no more. Their subsequent history, up to the date of the opening of this story, may be told in very few words. As a missionary, the Reverend John Dove was not a success. The Boers in the eastern part of the Cape Colony, where he labored, did not appreciate his efforts to Christianize their slaves. The slaves did not appreciate them either, inasmuch as, saint though he might be, he quite lacked the sympathetic insight which would enable him to understand that a native with thousands of generations of savagery behind him is a different being from a highly educated Christian, and one who should be judged by another law. Their sins, amongst which he included all their most cherished inherited customs, appalled him, as he continually proclaimed from the housetops. Moreover, when occasionally he did snatch a brand from the burning, and the said brand subsequently proved that it was still alight, or worse still, replaced its original failings by those of the white man, such as drink, theft, and lying, whereof before it had been innocent, he would openly condemn it to eternal punishment. Further, he was too insubordinate, or as he called it, too honest, to submit to the authority of his local superiors in the church, and therefore would only work for his own hand. Finally, he caused his cup to overflow, as he described it, or in plain English, made the country too hot to hold him, by becoming involved in a bitter quarrel with the Boers. Of these, on the whole, worthy folk, he formed the worst and in the main a very unjust opinion, which he sent to England to be reprinted in church papers, or to the home government to be published in blue books. In due course these documents reached South Africa again, where they were translated into Dutch, and became, incidentally, one of the causes of the Great Trek. The Boers were furious, and threatened to shoot him as a slanderer. The English authorities were also furious, and requested him to cease from controversy or to leave the country. At last, stubborn as he might be, circumstances proved too much for him, and as his conscience would not allow him to be silent, Mr. Dove chose the latter alternative. The only question was whither he should go. As he was well off, having inherited a moderate fortune, in addition to what he had before he left England, his poor wife pleaded with him to return home, pointing out that there he would be able to lay his case before the British public. This course had attractions for him, but after a night's reflection and prayer, he rejected it as a specious temptation sent by Satan. What, he argued, should he return to live in luxury in England, not only unmartyred, but a palpable failure, his mission quite unfulfilled? His wife might go if she liked, and take their surviving children, Rachel and the newborn baby boy, with her. They had buried 2 other little girls, but he would stick to his post and his duty. He had seen some Englishmen who had visited the country called Natal, where white people were beginning to settle. In that land, it seemed, there were no slave-driving Boers, and the natives, according to all accounts, much needed the guidance of the gospel, especially a certain king of the people called Zulus, who was named Shaka or Dingaan, he was not sure which. This ferocious person he particularly desired to encounter, having little doubt that in the absence of the contaminating Boer, he would be able to induce him to see the error of his ways and change the national customs, especially those of fighting, and worse still, of polygamy. His unhappy wife listened and wept, for now the martyr's crown which she had always foreseen seemed uncomfortably near. Indeed, as it were, it glowed blood red within reach of her hand. Moreover, in her heart she did not believe that Kaffirs could be converted, at any rate at present. They were fighting men, as her Highland forefathers had been, and her Scottish blood could understand the weakness, while, as for this polygamy, she had long ago secretly concluded that the practice was one which suited them very well, as it had suited David and Solomon, and even Abraham. But for all this, although she was sure in her uncanny fashion that her baby's death would come of her staying, she refused to leave her husband as she had refused 11 years before. Doubtless, affection was at the bottom of it, for Janey Dove was a very faithful woman. Also, there were other things, her fatalism, and stronger still, her weariness. She believed that they were doomed. Well, let the doom fall. She had no fear of the beyond. At best it might be happy, and at the worst, deep, everlasting rest and peace, and she felt as though she needed thousands of years of rest and peace. Moreover, she was sure no harm would come to Rachel, the very apple of her eye, that she was marked to live and to find happiness, even in this wild land. So it came about that she refused her husband's offer to allow her to return home, where she had no longer any ties, and, for perhaps the 20th time, prepared herself to journey she knew not whither. Rachel, seated there in the sunless, sweltering heat, reflected on these things. Of course she did not know all the story, but most of it had come under her observation in one way or another, and being shrewd by nature, she could guess the rest, for she, who was companionless, had much time for reflection and for guessing. She sympathized with her father in his ideas, understanding vaguely that there was something large and noble about them, but in the main, body and mind, she was her mother's child. Already she showed her mother's dreamy beauty, to which were added her father's straight features and clear gray eyes, together with a promise of his height. But of his character she had little, that is, outside of a courage and fixity of purpose, for the rest, which she was far or foreseeing, like her mother, apprehending the end of things by some strange instinct, also very faithful in character. Rachel was unhappy. She did not mind the hardship and the heat, for she was accustomed to both, and her health was so perfect that it would have needed much worse things to affect her. But she loved the baby that was gone, and wondered whether she would ever see it again. On the whole she thought so, for here that intuition of hers came in, but at the best she was sure that there would be long to wait. She loved her mother also, and grieved more for her than for herself, especially now when she was so ill. Moreover, she knew and shared her mind. This journey, she felt, was foolishness. Her father was a man led by a star, as the natives say, and would follow it over the edge of the world and be no nearer. He was not fit to have charge of her mother. Of herself she did not think so much. Still at Grahamstown, for a year or so there had been other children for companions, Dutch most of them, it is true, and all rough in mind and manner. Yet they were white and human. While she played with them, she could forget she knew so much more than they did, that, for instance, she could read the Gospels in Greek, which her father had taught her ever since she was a little child, while they could scarcely spell them out in the Tal or the Boer dialect, and that they had never heard even of William the Conqueror. She did not care particularly about Greek and William the Conqueror, but she did care for friends, and now they were all gone from her, gone, like the baby, as far off as William the Conqueror. And she was alone, in the wilderness with a father who talked and thought of heaven all day long, and a mother who lived in memories, and walked in the shadow of doom, and oh, she was unhappy. Her gray eyes filled with tears, so that she could no longer see that everlasting ocean, which she did not regret as it wearied her. She wiped them with the back of her hand that was burnt quite brown by the sun, and turning impatiently, fell to watching two of those strange insects known as the praying mantis, or, often in South Africa, as Hottentot gods, which, after a series of genuflections, were now fighting desperately among the dead stalks of grass at her feet. Men could not be more savage, she reflected, for really their ferocity was hideous. Then a great tear fell upon the head of one of them, and astonished by this phenomenon, or thinking perhaps that it had begun to rain, it ran away and hid itself, while its adversary sat up and looked about it triumphantly, taking to itself all the credit of conquest. She heard a step behind her, and having again furtively wiped her eyes with her hand, the only handkerchief available, looked round to see her father stalking towards her. "Why are you crying, Rachel?" he asked in an irritable voice. "It is wrong to cry because your little brother has been taken to glory. Jesus cried over Lazarus, and he wasn't even his brother," she answered in a reflective voice. Then, by way of defending herself, added inconsequently, "I was watching two Hottentot gods fight." As Mr. Dove could think of no reply to her very final scriptural example, he attacked her on the latter point. "A cruel amusement," he said, "especially as I have heard that boys, yes, and men too, pit these poor insects against each other, and make bets upon them." "Nature is cruel, not I, father. Nature is always cruel." And she glanced towards the little grave under the rock. Then, while for the second time her father hesitated, not knowing what to answer, she added quickly, "Is mother better now?" "No," he said. "Worse, I think. Very hysterical, and quite unable to see things in the true light." She rose and faced him, for she was a courageous child, then asked, "Father, why don't you take her back? She isn't fit to go on. It is wrong to drag her into this wilderness." At this question he grew very angry, and began to scold and talk of the wickedness of abandoning his call. "But mother has not got a call," she broke in. Then, as for the third time he could find no answer, he declared vehemently that they were both in league against him, instruments used by the evil one to tempt him from his duty by working on his natural fears and affections, and so forth. The child watched him with her clear gray eyes, saying nothing further, till at last he grew calm and paused. "We are all much upset," he went on, rubbing his high forehead with his thin hand. "I suppose it is the heat, and this trial of our faith. What did I come to speak to you about? Oh, I remember. Your mother will eat nothing, and keeps asking for fruit. Do you know where there is any fruit?" "It doesn't grow here, father." Then her face brightened, and she added, "Yes, it does, though. The day that we outspanned in this camp, mother and I went down to the river and walked to that kind of island beyond the dry donga to get some flowers that grow on the wet ground. I saw lots of Cape gooseberries there, all quite ripe." "Then go and get some, dear. You will have plenty of time before dark." She started up as though to obey, then checked herself and said, "Mother told me that I was not to go to the river alone, because we saw the spoor of lions and crocodiles in the mud." "God will guard you from the lions and the crocodiles, if there are any," he answered doggedly, for was not this an opportunity to show his faith? "You are not afraid, are you?" "No, father, I am afraid of nothing, perhaps because I don't care what happens. I will get the basket and go at once." In another minute she was walking quickly towards the river, a lonely little figure in that great place. Mr. Dove watched her uneasily till she was hidden in the haze, for his reason told him that this was a foolish journey. "The Lord will send his angels to protect her," he muttered to himself. "Oh, if only I could have more faith! All these troubles come upon me from a lack of faith, and through that I am continually tempted. I think I will run after her and go too. No, there is Janey calling me. I cannot leave her alone. The Lord will protect her, but I need not mention to Janey that she is gone, unless she asks me outright. She will be quite safe. The storm will not break tonight. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 2, The Boy. The river towards which Rachel headed, one of the mouths of the Umtavuna, was much further off than it looked. It was indeed not less than 1.5 miles away. She had said that she feared nothing, and it was true, for extraordinary courage was one of this child's characteristics. She could scarcely ever remember having felt afraid, for herself, except sometimes of her father when he grew angry, or was it mad that he grew, and raged at her, threatening her with punishment in another world in reward for her childish sins. Even then the sensation did not last long, because she could not believe in that punishment which he so vividly imagined. So it came about that now she had no fear when there was so much cause. For this place was lonely. Not a living creature could be seen. Moreover, a dreadful hush brooded on the face of the earth, and in the sky above, only far away over the mountains, the lightning flickered incessantly, as though a monster in the skies were licking their precipices and pinnacles with 1,000 tongues of fire. Nothing stirred, not even an insect. Every creature that drew breath had hidden itself away until the coming terror was overpast. The atmosphere was full of electricity struggling to be free. Although she knew not what it was, Rachel felt it in her blood and brain. In some strange way it affected her mind, opening windows there through which the eyes of her soul looked out. She became aware of some new influence drawing near to her. Of a sudden her budding womanhood burst into flower in her breast, shone on by an unseen sun. She was no more a child. Her being quickened, and acknowledged the kinship of all things that are. That brooding, flame-threaded sky, she was a part of it. The earth she trod, it was a part of her. The mind that caused the stars to roll and her to live, dwelt in her bosom, and like a babe she nestled within the arm of its almighty will. Now, as in a dream, Rachel descended the steep, rock-strewn banks of the dry branch of the riverbed, wending her way between the boulders and noting that rotten weeds and peeled brushwood rested against the stems of the mimosa thorns which grew there, tokens which told her that here in times of flood the water flowed. Well, there was little enough of it now, only a pool or two, to form a mirror for the lightning. In front of her lay the island where grew the Cape gooseberries, or winter cherries, as they are sometimes called, which she came to seek. It was a low piece of ground, 1/4 mile long perhaps, but in the center of it were some great rocks, and growing among the rocks trees, one of them higher than the rest. Beyond it ran the true river, even now at the end of the dry season, 300 or 400 yards in breadth, though so shallow that it could be forded by an ox-drawn wagon. It was raining on the mountains yonder, raining in torrents poured from those inky clouds, as it had done off and on for the past 24 hours, and above their fire-laced bosom floated glorious colored masses of misty vapor, inflamed in 1,000 hues by the arrows of the sinking sun. Above her, however, there was no sun, nothing but the curtain of cloud, which grew gradually from gray to black, and minute by minute sank nearer to the earth. Walking through the dry riverbed, Rachel reached the island, which was the last and highest of a line of similar islands that, separated from each other by narrow breadths of water, lay like a chain between the dry donga and the river. Here she began to gather her gooseberries, picking the silvery octagonal pods from the green stems on which they grew. At first she opened these pods, removing from each the yellow subacid berry, thinking that thus her basket would hold more, but presently abandoned that plan, as it took too much time. Also, although the plants were plentiful enough, in that low and curious light, it was not easy to see them among the dense growth of reedy vegetation. While she was thus engaged, she became aware of a low moaning noise and a stirring of the air about her which caused the leaves and grasses to quiver without bending. Then followed an ice-cold wind that grew in strength until it blew keen and hard, ruffling the surface of the marshy pools. Still Rachel went on with her task, for her basket was not more than half full, till presently the heavens above her began to mutter and to groan, and drops of rain as large as shillings fell upon her back and hands. Now she understood that it was time for her to be going, and started to walk across the island, for at the moment she was near its farther side, to reach the deep, rocky riverbed or donga. Before ever she came there, with awful suddenness and inconceivable fury, the tempest burst. A hurricane of wind tore down the valley to the sea, and for a few minutes the darkness became so dense that she could scarcely stumble forward. Then there was light, a dreadful light. All the heavens seemed to take fire, yes, and the earth too. It was as though its last dread catastrophe had fallen on the world. Buffeted, breathless, Rachel at length reached the edge of the deep riverbed that may have been 50 yards in width, and was about to step into it when she became aware of two things. The first was a seething, roaring noise, so loud that it seemed to still even the bellowing of the thunder, and the next, now seen, now lost, as the lightning pulsed and darkened, the figure of a youth, a white youth, who had dismounted from a horse that remained near to, but above him, and stood, a gun in his hand, upon a rock at the farther side of the donga. He had seen her also, and was shouting to her. Of this she was sure, for although the sound of his voice was lost in the tumult, she could perceive his gesticulations when the lightning flared, and even the movement of his lips. Wondering vaguely what a white boy could be doing in such a place, and very glad at the prospect of his company, Rachel began to advance toward him in short rushes, whenever the lightning showed her where to set her feet. She had made 2 of these rushes, when, from the violence and character of his movements, at length she understood that he was trying to prevent her from coming further, and paused confused. Another instant, and she knew why. Some hundreds of yards above her, the riverbed took a turn, and suddenly, around this turn, crested with foam, appeared a wall of water, in which trees and the carcasses of animals were whirled along like straws. The flood had come down from the mountains and was advancing on her more swiftly than a horse could gallop. Rachel ran forward a little way, then, understanding that she had no time to cross, stood bewildered, for the fearful tumult of the elements and the dreadful roaring of that advancing wall of foam overwhelmed her senses. The lightnings went out for a moment, then began to play again, with tenfold frequency and force. They struck upon the nearing torrent, they struck in the dry bed before it, and leaped upwards from the earth, as though Titans and gods were hurling spears at one another. In the lurid sheen of them, she saw the lad leap from his rock and rush towards her. A flash fell, and split a boulder not 30 paces from him, causing him to stagger. But he recovered himself and ran on. Now he was quite close, but the water was closer still. It was coming in tiers or ledges, a thin sheet of foam in front, then other layers laid upon it, each of them a few yards behind its fellow. On the top ledge, at its very crest, was a bull buffalo, dead, but held head on and down as though it were charging, and Rachel thought vaguely that from the direction in which it came, in a few moments its horns would strike her. Another second, and an arm was about her waist. She noted how white it was where the sleeve was rolled up, dead white in the lightning, and she was being dragged towards the shore that she had left. The first film of water struck her, and nearly washed her from her feet, but she was strong and active, and the touch of that arm seemed to have given her back her wit, so she regained them and splashed forward. Now the next tier took them both above the knees, but for a moment shallowed so that they did not fall. The high bank was scarce 5 yards away, and the wall of waters perhaps a score. "Together, for life or death," said an English voice in her ear, and the shout of it only reached her in a whisper. The boy and the girl leapt forward like bucks. They reached the bank and struggled up it. The hungry waters sprang at them like a living thing, grasping their feet and legs as though with hands. A stick, as it whirled by them, struck the lad upon the shoulder, and where it struck the clothes were rent away, and red blood appeared. Almost he fell, but this time it was Rachel who supported him. Then one more struggle, and they rolled exhausted on the ground, just clear of the lip of the racing flood. Thus, through tempest, threatened by the waters of death from which he snatched her, and companioned by heaven's lightnings, did Richard Darien come into the life of Rachel Dove. Presently, having recovered their breath, they sat up and looked at each other by lightning light, which was all there was. He was a handsome lad of about 17, though short for his years, sturdy in build, very fair-skinned, and curiously enough with a singular resemblance to Rachel, except that his hair was a few shades darker than hers. They had the same clear gray eyes and the same well-cut features. Indeed, seen together, most people would have thought them brother and sister, and remarked upon their family likeness. Rachel spoke the first. "Who are you?" she shouted into his ear in one of the intervals of darkness, "and why did you come here?" "My name is Richard Darien," he answered at the top of his voice, "and I don't know why I came. I suppose something sent me to save you." "Yes," she replied with conviction, "something sent you. If you had not come, I should be dead, shouldn't I? In glory, as my father says." "I don't know about glory, or what it is," he remarked, after thinking this saying over, "but you would have been rolling out to sea in the floodwater like that buffalo, with not a whole bone in you, which isn't my idea of glory." "That's because your father isn't a missionary," said Rachel. "No, he is an officer, a naval officer, or at least he was. Now he trades and hunts. We are coming down from Natal. But what's your name?" "Rachel Dove." "Well, Rachel Dove, that's very pretty, Rachel Dove, as you would be if you were cleaner. It is going to rain presently. Is there any place where we can shelter here?" "I'm as clean as you are," she answered indignantly. "The river muddied me, that's all. You can go and shelter. I will stop and let the rain wash me." "And die of the cold, or be struck by lightning. Of course, I knew you weren't dirty, really. Is there any place?" She nodded, mollified. "I think I know one. Come." And she stretched out her hand. He took it, and thus, hand in hand, They made their way to the highest point of the island, where the trees grew, for here the rocks piled up together made a kind of cave, in which Rachel and her mother had sat for a little while when they visited the place. As they groped their way towards it, the lightning blazed out, and they saw a great jagged flash strike the tallest tree and shatter it, causing some wild beast that had sheltered there to rush past them, snorting. "That doesn't look very safe," said Richard, halting. "But come on, it isn't likely to hit the same spot twice." "Hadn't you better leave your gun?" she suggested, for all this while that weapon had been slung to his back, and she knew that lightning has an affinity for iron. "Certainly not," he answered. "It is a new one which my father gave me, and I won't be parted from it." Then they went on and reached the little cave, just as the rain broke over them in earnest. As it chanced, the place was dry, being so situated that all water ran away from it. They crouched in it shivering, trying to cover themselves with dead sticks and brushwood that had lodged here in the wet season when the whole island was under water. "It would be nice enough if only we had a fire," said Rachel, her teeth chattering as she spoke. The lad Richard thought a while. Then he opened a leather case that hung on his rifle sling, and took from it a powder flask and flint and steel and some tinder. Pouring a little powder on the damp tinder, he struck the flint until at length a spark caught and fired the powder. The tinder caught also, though reluctantly, and while Rachel blew on it, he felt round for dead leaves and little sticks, some of which were coaxed into flame. After this, things were easy, since fuel lay about in abundance, so that soon they had a splendid fire burning in the mouth of the cave, whence the smoke escaped. Now they were able to warm and dry themselves, and, as the heat entered into their chilled bodies, their spirits rose. Indeed, the contrast between this snug hiding-place and the blazing fire of driftwood and the roaring tempest without conduced to cheerfulness in young people who had just narrowly escaped from drowning. "I am so hungry," said Rachel presently. Again Richard began to search, and this time produced from the pocket of his coat a long and thick strip of sun-dried meat. "Can you eat biltong?" he asked. "Of course," she answered eagerly. "Then you must cut it up," he said, giving her the meat and his knife. "My arm hurts me. I can't." "Oh," she exclaimed, "how selfish I am! I forgot about that stick striking you. Let me see the place." He took off his coat and knelt down, while she stood over him and examined his wound by the light of the fire, to find that the left upper arm was bruised, torn, and bleeding. As it will be remembered that Rachel had no handkerchief, she asked Richard for his, which she soaked in a pool of rain water just outside the cave. Then, having washed the hurt thoroughly, she bandaged his arm with the handkerchief and bade him put on his coat again, saying confidently that he would be well in a few days. "You are clever," he remarked with admiration. "Who taught you to bandage wounds?" "My father. Always doctors the Kaffirs, and I help him," Rachel answered, as, having stretched out her hands for the pouring rain to wash them, she took the biltong and began to cut it in thin slices. These she made him eat, before she touched any herself, for she saw that the loss of blood had weakened him. Indeed, her own meal was a light one, since half the strip of meat must, she declared, be put aside, in case they should not be able to get off the island. Then he saw why she had made him eat first, and was very angry with himself and her, but she only laughed at him, and answered that she had learned from the Kaffirs that men must be fed before women, as they were more important in the world. "You mean more selfish," he answered, contemplating this wise little maid and her tiny portion of biltong, which she swallowed very slowly, perhaps to pretend, that her appetite was already satisfied with its superabundance. Then he fell to imploring her to take the rest, saying that he would be able to shoot some game in the morning, but she only shook her little head and set her lips obstinately. "Are you a hunter?" she asked to change the subject. "Yes," he answered with pride. "That is, almost. At any rate, I have shot eland and an elephant, but no lions yet. I was following the spoor of a lion just now, but it got up between the rocks and bolted away before I could shoot. I think that it must have been after you." "Perhaps," said Rachel. "There are some about here. I've heard them roaring at night." Then he went on, "While I was staring at you running across this island, I heard the sound of the water and saw it rushing down the donga, and saw too that you must be drowned, and you know the rest." "Yes, I know the rest," she said, looking at him with shining eyes. "You risked your life to save mine, and therefore," she added with quiet conviction, "it belongs to you." He stared at her and remarked simply, "I wish it did. This morning I wished to kill a lion with my new roer," and he pointed to the heavy gun at his side, "above everything else. But tonight I wish that your life belonged to me, above anything else." Their eyes met, and child though she was, Rachel saw something in those of Richard that caused her to turn her head. "Where are you going?" she asked quickly. "Back to my father's farm in Graf Rheinet to sell the ivory. There are 3 others besides my father, 2 Boers and 1 Englishman." "And I am going to Natal, where you come from," she answered. "So I suppose that after tonight we shall never see each other again, although my life does belong to you, that is, if we escape." Just then the tempest, which had lulled a little, came on again in fury, accompanied by a hurricane of wind and deluge of rain, through which the lightning blazed incessantly. The thunderclaps, too, were so loud and constant that the sound of them, which shook the earth, made it impossible for Richard and Rachel to hear each other speak, so they were silent perforce. Only Richard rose and looked out of the cave, then turned and beckoned to his companion. She came to him and watched, till suddenly a blinding sheet of flame lit up the whole landscape. Then she saw what he was looking at, for now nearly all the island, except that high part of it on which they stood, was under water, hidden by a brown, seething torrent that tore past them to the sea. "If it rises much more, we shall be drowned," he shouted in her ear. She nodded, then cried back, "Let us say our prayers and get ready," for it seemed to Rachel that the glory of which her father spoke so often was nearer to them than ever. Then she drew him back into the cave and motioned to him to kneel beside her, which he did bashfully enough, and for a while the 2 children, for they were little more, remained thus with clasped hands and moving lips. Presently the thunder lessened a little, so that once more they could hear each other speak. "What did you pray about?" he asked, when they had risen from their knees. "I prayed that you might escape, and that my mother might not grieve for me too much," she answered simply. "And you?" "Oh, the same, that you might escape. I did not pray for my mother, as she is dead, and I forgot about father." "Look, look!" exclaimed Rachel, pointing to the mouth of the cave. He stared out at the darkness, and there, through the thin flames of the fire, saw 2 great yellow shapes, which appeared to be walking up and down, glaring into the cave. "Lions!" he gasped, snatching at his gun. "Don't shoot!" she cried. "You might make them angry. Perhaps they only want to take refuge like ourselves. The fire will keep them away." He nodded. Then, remembering that the charge and priming of his flintlock roer must be damp, hurriedly set to work, by the help of Rachel, to draw it with the screw on the end of his ramrod, and this done, to reload with some powder that he had already placed to dry on a flat stone near the fire. This operation took 5 minutes or more. When at length it was finished and the lock reprimed with the dry powder, the two of them, Richard holding the roer, crept to the mouth of the cave and looked out again. The great storm was passing now, and the rain grew thinner, but from time to time the lightning, no longer forked or chain-shaped, flared in wide sheets. By its ghastly illumination they saw a strange sight. There on the island top, the two lions marched backwards and forwards as though they were in a cage, making a kind of whimpering noise as they went, and staring around them uneasily. Moreover, these were not alone, for gathered there were various other animals, driven down by the flood from the islands above them, reed and waterbucks, and a great eland. Among these the lions walked without making the slightest effort to attack them, nor did the antelopes, which stood sniffing and staring at the torrent, take any notice of the lions or attempt to escape. "You are right," said Richard. "They are all frightened and will not harm us, unless the water rises more and they rush into the cave. Come, make up the fire." They did so, and sat down on its further side, watching till, as nothing happened, their dread of the lions passed away, and they began to talk again, telling to each other the stories of their lives. Richard Darien, it seemed, had been in Africa about 5 years, his father having emigrated there on the death of his mother, as he had nothing but the half pay of a retired naval captain, and he hoped to better his fortunes in a new land. He had been granted a farm in the Graf Rheinet district, but like many other of the early settlers, met with misfortunes. Now to make money, he had taken to elephant hunting, and with his partners was just returning from a very successful expedition in the coastlands of Natal, at that time an almost unexplored territory. His father had allowed Richard to accompany the party, but when they got back, added the boy with sorrow, he was to be sent for 2 or 3 years to the college at Cape Town, since until then his father had not been able to afford him the luxury of an education. Afterwards, he wished him to adopt a profession, but on this point he, Richard, had made up his mind, although at present he said little about that. He would be a hunter, and nothing else, until he grew too old to hunt, when he intended to take to farming. His story done, Rachel told him hers, to which he listened eagerly. "Is your father mad?" he asked when she had finished. "No," she answered. "How dare you suggest it? He is only very good, much better than anybody else." "Well, it seems to come to much the same thing, doesn't it?" said Richard. "For otherwise he would not have sent you to gather gooseberries here, with such a storm coming on." "Then why did your father send you to hunt lions, with such a storm coming on?" she asked. "He didn't send me. I came of myself. I said that I wanted to shoot a buck, and finding the spoor of a lion followed it. The wagons must be a long way ahead now, for when I left them I returned to that kloof where I'd seen the buck. I don't know how I shall overtake them again, and certainly nobody will ever think of looking for me here, as after this rain they can't spoor the horse." "Supposing you don't find it, I mean your horse, tomorrow, what shall you do?" asked Rachel. "We haven't got any to lend you." "Walk and try to catch them up," he replied. "And if you can't catch them up, come back to you, as the wild Kaffirs ahead would kill me if I went on alone." "Oh, but what will your father think?" "He would think that there was one boy the less, that's all, and be sorry for a while. People often vanish in Africa, where there are so many lions and savages." Rachel reflected a while, then, finding the subject difficult, suggested that he should find out what their own particular lions were doing. So Richard went to look, and reported that the storm had ceased, and that by the moonlight he could see no lions or any other animals. So he thought that they must have gone away somewhere. The flood waters also appeared to be running down. Comforted by this intelligence, Rachel piled on the fire nearly all the wood that remained to them. Then they sat down again side by side and tried to continue their conversation. By degrees it drooped, however, and the end of it was that presently this pair were fast asleep in each other's arms. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 3, Goodbye. Rachel was the first to wake, which she did feeling cold, for the fire had burnt almost out. She rose and walked from the cave. The dawn was breaking quietly, for now no wind stirred, and no rain fell. So dense was the mist which rose from the river and sodden land, however, that she could not see 2 yards in front of her, and, fearing lest she should stumble on the lions or some other animals, she did not dare to wander far from the mouth of the cave. Near to it was a large hollow-surfaced rock, filled now with water like a bath. From this she drank, then washed and tidied herself as well as she could, without the aid of soap, comb, or towels, which done, she returned to the cave. As Richard was still sleeping, very quietly she laid a little more wood on the embers to keep him warm, then sat down by his side and watched him, for now the gray light of the dawning crept into their place of refuge. To her this slumbering lad looked beautiful, and as she studied him, her childish heart was filled with a strange, new tenderness, such as she had never felt before. Somehow he had grown dear to her, and Rachel knew that she would never forget him while she lived. Then, following this wave of affection, came a sharp and sudden pain, for she remembered that presently they must part and never see each other any more. At least this seemed certain, for how could they, when he was traveling to the Cape, and she to Natal? And yet, a strange conviction told her otherwise. The power of prescience which came to her from her mother and her Highland forefathers awoke in her breast, and she knew that her life and this lad's life were interwoven. Perhaps she dozed off again, sitting there by the fire. At any rate, it appeared to her that she dreamed, and saw things in her dream. Wild, tumultuous scenes opened themselves before her in a vision, scenes of blood and terror, sounds, too, of voices crying war. It appeared to her as if she were mad, and yet ruled a queen. Death came near to her a score of times, but always fled away at her command. Now Richard Darien was with her, and how she had lost him and sought, how she sought through dark places of doom and unnatural night. It was as though he were dead, and she, yet living, searched for him among the habitations of the dead. She found him also, and drew him towards her. How she did not know. Then there was a scene, a last scene, which remained fixed in her mind after everything else had faded away. She saw the huge trunks of forest trees, enormous towering trees, gloomy trees, beneath which the darkness could be felt. Down their avenues shot the level arrows of the dawn. They fell on her, Rachel, dressed in robes of white skin, turning her long outspread hair to gold. They fell upon little people with faces of a dusky pallor. One of them crouched against the bole of a tree, a wizened monkey of a man who in all that vastness looked small. They fell upon another man, white-skinned, half-naked, with a yellow beard, who was lashed by hide ropes to a second tree. It was Richard Darien, grown older, and at his feet lay a broad-bladed spear. The vision left her, or she was awakened from her sleep, whichever it might be, by the pleasant voice of this same Richard, who stood yawning before her and said, "It is time to get up. I say, why do you look so queer? Are you ill?" "I have been up long ago," she answered, struggling to her feet. "What do you mean?" "Nothing, except that you seemed a ghost a minute ago. Now you are a girl again. It must have been the light." "Did I? Well, I dreamed of ghosts, or something of the sort." And she told him of the vision of the trees, though of the rest she could remember little. "That's a queer story," he said, when she had finished. "I wish you had got to the end of it. I should like to know what happened." "We shall find out one day," she answered solemnly. "Do you mean to say that you believe it is true, Rachel?" "Yes, Richard. One day I shall see you tied to that tree." "Then I hope you will cut me loose. That is all. What a funny girl you are," he added doubtfully. "I know what it is. You want something to eat. Have the rest of that biltong." "No," she answered, "I could not touch it. There is a pool of water out there. Go and bathe your arm, and I will bind it up again." He went, still wondering, and a few minutes later returned, his face and head dripping, and whispered, "Give me the gun. There is a reed buck standing close by. I saw it through the mist. We'll have a jolly breakfast off him." She handed him the roer, and crept after him out of the cave. About 30 yards away, to the right, looming very large through the dense fog, stood the fat reed buck. Richard wiggled towards it, for he wanted to make sure of his shot, while Rachel crouched behind a stone. The buck, becoming alarmed, turned its head, and began to sniff at the air, whereupon he lifted the gun, and just as it was about to spring away, aimed and fired. Down it went dead, whereon, rejoicing in his triumph, like any other young hunter who thinks not of the wonderful and happy life that he has destroyed, Richard sprang upon it exultantly, drawing his knife as he came, while Rachel, who always shrank from such sights, retreated to the cave. Half an hour later, however, being healthy and hungry, she had no objection to eating venison toasted upon sticks in the red embers of their fire. Their meal finished at length, they reloaded the gun, and although the mist was still very dense, set out upon a journey of exploration, as by now the sun was shining brightly above the curtain of low-lying vapor. Stumbling on through the rocks, they discovered that the water had fallen almost as quickly as it rose on the previous night. The island was strewn, however, with the trunks of trees and other debris that it had brought down, amongst which lay the carcasses of bucks and smaller creatures, and with them a number of drowned snakes. The 2 lions, however, appeared to have escaped by swimming. At least they saw nothing of them. Walking cautiously, they came to the edge of the donga and sat down upon a stone, since as yet they could not see how wide and deep the water ran. Whilst they remained thus, suddenly, through the mist they heard a voice shouting from the other side of the donga. "Missy!" cried the voice in Dutch. "Are you there, Missy?" "That is Tom, our driver," she said. "Come to look for me. Answer for me, Richard." So the lad, who had very good lungs, roared in reply. "Yes, I'm here, safe, waiting for the mist to lift, and the water to run down." "God be thanked," yelled the distant Tom. "We thought that you were surely drowned, but then why is your voice changed?" "Because an English here is with me," cried Rachel. "Go and look for his horse, and bring a rope, then wait till the mist rises. Also send to tell the pastor and my mother that I am safe." "I am here, Rachel," shouted another voice, her father's. "I have been looking for you all night, and we have got the Englishman's horse. Don't come into the water yet. Wait till we can see." "That's good news, anyway," said Richard, "though I shall have to ride hard to catch up the wagons." Rachel's face fell. "Yes," she said, "very good news." "Are you glad that I am going, then?" he asked in an offended tone. "It was you who said the news was good," she replied gently. "I meant that I was glad they had caught my horse, not that I had to ride away on it. Are you sorry, then?" and he glanced at her anxiously. "Yes, I am sorry, for we have made friends, haven't we? It won't matter to you, who will find plenty of people down there at the Cape, but you see, when you are gone, I shall have no friend left in this wilderness, shall I?" And Richard looked at her and saw that her sweet gray eyes were full of tears. Then there rose within the breast of this lad, who, be it remembered, was verging upon manhood, a sensation strangely similar, had he but known it, to that which had been experienced an hour or two before by the child at his side, when she watched him sleeping in the cave. He felt as though these tear-laden gray eyes were drawing his heart, as a magnet draws iron. Of love he knew nothing. It was but a name to him, but this feeling was certainly very new and queer. "What have you done to me?" he asked brusquely. "I don't want to go away from you at all, which is odd, as I never liked girls much. I tell you," he went on with gathering vehemence, "that if it wasn't that it would be mean to play such a trick upon my father, I wouldn't go. I'd come with you, or follow after, all my life. Answer me, what have you done?" "Nothing, nothing at all," said Rachel with a little sob, "except tie up your arm." "That can't be it," he replied. "Anyone could tie up my arm. Oh, I know it is wrong, but I hope I shan't be able to overtake the wagons. For if I can't, I will come back." "You mustn't come back. You must go away, quite away, as soon as you can." "Yes, as soon as you can. Your father will be very anxious," and she began to cry outright. "Stop it," said Richard. "Do you hear me? Stop it. I am not going to be made to snivel too, just because I shan't see a little girl any more, whom I never met, till yesterday." These last words came out with a gulp, and what is more, 2 tears came with them and trickled down his nose. For a moment they sat thus, looking at each other pitifully, and, the truth must be told, weeping both of them. Then something got the better of Richard, let us call it primeval instinct, so that he put his arms about Rachel and kissed her, after which they continued to weep, their heads resting upon each other's shoulders. At length he let her go, and stood up, saying argumentatively, "You see, now we are really friends." "Yes," she answered, again rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand, for lack of a pocket handkerchief in the fashion that on the previous day had so irritated her father. "But I don't know why you should kiss me like that, just because you are my friend, or," she added, with an outburst of truthfulness, "why I should kiss you." Richard stood over her, frowning and reflecting. Then he gave up the problem, as beyond his powers of interpretation, and said, "You remember that rubbish you dreamt just now, about my being tied to a tree and the rest of it? Well, it wasn't nice, and it gives me the creeps to think of it, like the lions outside the cave. But I want to tell you that I hope it is true, for then we shall meet again, if it is only to say good night." "Yes, Richard," she answered, placing her slim fingers into his big brown hand. "We shall meet again, I am sure. I am quite sure. And I think that it will be to say, not good night," and she looked up at him and smiled, "but good morning." As Rachel spoke, a puff of wind blew down the donga, rolling up the mist before it, and of a sudden, shining above them, they saw the glorious sun. As though by magic, butterflies appeared, basking upon the rain-shattered lily blooms. Bright birds flitted from tree to tree. Ring-doves began to coo. The terror of the tempest and the darkness of night were overpast. The world awoke again to life and love and joy. Instantly this change reflected itself in their young hearts. They whose natures had as it were ripened prematurely in the stress of danger and the shadow of death became children once again. The very real emotions that they had experienced were forgotten, or at any rate sank into abeyance. Now they thought not of separation, or of the dim, mysterious future that stretched before them, but only of how they should ford the stream and gain its further side, where Rachel saw her father, Tom the driver, and the other Kaffirs, and Richard saw his horse, which he had feared was lost. They ran down to the brink of the water and examined it, but here it was still too deep for them to attempt its crossing. Then, directed by the shouts and motions of the Kaffir Tom and Mr. Dove, they proceeded up the stream for several hundred yards, till they came to a rapid where the lessening flood ran thinly over a ridge of rock, and after investigation proceeded to try its passage hand in hand. It proved difficult but not dangerous, for when they came near to the further side, where the current was swift and the water rather deep, Tom threw them a wagon rope, clinging on to which they were dragged, wet but laughing, in safety to the further bank. "Ow!" exclaimed the Kaffirs, clapping their hands. "She is alive. The lightnings have turned away from her. She rules the waters and the lightnings." And then and there, after the native fashion, they gave Rachel a name which was destined to play a great part in her future. That name was Lady of the Lightnings, or to translate it more accurately, of the heavens. "I never thought to see you again," said her father, looking at Rachel, with a face that was still white and scared. "It was very wrong of me to send you so far with that storm coming on, and I've had a terrible night, yes, a terrible night, and so has your poor mother. However, she knows that you are safe by now. Thank God, thank God." And he took her in his arms and kissed her. "Well, father, you said that he would look after me, didn't you? And so he did, for he sent Richard here. If it hadn't been for Richard, I should have been drowned," she added inconsequently. "Yes, yes," said Mr. Dove. "Providence manifests itself in many ways. But who is your young friend whom you call Richard? I suppose he has some other name." "Of course," answered that youth himself. "Everybody has, except Kaffirs. Mine is Darien." "Darien," said Mr. Dove. "I had a friend called Darien at school. I never saw him after I left, but I believe he went into the Navy." "Then he must be my father, sir, for I have heard him say that there had been no other Darien in the service for 100 years. "I think so," answered Mr. Dove, "for now that I look at you, I can see a likeness. We slept side by side in the same dormitory once 35 years ago, so I remember, and now you have saved my daughter. It is very strange, but tell me the story." So between them they told it, although to one scene of it, the last, neither of them thought it necessary to allude, or perhaps it was forgotten. "Truly the Almighty has had you both in his keeping," exclaimed Mr. Dove, when their tale was done. "And now, Richard, my boy, what are you going to do? You see we caught your horse. It was grazing about a mile away, with the saddle twisted under its stomach, and wondered what white man could possibly have been riding in this desolate place. Afterwards, however, one of my voorloopers reported that he had seen 2 wagons yesterday afternoon trekking through the Poort about 5 miles to the north there. The white men with them said that they were traveling towards the Cape and pushing on to get out of the hills before the storm broke. They bade him, if he met you, to bid you follow after them as quickly as you could, and to say that they would wait for you, if you did not arrive before, at the 3 Sluit outspan on this side of the Pondo country, at which you stopped some months ago." "Yes," answered Richard, "I remember, but that outspan is 30 miles away, so I must be getting on, or they will come back to hunt for me." "First you will stop and eat with us, will you not?" said Mr. Dove. "No, no, I have eaten. Also I have saved some meat in my pouch. I must go, I must indeed, for otherwise my father will be angry with me. You see," he added, "I went out shooting without his leave." "Ah, my boy," remarked Mr. Dove, who seldom neglected an opportunity for a word in season, "now you know what comes of disobedience." "Yes, I know, sir," he answered, looking at Rachel. "I was just in time to save your daughter's life here, as you said just now. Providence sent me. Well, good-bye, and don't think me wicked if I am very glad that I was disobedient, as I believe you are too." "Yes, I am. Good comes out of evil sometimes, though that is no reason why we should do evil," the missionary added, not knowing what else to say. Richard did not attempt to argue the point, for at the moment he was engaged in bidding farewell to Rachel. It was a very silent farewell. Neither of them spoke a word. They only shook each other's hand and looked into each other's eyes. Then, muttering something, which it was as well that Mr. Dove did not hear, Richard swung himself into the saddle, for his horse stood at hand, and without even looking back, cantered away towards the mountains. "Oh," exclaimed Rachel presently, "call him, father." "What for?" asked Mr. Dove. "I want to give him our address, and to get his." "We have no address, Rachel. Also, he is too far off, and why should you want the address of a chance acquaintance?" "Because he saved my life, and I do," replied the child, setting her face. Then, without another word, she turned and began to walk towards their camp. A very heavy journey it was to Rachel. When Rachel reached the wagon, she found that her mother was more or less recovered. At any rate, the attack of fever had left her, so that she felt able to rise from her bed. Now, although still weak, she was engaged in packing away the garments of her dead baby in a traveling chest, weeping in a silent, piteous manner as she worked. It was a very sad sight. When she saw Rachel, she opened her arms without a word and embraced her. "You were not frightened about me, mother?" asked the child. "No, my love," she answered, "because I knew that no harm would come to you. I have always known that. It was a mad thing of your father to send you to such a place at such a time, but no folly of his or of anyone else can hurt you, who are destined to live. Never be afraid of anything, Rachel, for remember always, you will only die in old age." "I am not sure that I am glad of that," answered the girl, as she pulled off her wet clothes. "Life isn't a very happy thing, is it, mother? At least for those who live as we do." "There is good and bad in it, dear. We can't have one without the other, most of us. At any rate, we must take it as it comes, who have to walk a path that we did not make, and stop walking when our path comes to an end, not a step before or after. But, Rachel, you are changed since yesterday. I see it in your face. What has happened to you?" "Lots of things, mother. I will tell you the story, all of it, every word. Would you like to hear it?" Her mother nodded, and the baby clothes being at last packed away, shut the lid of the box with a sigh, and sat down upon it and listened. Rachel told her of her meeting with Richard Darien, and of how he saved her from the flood. She told of the strange night that they had spent together in the little cave while the lions marched up and down without. She told of her vigil over the sleeping Richard at the daybreak, and of the dream that she had dreamed, when she seemed to see him grown to manhood, and herself grown to womanhood, and clad in white skins, watching him lashed to the trunk of a gigantic tree, as the first arrows of sunrise struck down the lanes of some mysterious forest. She told of how her heart had been stirred, and of how afterwards in the mist by the water's brink his heart had been stirred also, and of how they had kissed each other and wept because they must part. Then she stopped, expecting that her mother would be angry with her and scold her for her thoughts and conduct, as she knew well her father would have done. But she was not angry, and she did not scold. She only stretched out her thin hands and stroked the child's fair hair, saying, "Don't be frightened, Rachel, and don't be sad. You think that you have lost him, but sooner or late he will come back to you, perhaps as you dreamed, perhaps otherwise." "If I were sure of that, mother, I would not mind anything," said the girl. "Though I really don't know why I should care," she added defiantly. "No, you don't know now, but you will one day. And when you do, remember that, however long it seems to wait, you may be quite sure, because I who have the gift of knowing told you so. Now tell me again what Richard Darien was like while you remember, for perhaps I may never live to see his face, and I wish to get it into my mind." So Rachel told her, and when she had described every detail, asked suddenly, "Must we really go on, mother, into this awful wilderness? Would not father turn back if you asked him?" "Perhaps," she answered, "but I shall not ask. He would never forgive me for preventing him from doing what he thinks his duty. It is a madness when we might be happy in the Cape or in England, but that cannot be helped, for it is also his destiny and ours. Don't judge hardly of your father, Rachel, because he is a saint, and this world is a bad place for saints and their families, especially their families. You think that he does not feel, that he is heartless about me and the poor babe, and sacrifices us all, but I tell you he feels more than either you or I can do. At night, when I pretend to go to sleep and watch him groaning over his loss, and for me, and praying for strength to bear it, and for help to enable him to do his duty. Last night he was nearly crazed about you, and in all that awful storm, when the Kaffirs would not stir from the wagon, went alone down to the river, guided by the lightnings, but of course returned half dead, having found nothing. By dawn he was back there again, for love and fear would not let him rest a minute. Yet he will never tell you anything of that, lest you should think that his faith in Providence was shaken. I know that he is strange. It is no use hiding it. But if I were to thwart him, he would go quite mad, and then I should never forgive myself, who took him for better and for worse, just as he is, and not as I should like him to be. So, Rachel, be as happy as you can, and make the best of things, as I try to do, for your life is all before you, whereas mine lies behind me, and yonder," and she pointed toward the place where the infant was buried. "Hush, here he comes. Now help me with the packing, for we are to trek to the ford this afternoon." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 4, Ishmael. It may be doubted whether any well-born young English lady ever had a stranger bringing up than that which fell to the lot of Rachel Dove. To begin with, she had absolutely no associates, male or female, of her own age and station, for at that period in its history, such people did not exist in the country where she dwelt. Practically, her only companions were her father, a religious enthusiast, and her mother, a half-broken-hearted woman, who never for a single hour could forget the children she had lost, and whose constitutional mysticism increased upon her continually, until at times it seemed as though she had added some new quality to her normal human nature. Then there were the natives, amongst whom from the beginning Rachel was a sort of queen. In those first days of settlement they had never seen anybody in the least like her. No one so beautiful, for she grew up beautiful, so fearless or so kind. The tale of that adventure of hers as a child upon the island in the midst of the flooded torrent spread all through the country with many fabulous additions. Thus the Kaffirs said that she was a heaven herd, that is, a magical person who can ward off or direct the lightnings, which she was supposed to have done upon this night, also that she could walk upon the waters, for otherwise how did she escape the flood? And lastly, that the wild beasts were her servants, for had not the driver Tom and the natives seen the spoor of great lions right at the mouth of the cave where she and her companion sheltered? And had they not heard that she called these lions into the cave to protect her and him from the other creatures? Therefore, as has been said, they gave her a name, a very long name that meant chieftainess or lady of heaven, Nkosazana Izula for Zulu or Zula, which we know as the title of that people, means heaven, and Udadi Suwana, or sister of wild beasts. As these appellations proved too lengthy for general use, even among the Bantu races, who have plenty of time for talking, ultimately it was shortened to Zula alone, so that throughout that part of southeastern Africa, Rachel came to enjoy the lofty title of Heaven, the first girl probably who was ever so called. With all natives from her childhood up, Rachel was on the best of terms. She was never familiar with them, indeed, for that is not the way for a white person to win the affection or even the respect of a Kaffir, but she was intimate in the sense that she could enter into their thoughts and nature, a very rare gift. We whites are apt to consider ourselves the superior of such folk, whereas we are only different. In fact, taken altogether, it is quite a question whether the higher sections of the Bantu peoples are not our equals. Of course we have learned more things, and our best men are their betters, but on the other hand, among them there is nothing so low as the inhabitants of our slums, nor have they any vices which can surpass our vices. Is an assegai so much more savage than a shell? Is there any great gulf fixed between a Chaka and a Napoleon? At least they are not hypocrites, and they are not vulgar. That is the privilege of civilized nations. Well, with these folk Rachel was intimate. She could talk to the warrior of his wars, to the woman of her garden and her children, to the children of that wonder world which surrounds childhood throughout the universe. And yet there was never a one of these but lifted the hand to her in salute when her shadow fell upon them. To them all she was the Nkosazana, the great lady. They would laugh at her father and mimic him behind his back, but Rachel they never laughed at or mimicked. Of her mother also, although she kept herself apart from them, much the same may be said. For her they had a curious name, which they would not or were unable to explain. They called her Flower that Grows on a Grave. For Mr. Dove their appellation was less poetical. It was Shouter about things he does not understand, or more briefly, the Shouter, a name that he had acquired from his habit of raising his voice when he grew moved in speaking to them. The things that he did not understand, it may be explained, were not to their minds his religious views, which, although they considered them remarkable, were evidently his own affair, but their private customs, especially their family customs that he was never weary of denouncing to the bewilderment of these poor heathens, who for their part were not greatly impressed by those of the few white people with whom they came in contact. Therefore, with native politeness, they concluded that he spoke thus rudely because he did not understand, hence his name. But Rachel had other friends. In truth, she was nature's child, if in a better and a purer sense than Byron uses that description. The sea, the veld, the sky, the forest and the river, these were her companions, for among them she dwelt solitary. Their denizens, too, knew her well, for unless she were driven to it, never would she lift her hand against anything that drew the breath of life. The buck would let her pass quite close to them, nor at her coming did the birds stir from off their trees. Often she stood and watched the great elephants feeding or at rest, and even dared to wander among the herds of savage buffalo. Of only two living things was she afraid, the snake and the crocodile, that are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field, because, being cursed, they have no sympathy or gentleness. She feared nothing else, she who was always fearless, nor brute or bird did they fear her. After Rachel's adventure in the flooded river, she and her parents pursued their journey by slow and tedious marches, and at length, though in those days this was strange enough, reached Natal unharmed. At first they went to live where the city of Durban now stands, which at that time had but just received its name. It was inhabited by a few rough men who made a living by trading and hunting, and surrounded themselves with natives, refugees for the most part from the Zulu country. Amongst these people and their servants Mr. Dove commenced his labors, but ere long a bitter quarrel grew up between him and them. These dwellers in the midst of barbarism led strange lives, and Mr. Dove, who rightly held it to be his duty to denounce wrongdoing of every sort, attacked them in their vices in no measured terms and upon all occasions. For long years he kept up the fight, until at length he found himself ostracized. If they could avoid it, no white men would speak to him, nor would they allow him to instruct their Kaffirs. Thus his work came to an end in Durban, as it had done in other places. Now, again, his wife and daughter hoped that he would leave South Africa for good and return home. But it was not to be, for once more he announced that it was laid upon him to follow the example of his divine master, and that the Spirit drove him into the wilderness. So with a few attendants they trekked away from Durban. On this occasion it was his wild design to settle in Zululand, where Chaka, the great king, being dead, Dingaan, his brother and murderer, ruled in his place, and there devote himself to the conversion of the Zulus. Indeed, it is probable that he would have carried out this plan had he not been prevented by an accident. One night, when they were about 40 miles from Durban, they camped on a stream, a tributary of the Tugela River, which ran close by and formed the boundary of the Zulu country. It was a singularly beautiful spot, for to the east of them, about a mile away, stretched the placid Indian Ocean, while to the west, overshadowing them almost, rose a towering cliff, over which the stream poured itself, looking like a line of smoke against its rocky face. They had outspanned upon a rising hillock, at the foot of which this little river wound away like a silver snake till it joined the great Tugela. In its general aspect the country was like an English park, dotted here and there with timber, around which grazed or rested great elands and other buck, and amongst them a huge rhinoceros. When the wagon had creaked to the top of the rise, for of course there was no road, and the Kaffirs were beginning to unyoke the hungry oxen, Rachel, who was riding with her father, sprang from her horse and ran to it to help her mother to descend. She was now a tall young woman, full of health and vigor, strong and straightly shaped. Mrs. Dove, frail, delicate, gray-haired, placed her foot upon the disselboom and hesitated, for to her the ground seemed far off, and the heels of the cattle very near. "Jump," said Rachel, in her clear laughing voice, as she smacked the near after ox to make it turn round, which it did obediently, for all the team knew her. "I'll catch you." But her mother still hesitated. So, thrusting her way between the ox and the front wheel, Rachel stretched out her arms and lifted her bodily to the ground. "How strong you are, my love," said her mother, with a sort of wondering admiration and a sad little smile. "It seems strange to think that I ever carried you." "One had need to be in this country, dear," replied Rachel cheerfully. "Come and walk a little way. You must be stiff with sitting in that horrid wagon," and she led her quite to the top of the knoll. "There," she added, "isn't the view lovely? I never saw such a pretty place in all Africa. And oh, look at those buck, and yes, that is a rhinoceros. I hope it won't charge us." Mrs. Dove obeyed, gazing first at the glorious sea, then at the plain and the trees, and lastly behind her at the towering cliff steeped in shadow, for the sun was westering, down the face of which the waterfall seemed to hang like a silver rope. As her eyes fell upon this cliff, Mrs. Dove's face changed. "I know this spot," she said in a hurried voice. "I have seen it before." "Nonsense, mother," answered Rachel. "We have never trekked here, so how could you?" "I can't say, love, but I have. I remember that cliff, and the waterfall, yes, and those 3 trees, and the buck standing under them. One often feels like that about having seen places, I mean, mother, but of course it is all nonsense, because it isn't possible, unless one dreams of them first. Yes, love, unless one dreams. Well, I think that I must have dreamt. What was the dream now? Rachel weeping, my love, I think that we are going to live here, and I think... "All right," broke in her daughter quickly, with a shade of anxiety in her voice, as though she did not wish to learn what her mother thought. "I don't mind, I'm sure. I don't want to go to Zulu land and see this horrid Dingaan, who is always killing people, and I am quite sure that father would never convert him, the wicked monster. It is like the Garden of Eden, isn't it, with the sea thrown in? There are all the animals, and that green tree with the fruit on it might be the tree of life. And, oh my goodness, there is Adam." Mrs. Dove followed the line of her daughter's outstretched hand, and perceived 300 or 400 yards away, as in that sparkling atmosphere it was easy to do, a white man, apparently clad in skins. He was engaged in crawling up a little rise of ground, with the obvious intention of shooting at some blesbuck which stood in a hollow beyond with quaggas and other animals, while behind him was a mounted Kaffir who held his master's horse. "I see," said Mrs. Dove, mildly interested, "but he looks more like Robinson Crusoe without his umbrella. Adam did not kill the animals in the garden, my dear." "He must have lived on something besides forbidden apples," remarked Rachel, "unless perhaps he was a vegetarian, as father wants to be. There, he has fired." As she spoke, a cloud of smoke arose above the man, and presently the loud report of a roer reached their ears. One of the buck rolled over and lay struggling on the ground, while the rest, together with many others at a distance, turned and galloped off this way and that, frightened by this new and terrible noise. The old rhinoceros under the tree rose snorting, sniffed the air, then thundered away upwind towards the man, its pig-like tail held straight above its back. "Adam has spoilt our Eden. I hope the rhinoceros will catch him," said Rachel viciously. "Look, he has seen it, and is running to his horse." Rachel was right. Adam, or whatever his name might be, was running with remarkable swiftness. Reaching the horse just as the rhinoceros appeared within 40 yards of him, he bounded to the saddle, and with his servant galloped off to the right. The rhinoceros came to a standstill for a few moments, as though it were wondering whether it dared attack these strange creatures. Then, making up its mind in the negative, rushed on and vanished. When it was gone, the white man and the Kaffir, who had pulled up their horses at a distance, returned to the fallen buck, cut its throat, and lifted it onto the Kaffir's horse, then rode slowly towards the wagon. "They are coming to call," said Rachel. "How should one receive a gentleman in skins?" Apparently some misgivings as to the effect that might be produced by his appearance occurred to the hunter. At any rate, he looked first at the two white women standing on the brow, and next at his own peculiar attire, which appeared to consist chiefly of the pelt of a lion, plus a very striking pair of trousers manufactured from the hide of a zebra, and halted about 60 yards away, staring at them. Rachel, whose sight was exceedingly keen, could see his face well, for the light of the setting sun fell on it, and he wore no head covering. It was a dark, handsome face of a man about 35 years of age, with strongly marked features, black eyes and beard, and long black hair that fell down onto his shoulders. They gazed at each other for a while, then the man turned to his after-rider, gave him an order in a clear, strong voice, and rode away inland. The after-rider, on the contrary, directed his horse up the rise until he was within a few yards of them, then sprang to the ground and saluted. "What is it?" asked Rachel in Zulu, a language which she now spoke perfectly. "Inkosikas, that is lady," answered the man. "My master thinks that you may be hungry, and sends you a present of this buck." And as he spoke, he loosened the reim or hide rope by which it was fastened behind his saddle, and let the animal fall to the ground. Rachel turned her eyes from it, for it was covered with blood, and unpleasant to look at, then replied, "My father and my mother thank your master. How is he named, and where does he dwell?" "Lady, among us black people, he is named Ububesi, Lion, but his white name is Ishmael." Ishmael, said Rachel. "Oh, I know, he means Ishmael. There, mother, I told you he was something biblical. And of course Ishmael dwelt in the wilderness, didn't he, after his father had behaved so badly to poor Haggard, and was a wild man whose hand was against every man's." "Rachel, said her mother, suppressing a little smile, "your father would be very angry if he heard you. You should not speak lightly of holy persons." "Well, mother, Abraham may have been a holy person, but we should think him a mean old thing nowadays, almost as mean as Sarah. You know, they were most of them mean, so what is the use of pretending they were not?" Then, without waiting for an answer, she asked the Kaffir again, "Where does the Inkoos Ishmael dwell?" "In the wilderness," answered the man appropriately. "Now his kraal is yonder, 2 hours' ride away. It is called Mafuti," and he pointed over the top of the precipice, adding, "He is a hunter, and trades with the Zulus." "Is he Dutch?" asked Rachel, whose curiosity was excited. The Kaffir shook his head. "No, he hates the Dutch. He is of the people of George." "The people of George? Why, he must mean a subject of King George, an Englishman." Yes, lady, an Englishman like you," and he grinned at her. "Have you any message for the Inkoos Ishmael?" "Yes, say to the Inkoos Ishmael, or lion who dwells in the wilderness, hates the Dutch, and wears zebra-skin trousers, that my father and my mother thank him very much for his present, and hope that his health is good. Go, that is all." The man grinned again, suspecting a joke, for the Zulus have a sense of humor, then repeated the message word for word, trying to pronounce Ishmael as Rachel did, saluted, mounted his horse, and galloped off after his master. "Perhaps you should have kept that Kaffir until your father came," suggested Mrs. Dove doubtfully. "What was the good?" said Rachel. "He would only have asked Mr. Ishmael to call in order that he might find out his religious opinions, and I don't want to see any more of the man." "Why not, Rachel?" "Because I don't like him, Mother. I think he is worse than any of the rest down there. Too bad to stop among them, probably. And," she added with conviction, "I think we shall have more of his company than we want before all is done. Oh, it is no good to say that I am prejudiced. I do. And what is more, he came into our Garden of Eden and shot the buck. I hope he will meet that rhinoceros on the way home. There!" Though she disapproved, or tried to think that she did, of such strong opinions so strongly expressed, Mrs. Dove offered no further opposition to them. The fact was that her daughter's bodily and mental vigor overshadowed her, as they did her husband also. Indeed, it seemed curious that this girl, so powerful in body and in mind, should have sprung from such a pair, a wrong-headed, narrow-viewed saint, whose right place in the world would have been in a cell in the monastery, or one of the stricter orders, and a gentle, uncomplaining, high-bred woman, with a mind distinguished by its affectionate and mystical nature, a mind so unusual and refined that it seemed to be, and in truth was, open to influences whereof, mercifully enough, the majority of us never feel the subtle secret power. Of her father there was absolutely no trace in Rachel, except a certain physical resemblance. So far as he was concerned, she must have thrown back to some earlier progenitor. Even their intellects and moral outlook were quite different. She had, it is true, something of his scholarly power. Thus, notwithstanding her wild upbringing, as has been said, she could read the Greek Testament almost as well as he could, or even Homer, which she liked because the old bloodthirsty heroes reminded her of the Zulus. He had taught her this and other knowledge, and she was an apt pupil, but there the resemblance stopped. Whereas his intelligence was narrow and enslaved by the priestly tradition, hers was wide and human. She searched and she criticized. She believed in God as he did, but she saw his purpose working in the evil as in the good. In her own thought she often compared these forces to the day and night, and believed both of them to be necessary to the human world. For her, savagery had virtues as well as civilization, although it is true of the latter she knew but little. From her mother Rachel had inherited more, for instance, her grace of speech and bearing, and her intuition or foresight. Only in her case this curious gift did not dominate her. Her other forces held it in check. She felt and she knew, but feeling and knowledge did not frighten or make her weak, any more than the strength of her frame or of her spirit made her unwomanly. She accepted these things as part of her mental equipment. That was all, being aware that to her a door was opened which is shut firmly enough in the faces of most folk, but not on that account in the least afraid of looking through it, as her mother was. Thus, when she saw the man called Ishmael, she knew well enough that he was destined to bring great evil upon her and hers, as when a child she met the boy Richard Darien. She had known other things, but she did not, therefore, fear the man and his attendant evil. She only shrank from the first, and looked through the second, onward and outward to the ultimate good which she was convinced lay at the end of everything. And meanwhile, being young and merry, she found his zebra-skin trousers very ridiculous. Just as Rachel and her mother finished their conversation about Mr. Ishmael, Mr. Dove arrived from a little kloof, where he had been engaged with the Kaffirs in cutting bushes to make a thorn fence round their camp as a protection against lions and hyenas. He looked older than when we last met him, and save for a fringe of white hair, which increased his monkish appearance, was quite bald. His face, too, was even thinner and more eager, and his gray eyes were more far away than formerly. Also he had grown a long white beard. "Where did that buck come from?" he asked, looking at the dead creature. Rachel told him the story, with the result that, as her mother had expected, he was very indignant with her. It was most unkind, and indeed unchristian, he said, not to have asked this very courteous gentleman into the camp, as he would have much liked to converse with him. He had often reproved her habit of judging by external, and in the veld, lion and zebra skins furnished a very suitable covering. She should remember that such were given to our first parents. "Oh, I know, father," broke in Rachel, "when the climate grew too cold for leaf petticoats and the rest. Now don't begin to scold me, because I must go to cook the dinner." I didn't like the look of the man. Besides, he rode off. Then it wasn't my business to ask him here, but mother's, who stood staring at him and never said a single word. If you want to see him so much, you can go to call upon him tomorrow. Only don't take me, please. And now, will you send Tom to skin the buck?" Mr. Dove answered that Tom was busy with the fence, and ceasing from argument, which he felt to be useless with Rachel, suggested doubtfully that he had better be his own butcher. "No, no," she replied. "You know you hate that sort of thing, as I do. Let it be till the Kaffirs have time. We have the cold meat left for supper, and I will boil some mealies. Go and help with the fence, father, while I light the fire." Usually Rachel was the best of sleepers. So soon as she laid her head upon whatever happened to serve her for a pillow, generally a saddle, her eyes shut to open no more till daylight came. On this night, however, it was not so. She had her bed in a little flap tent, which hooked onto the side of the wagon that was occupied by her parents. Here she lay wide awake for a long while, listening to the Kaffirs, who, having partaken heartily of the buck, were now making themselves drunk by smoking daca, or Indian hemp, a habit of which Mr. Dove had tried in vain to break them. At length the fire, around which they sat near the thorn fence on the further side of the wagon, grew low, and their incoherent talk ended in silence, punctuated by snores. Rachel began to doze, but was awakened by the laughing cries of the hyenas, quite close to her. The brutes had scented the dead buck, and were wandering round the fence in hope of a midnight meal. Rachel rose, and taking the gun that lay at her side, threw a cloak over her shoulders and left the tent. The moon was shining brightly, and by its light she saw the hyenas, 2 of them, wolves as they are called in South Africa, long gray creatures that prowled round the thorn fence hungrily, causing the oxen that were tied to the trek-toe and the horses picketed on the other side of the wagon to low and whinny in an uneasy fashion. The hyenas saw her also, for her head rose above the rough fence, and being cowardly beasts, slunk away. She could have shot them had she chose, but did not, first because she hated killing anything unnecessarily, even a wolf, and secondly because it would have aroused the camp. So she contented herself by throwing more dry wood onto the fire, stepping over the Kaffirs, who slept like logs, in order to do so. Then, resting upon her gun, like some Amazon on guard, she gazed awhile at the lovely moonlit sea, and the long line of game trekking silently to their drinking place, until, seeing no more of the wolves or other dangerous beasts, she turned and sought her bed again. She was thinking of Mr. Ishmael and his zebra-skin trousers, wondering why the man should have filled her with such an unreasoning dislike. If she had disliked him at a distance of 50 paces, how she would hate him when he was near! And yet he was probably only one of those broken soldiers of fortune of whom she had met several, who took to the wilderness as a last resource, and by degrees sank to the level of the savages among whom they lived, a person who was not worth a second thought. So she tried to put him from her mind, and by way of an antidote, since she could not sleep, filled it with her recollections of Richard Darien. Some years had gone by since they had met, and from that time to this she had never heard a word of him in which she could put the slightest faith. She did not even know whether he were alive or dead, only she believed that if he were dead, she would be aware of it. No, she had never heard of him, and it seemed probable that she would never hear of him again. Yet she did not believe that either. Had she done so, her happiness, for on the whole, Rachel was a happy girl, would have departed from her, since this once-seen lad never left her heart, nor had she forgotten their farewell kiss. Reflecting thus, at length, Rachel fell off to sleep, and began to dream, still of Richard Darien. It was a long dream, whereof afterwards she could remember but little, but in it there were shoutings, and black faces, and the flashing of spears. Also the white man, Ishmael, was present there. One part, however, she did remember. Richard Darien, grown taller, changed and yet the same, leaning over her, warning her of danger to come, warning her against this man, Ishmael. She awoke suddenly to see that the light of dawn was creeping into her tent, that low soft light which is so beautiful in southern Africa. Rachel was disturbed. She felt the need of action, of anything that would change the current of her thoughts. No one was about yet. What should she do? She knew the sea was not more than a mile away. She would go down to it and bathe, and be back before the rest of them were awake. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 5. Noia. That a girl should set out alone to bathe through a country inhabited chiefly by wild beasts and a few wandering savages sounds a somewhat dangerous form of amusement. So it was indeed, but Rachel cared nothing for such dangers. In fact, she never even thought of them. Long ago she had discovered that the animals would not harm her if she did not harm them, except perhaps the rhinoceros, which is given to charging on sight, and that was large and could generally be discovered at a distance. As for elephants and lions, or even buffalo, her experience was that they ran away, except on rare occasions when they stood still and stared at her. Nor was she afraid of the savages, who always treated her with the utmost respect, even if they had never seen her before. Still, in case of accidents, she took her double-barreled gun, loaded in one barrel with ball, and in the other with loopers or slugs, and awakened Tom, the driver, to tell him where she was going. The man stared at her sleepily and murmured a remonstrance, but taking no heed of him, she pulled out some thorns from the fence to make a passage, and in another minute was lost to sight in the morning mist. Following a game path through the dew-drenched grass, which grew upon the swells and valleys of the veld, and passing many small buck upon her way, in about 20 minutes, just as the light was really beginning to grow, Rachel reached the sea. It was dead calm, and the tide chancing to be out, soon she found the very place she sought, a large rock-bound pool, where there would be no fear of sharks, that never stay in such a spot, fearing lest they should be stranded. Slipping off her clothes, she plunged into the cool and crystal water, and began to swim around and across the pool, for at this art she was expert, diving and playing like a sea nymph. Her bath done, she dried herself with a towel she had brought, all except her long fair hair, which she let loose for the wind to blow on, and having dressed, stood a while waiting to see the glory of the sun rising from the ocean. Whilst she remained thus, suddenly she heard the sound of horses galloping towards her. 2 of them, she could tell that from the hoof-beats, although the low-lying mist made them invisible. A few more seconds, and they emerged out of the fog. The first thing that she saw were stripes, which caused her to laugh, thinking that she had mistaken zebras for horses. Then the laugh died on her lips as she recognized that the stripes were those of Mr. Ishmael's trousers. Yes, there was no doubt about it. Mr. Ishmael, wearing a rough coat instead of his lion-skin, but with the rest of his attire unchanged, was galloping down upon her furiously, leading a riderless horse. Remembering her wet and disheveled hair, Rachel threw the towel over it. Once it hung like an old Egyptian headdress, setting her beautiful face in a most becoming frame. Next she picked up the double-barreled gun and cocked it, for she misdoubted her of this man's intentions. Not many modern books came her way, but she had read stories of young women who were carried off by force. For an instant she was frightened, but as she lifted the hammer of the second barrel, her constitutional courage returned. Let him try it, she thought to herself. If he had come 10 minutes ago, it would have been awful, but now I don't care. By this time, Mr. Ishmael had arrived and was dragging his horse to its haunches. Also she saw that, evidently, he was much more frightened than she had been. The man's handsome face was quite white, and his lips were trembling. Perhaps that rhinoceros is after him again, thought Rachel, then added aloud quietly, "What is the matter?" "Forgive me," he answered, in a rich, and to Rachel's astonishment, perfectly educated voice. "Forgive me for disturbing you. I am ashamed, but it is necessary. The Zulus—" and he paused. "Well, sir?" asked Rachel. "What about the Zulus?" "A regiment of them are coming down here on the warpath. They are hunting fugitives. The fugitives, about 50 of them, passed my camp over an hour ago, and I saw the impi following them. I rode to warn you all. They told me you were down by the sea. I came to bring you back to your wagon, lest you should be cut off." "Thank you very much," said Rachel, "but I am not afraid of the Zulus. I do not think that they will hurt me." "Not hurt you? Not hurt you? White and beautiful as you are? Why not?" "Oh, I don't know," she replied with a laugh. "But you see, I am called Ikosazana Izula. They won't touch one with that name." "Ikosazana Izula," he repeated, astonished. "Why, she is their spirit, yes, and I remember, white like you, so they say. How did you get that name? But mount, mount. They will kill you first, and ask you how you were called afterwards. Your father is much afraid." "My mother would not be afraid," muttered Rachel to herself, as she sprang to the saddle of the led horse. Then, without more words, they began to gallop back towards the camp. Before they reached the crest of the second rise, the sun shone out in earnest, thinning the seaward mist, although between them and the camp it still hung thick. Then, suddenly, in the fog edge, Rachel saw this sight. Towards them ran a delicately shaped and beautiful native girl, naked except for her mucha, and of a very light copper color, whilst after her, brandishing an assegai, came a Zulu warrior. Evidently the girl was in the last stage of exhaustion. Indeed, she reeled over the ground, her tongue protruded from her lips, and her eyes seemed to be starting from her head. "Come on!" shouted the man called Ishmael. "It is only one of the fugitives whom they are killing." But Rachel did nothing of the sort. She pulled up her horse and waited. The girl caught sight of her, and with a wild, hoarse scream, redoubled her efforts, so that her pursuer, who had been quite close, was left behind. She reached Rachel and flung her arms about her legs, gasping, "Save me, white lady, save me!" "Shoot her, if she won't leave go," shouted Ishmael, "and come on." But Rachel only sprang from the horse and stood face to face with the advancing Zulu. "Stand," she said, and the man stopped. "Now," she asked, "what do you want with this woman?" "To take her, or to kill her," gasped the soldier. "By whose order?" "By order of Dingaan the king." "For what crime?" "Witchcraft. But who are you who question me, white woman?" "One whom you must obey," answered Rachel proudly. "Go back and leave the girl. She is mine." The man stared at her, then laughed aloud and began to advance again. "Go back," repeated Rachel. He took no heed, but still came on. "Go back or die," she said for the third time. "I shall certainly die if I go back to Dingaan without the girl," replied the soldier, who was a bold-looking savage. "Now you, Noya, will you return with me, or shall I kill you? Say, witch," and he lifted his assegai. The girl sank in a heap upon the veld. "Kill," she murmured faintly. "I will not go back. I did not bewitch him to make him dream of me, and I will be Death's wife, not his, a ghost in his kraal, not a woman." "Good," said the man. "I will carry your word to the king. Farewell, Noya." And he raised the assegai still higher, adding, "Stand aside, white woman, for I have no order to kill you also." By way of answer, Rachel put the gun to her shoulder and pointed it at him. "Are you mad?" shouted Ishmael. "If you touch him, they will murder every one of us. Are you mad?" "Are you a coward?" she asked quietly, without taking her eyes off the soldier. Then she said in Zulu, "Listen, the land on this side of the Tugela has been given by Dingaan to the English. Here he has no right to kill. This girl is mine, not his. Come one step nearer, and you die." "We shall soon see who will die," answered the warrior with a laugh, and he sprang forward. They were his last words. Rachel aimed and pressed the trigger. The gun exploded heavily in the mist. The Zulu leapt into the air and fell upon his back, dead. The white man, Ishmael, rode to them, pulled up his horse, and sat still, staring. It was a strange picture in that lonely, silent spot. The soldier, so very still and dead, his face hidden by the shield that had fallen across it. The tall white girl, rigid as a statue, in whose hand the gun still smoked. The delicate, fragile Kaffir maiden, kneeling on the veld, and looking at her wildly, as though she were a spirit. And the two horses, one with its ears pricked in curiosity, and the other already cropping grass. "My God, what have you done?" exclaimed Ishmael. "Justice," answered Rachel. "Then your blood be on your own head. I am not going to stop here to have my throat cut." "Don't," answered Rachel. "I have a better guardian than you, and will look after my own blood." To this speech the white man seemed to be able to find no answer. Turning his horse, he galloped off, swearing, but not towards the camp, whereon the other horse galloped after him, and presently they all vanished in the mist, leaving the two women alone. At this moment, from the direction of the wagon, they heard the sound of shouting and of screams, which appeared to come from the valley between them and it. "The king's men are killing my people," muttered the girl Noya. "Go, or they will kill you too." Rachel thought a moment. Evidently it was impossible to get through to the camp. Indeed, even had they tried to do so on the horses, they would have been cut off. An idea came to her. They stood upon the edge of a steep, bush-clothed kloof, where in the wet season a stream ran down to the sea. This stream was now represented by a chain of deep and muddy pools, one of which pools lay directly underneath them. "Help me to throw him into the water," said Rachel. The girl understood, and with desperate energy they seized the dead soldier, dragged him to the edge of the little cliff, and thrust him over. He fell with a heavy splash into the pool and vanished. "Crocodiles live there," said Rachel. "I saw one as I passed. Now take the shield and spear and follow me." She obeyed, for with hope her strength seemed to have returned to her, and the two of them scrambled down the cliffs into the kloof. As they reached the edge of the pool, they saw great snouts and a disturbance in the water. Rachel was right. Crocodiles lived there. "Now," she said, "throw your mucha on that rock. They will find it and think." Noya nodded, and did so, rending its fastening and wetting it in the water. Then, quite naked, she took Rachel's hand, and swiftly, the two of them leaped from stone to stone, so as to leave no footprints, heading for the sea. Only the fugitive stopped once to drink of the fresh water, for she was perishing with thirst. Now, when Rachel was bathing, she had observed upon the farther side of her pool, and opening out of it, as it were, a little pocket in the rock, where the water was not more than 3 feet deep, and covered by a dense growth of beautiful seaweed, some black and some ribbon-like and yellow. The pool was long, perhaps 200 paces in all, and to go around it they would be obliged to expose themselves upon the sand, and thus become visible from a long way off. "Can you swim?" said Rachel to Noya. Again she nodded, and the two of them slipped into the water and swam across the pool till they reached the pocket-like place, on the edge of which they sat down, covering themselves with the seaweed. They had not been there 5 minutes when they heard the sound of voices drawing near down the kloof, and at once slid into the water, covering themselves in it in such fashion that only their heads remained above the surface, mixed with the black and the yellow seaweed, so that without close search none could have said which was hair and which was weed. "The Zulus," said Noya, shivering so that the water shook about her. "They seek me." "Lie still then," answered Rachel. "I can't shoot now. The gun is wet." The voices died away, and the two girls thought that the speakers had gone, but rendered cautious, still remained hidden in the water. It was well for them that they did so, for presently they heard the voices again, and much nearer. The Zulus were walking round the pool. 2 of them came quite close to their little hiding place, and sat down on some rocks to rest and talk. Peeping through her covering of seaweed, Rachel could see them, great men who held red spears in their hands. "You are a fool," said one of them to the other, "and have given us this walk for nothing, as though our feet were not sore enough already. The crocodiles have that Noya. Her witchcraft could not save her from them. It was a baboon's spoor you saw in the mud, not a woman's." "It would seem so, brother," answered the other, "as we found the mucha. Still, if so, where is Bamba who is running her down, and what made that blood mark on the grass?" "Doubtless," replied the first man, "Bamba came up with her there, and wounded her. Whereupon, being a woman and a coward, she ran from him and jumped into the pool, in which the crocodiles finished her. As for Bamba, I expect that he is gone back to Zululand, or is asleep somewhere resting. The other spoor we saw was that of a white woman, who puts skins upon her feet. There is a camp of them up yonder, but, you remember, our orders were not to touch any of the people of George. so we need not trouble about them. Well, brother, if you are sure, we had better be starting back, lest there should be trouble with the white people. Dingaan will be satisfied when we show him the mucha, and sleep in peace henceforth. She must really have been Tagati, uncanny, that little Noya, for otherwise, although it is true she was pretty, why should Dingaan, who has all Zululand to choose from, have fallen in love with her, and why should she have refused to enter his house and persuaded all her kraal to run away? For my part, I don't believe that she is dead now, notwithstanding the mucha. I think that she is a witch, and has changed into something else, a bird or a snake perhaps. Well, the rest of them will never change into anything, except black mold. Let us see. We have killed every one, all the common people, the mother of Noya, the dwarf wizard Sayapi, her father, and her other mothers, 4 of them, and her brothers and sisters, 12 in all. At these words, Noya again trembled beneath her seaweed, so that the water shook all about her. There is a fish there, said the first Kaffir. I saw it rise. It is a small pool. Shall we try to catch it? No, brother, answered the other. Only coast people eat fish. I am hungry, but I will wait for man's food. Take that, fish, and he threw a stone into the pool, which struck Rachel on the side, and caused her fair hair to float about among the yellow seaweed. Then the 2 of them got up and went away, walking arm in arm like friends and amiable men, as they were in their own fashion. For a long time the girls remained beneath their seaweed, fearing lest the men or others should return, until at length they could bear the cold of the water no longer, and crept out of it to the brink of the little pool, where, still wreathed in seaweed, they sat and warmed themselves in the hot sunlight. Now Noya seemed to be half dead. Indeed, Rachel thought that she would die. Awake, she said, life is still before you. Would that it were behind me, lady, moaned the poor girl. You understand our tongue. Did you not hear? My father, my own mother, my other mothers, my brothers and sisters, all killed for my sake, and I left living. Oh, you meant kindly, but why did you not let Bamba pass his spear through me? It would have been quickly over, and now I should sleep with the rest. Rachel made no answer, for she saw that talking was useless in such a case. Only she took Noya's hand and pressed it in silent sympathy, until at length the poor girl, utterly outworn with agony and the fatigue of her long flight, fell asleep, there in the sunshine. Rachel let her sleep, knowing that she would take no harm in that warmth. Quietly she sat at her side for hour after hour, while the fierce sun, from which she protected her head with seaweed, dried her garments. At length the shadows told her that midday was past, and the sea-water, which began to trickle over the surrounding rocks, that the tide was approaching its full. They could stop there no longer, unless they wished to be drowned. Come, she said to Noya, the Zulus have gone, and the sea is here. We must swim to the shore and go back to my father's camp. What place have I in your kraal, lady? Asked the girl, when her senses had returned to her. I will find you a place, Rachel answered. You are mine now. Yes, lady, that is true, said Noya heavily. I am yours and no one else's. And taking Rachel's hand, she pressed it to her forehead. Then, together once more, they swam the pool, and not too soon, for the tide was pouring into it. Reaching the shore in safety, no easy task for Rachel, who must hold the heavy gun above her head, Noya tied Rachel's towel about her middle to take the place of her mucha, and very cautiously they crept up the kloof, fearing lest some of the Zulus might still be lurking in the neighborhood. At length they came to the pool into which they had thrown soldier Bamba, and saw 2 crocodiles, doubtless those that had eaten him, lying asleep in the sun upon flat rocks at its edge. Here they were obliged to leave the kloof, because they feared to pass the crocodiles, and for the reason that their road to the camp ran another way. So they climbed up the cliff and looked about, but could see only a pair of Oribe bucks, one lying down under a tree and one eating grass quite close to its mate. "The Zulus have gone, or there would be no buck here," said Rachel. "Come now, hold the shield before you, and the spear in your hand, to hide that you are a woman, and let us go on boldly." So they went, till they reached the crest of the next rise, then sprang back behind it, for lying here and there they saw people who seemed to be asleep. "The Zulus resting," exclaimed Rachel. "Nay," answered the girl with a sigh, "my people dead. See the vultures gathered round them." Rachel looked again, and saw that it was so. Without a word they walked forward, and as they passed each body, Noya gave it its name. Here lay a brother, there a sister, yonder 4 folk of her father's kraal. They came to a tall and handsome woman of middle age, and she shivered as she had done in the pool, and said in an icy voice, "The mother who bore me." A few more steps, and in a patch of high grass that grew round an ant heap, they found 2 Zulu soldiers, each pierced through with a spear. Seated against the ant heap also, as though he were but resting, was a light-colored man, a dwarf in stature, spare of frame, and with sharp features. His dress, if he wore any, seemed to have been removed from him, for he was almost naked, and Rachel noticed that no wound could be seen on him. "Behold my father," said Noya in the same icy voice. "But," whispered Rachel, "he only sleeps. No spear has touched him." "Not so. He is dead, dead by the white death, after the fashion of his people." Now Rachel wondered what this white death might be, and of which people the man was one. That he was not a Zulu who had been stunted in his growth she could see for herself, nor had she ever met a native who at all resembled him. Still she could ask no questions at that time. The thing was too awful. Moreover, Noya had knelt down before the body, and with her arms thrown around its neck, was whispering into its ear. For a full minute she whispered thus, then set her own ear to the cold, stirless lips, and for another minute or more seemed to listen intently, nodding her head from time to time. Never before had Rachel witnessed anything so uncanny, and oddly enough, the fact that this scene was enacted in the bright sunlight added to its terrors. She stood paralyzed, forgetting the Zulus, forgetting everything, except that, to all appearance, the living was holding converse with the dead. At length Noya rose, and turning to her companion said, "My spirit has been good to me. I thank my spirit, which brought me here before it was too late for us to talk together. Now I have the message." "The message? Oh, what message?" gasped Rachel. An inscrutable look gathered on the face of the beautiful native girl. "It is to me alone," she answered, "but this I may say, much of it was of you, Nkosazana Izula." "Who told you that was my native name?" asked Rachel, springing back. "It was in the message, O thou before whom kings shall bow." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Rachel. "You have heard it from our people." "So be it, lady. I have heard it from your people, whom I have never seen. Now let us go. Your father is troubled for you." Again Rachel looked at her sideways, and Noya went on. "Lady, from henceforth I am your servant, am I not? And that service will not be light." "She thinks I shall make her dig," thought Rachel to herself, as the girl continued in her low, soft voice. "Now I ask you one thing. When I tell you my story, let it be for your breast alone. Say only that I am a common girl whom you saved from the soldier." "Why not?" answered Rachel. "That is all I have to tell." Then once more they went on, Rachel wondering if she dreamed, the girl, Noya, walking at her side, stern and cold-faced as a statue. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 6. The Casting of the Lots. They reached the crest of the last rise, and there, facing them on the slope of the opposite wave of land, stood the wagon, surrounded by the thorn fence, within which the cattle and horses were still enclosed, doubtless for fear of the Zulus. Nothing could be more peaceful than the aspect of that camp. To look at it, no one would have believed that within a few hundred yards a hideous massacre had just taken place. Presently, however, voices began to shout, and heads to bob up over the fence. Then it occurred to Rachel that they must think she was a prisoner in the charge of a Zulu, and she told Noya to lower the shield, which she still held in front of her. The next instant some thorns were torn out, and her father, a gun in his hand, appeared striding towards them. "Thank God that you are safe," he said as they met. "I have suffered great anxiety, although I hoped that the white man, Ishmael, had rescued you. He came here to warn us," he added in explanation, "very early this morning, then galloped off to find you. Indeed, his after-rider, whose horse he took, is still here. Where on earth have you been, Rachel?" And, suddenly becoming aware of Noya, who, arrayed only in a towel, a shield and a stabbing spear, presented a curious, if an impressive spectacle, "Who is this young person?" "She is a native girl I saved from the massacre," replied Rachel, answering the last question first. "It is a long story, but I shot the man who was going to kill her, and we hid in a pool. Are you all safe, and where is Mother?" "Shot the man, shed human blood, hid in a pool!" ejaculated Mr. Dove, overcome. "Really, Rachel, you are a most trying daughter. Why should you go out before daybreak and do such things?" "I don't know, I am sure, Father. Predestination, I suppose. To save her life, you know." Again he contemplated the beautiful Noya, then, murmuring something about a blanket, ran back to the camp. By this time Mrs. Dove had climbed out of the wagon and arrived with the Kaffirs. "I knew you would be safe, Rachel," she said in her gentle voice, "because nothing can hurt you. Still, you do upset your poor father dreadfully, and what are you going to do with that naked young woman?" "Give her something to eat, dear," answered Rachel. "Don't ask me any more questions now. We have been sitting up to our necks in water for hours, and are starved and frozen, to say nothing of worse things." At this moment Mr. Dove arrived with a blanket, which he offered to Noya, who took it from him and threw it round her body. Then they went into the camp, where Rachel changed her damp clothes, whilst Noya sat by her in a corner of the tent. Presently, too, food was brought, and Rachel ate hungrily, forcing Noya to do the same. Then she went out, leaving the girl to rest in the tent, and with certain omissions, such as the conduct of Noya when she found her dead father, told all the story, which, wild as were the times, and strange as were the things that happened in them, they found wonderful enough. When she had done, Mr. Dove knelt down and offered up thanks for his daughter's preservation through great danger, and with them prayers that she might be forgiven for having shot the Zulu, a deed that, except for the physical horror of it, did not weigh upon Rachel's mind. "You know, Father, you would have done the same yourself," she explained, "and so would Mother there, if she could hold a gun, so what is the good of pretending that it is a sin? Also, no one saw it, except that white man and the crocodiles which buried the body, so the less we say about the matter, the better it will be for all of us." "I admit," answered Mr. Dove, "that the circumstances justified the deed, though I fear that the truth will out, since blood calls for blood. But what are we to do with the girl? They will come to seek her and kill us all." "They will not seek, Father, because they think that she is dead, and will never know otherwise unless that white man tells them, which he will scarcely do, as those Zulus would think that he shot the soldier, not I. She has been sent to us, and it is our duty to keep her." "I suppose so," said her father doubtfully. "Poor thing! Truly she has cause for gratitude to Providence. All her relations killed by those bloodthirsty savages, and she saved." "If all of you were killed, and I were saved, I do not know that I should feel particularly grateful," answered Rachel. "But it is no use arguing about such things, so let us be thankful that we are not killed too. Now I am tired out, and going to lie down, for of course we can't leave this place at present, unless we trek back to Durban." Such was the finding of Noia. When Rachel awoke from the sleep into which she had fallen, sunset was near at hand. She left the tent where Noia still lay, slumbering or lost in stupor, to find that only her mother and Ishmael's after-rider remained in the camp, her father having gone out with the Kaffirs in order to bury as many of the dead as possible before night came, and with it the jackals and hyenas. Rachel made up the fire and set to work with her mother's help to cook their evening meal. Whilst they were thus engaged, her quick ears caught the sound of horses' hoofs, and she looked up to perceive the white man, Ishmael, still leading the spare horse on which she had ridden that morning. He had halted on the crest of ground, where she had first seen him upon the previous day, and was peering at the camp, with the object apparently of ascertaining whether its occupants were still alive. "I will go and ask him in," said Rachel, who for reasons of her own wished to have a word or two with the man. Presently she came up to him, and saw at once that he seemed to be very much ashamed of himself. "Well," she said cheerfully, "you see, here I am, safe enough, and I am glad that you are the same." "You are a wonderful woman," he replied, letting his eyes sink before her clear gaze, "as wonderful as you are beautiful." "No compliments, please," said Rachel. "They are out of place in this savage land." "I beg your pardon. I could not help speaking the truth. Did they kill the girl and let you go?" "No, I managed to hide up with her. She is here now." "That is very dangerous, Miss Dove. I know all about it. It is she whom Dingaan was after. When he hears that you have sheltered her, he will send and kill you all. Take my advice and turn her out at once. I say it is most dangerous." "Perhaps," answered Rachel calmly, "but all the same, I shall do nothing of the sort unless she wishes to go. Nor do I think that my father will either. Now please listen a minute. If this story comes to the ears of the Zulus, and I do not see why it should, as the crocodiles have eaten that soldier, who will they think shot him? I, or the white man who is with me? Do you understand?" "I understand, and shall hold my tongue for your sake." "No, for your own. Well, by way of making the bargain fair, for my part, I shall say as little as possible of how we separated this morning. Not that I blame you for riding off and leaving an obstinate young woman whom you did not know to take her chance. Still, other people might think differently. Yes, he answered, they might, and I admit that I am ashamed of myself. But you don't know the Zulus as I do, and I thought that they would be all on us in a moment. Also, I was mad with you and lost my nerve. Really, I am very sorry. Please don't apologize. It was quite natural, and, what is more, all for the best. If we had gone on, we should have ridden right into them, and perhaps never ridden out again. Now, here comes my father. We have agreed that you will not say too much about this girl, have we not? He nodded, and advanced with her, leading the horses, for he had dismounted, to meet Mr. Dove at the opening in the fence. "Good evening," said the clergyman, who seemed depressed after his sad task, as he motioned to one of the Kaffirs to put down his mattock and take the horses. "I don't quite know what happened this morning, but I have to thank you for trying to save my daughter from those cruel men. I have been burying their victims in a little cleft that we found, or rather some of them. The vultures, you know," and he paused. "I didn't save her, sir," answered the stranger humbly. "It seemed hopeless, as she would not leave the Kaffir girl." Mr. Dove looked at him searchingly, and there was a suspicion of contempt in his voice as he replied, "You would not have had her abandon the poor thing, would you? For the rest, God saved them both, so it does not much matter exactly how, as everything has turned out for the best. Won't you come in and have some supper, Mr. Ishmael? I am afraid I do not know the rest of your name." "There is no more to know, Mr. Dove," he replied doggedly, then added, "Look here, sir, as I dare say you have found out, this is a rough country, and people come to it, some of them whose luck has been rough elsewhere. Now, perhaps I am as well born as you are, and perhaps my luck was rough in other lands, so that I chose to come and live in a place where there are no laws or civilization. Perhaps, too, I took the name of another man who was driven into the wilderness. You will remember all about him. Also, that it does not seem to have been his fault. Anyway, if we should be thrown up together, I'll ask you to take me as I am, that is, a hunter and a trader in the Zulu, and not to bother about what I have been. Whatever I was Christian, my name is Ishmael now, or among the Kaffirs, Ibu Besi, and if you want another, let us call it Smith." "Quite so, Mr. Ishmael. It is no affair of mine," replied Mr. Dove with a smile, for he had met people of this sort before in Africa. But within himself, already, he determined that this white, and perchance fallen wanderer, was one whom perhaps it would be his duty to lead back into the paths of Christian propriety and peace. These matters settled, they went into the little camp, and a sentry having been set, for now the night was falling fast, Ishmael was introduced to Mrs. Dove, who looked him up and down and said little, after which they began their supper. When their simple meal was finished, Ishmael lit his pipe, and sat himself upon the disselboom of the wagon, looking extremely handsome and picturesque in the flare of the firelight, which fell upon his dark face, long black hair, and curious garments, for although he had replaced his lion skin by an old coat, his zebra hide trousers and waistcoat, made of an otter's pelt, still remained. Contemplating him, Rachel felt sure that, whatever his present and past might be, he had spoken the truth when he hinted that he was well born. Indeed, this might be gathered from his voice and method of expressing himself when he grew more at ease, although it was true that sometimes he substituted a Zulu for an English word, and employed its idioms in his sentences, doubtless because for years he had been accustomed to speak and even to think in that language. Now he was explaining to Mr. Dove the political and social position among that people, whose cruel laws and customs led to constant fights on the part of tribes or families, who knew that they were doomed, and their consequent massacre if caught, as had happened that day. Of course, the clergyman, who had lived for some years at Durban, knew that this was true, although, never having actually witnessed one of these dreadful events till now, he did not realize all their horror. "I fear that my task will be even harder than I thought," he said with a sigh. "What task?" asked Ishmael. "That of converting the Zulus. I am trekking to the King's Kraal now, and propose to settle there." Ishmael knocked out his pipe and filled it again before he answered. Apparently, he could find no words in which to express his thoughts, but when at length these came, they were vigorous enough. "Why not trek to hell and settle there at once?" he asked. "I beg pardon, I meant heaven, for you and your likes. Man," he went on excitedly, "have you any heart? Do you care about your wife and daughter?" "I have always imagined that I did, Mr. Ishmael," replied the missionary in a cold voice. "Then do you wish to see their throats cut before your eyes? Or," and he looked at Rachel, "worse?" "How can you ask such questions?" said Mr. Dove indignantly. "Of course I know that there are risks among all wild peoples, but I trust to Providence to protect us." Mr. Ishmael puffed at his pipe and swore to himself in Zulu. "Yes," he said when he had recovered a little, "so I suppose did Sayapi and his people, but you have been burying them this afternoon, haven't you? All except the girl, Noya, whom you have sheltered, for which deed Dingaan will bury you all if you go into Zululand, or rather throw you to the vultures. Don't think that your being an umfundusi, I mean a teacher, will save you. The Almighty himself can't save you there. You will be dead and forgotten in a month. What's more, you will have to drive your own wagon in, for your Kaffirs won't, they know better. A Bible won't turn the blade of an assegai." "Please, Mr. Ishmael, please do not speak so irreligiously," said Mr. Dove in an irritated but nervous voice. "You do not seem to understand that I have a mission to perform, and if that should involve martyrdom—" "Oh, bother martyrdom, which is what you are after, no doubt. Casting down your golden crown upon a crystal sea, and the rest of it. I remember the stuff. The question is, do you wish to murder your wife and daughter? For that's the plain English of it." "Of course not. How can you suggest such a thing?" "Then you had better not cross the Tugela. Go back to Durban, or stop where you are at least, for unless he finds out anything, Dingaan is not likely to interfere with a white man on this side of the river." "That would involve abandoning my most cherished ambition, and impulses that— but I will not speak to you of things which perhaps you might not understand." "I dare say I shouldn't, but I do understand what it feels like to have your neck twisted out of joint. Look here, sir. If you want to go into Zululand, you should go alone. It is no place for white ladies." "That is for them to judge, sir," answered Mr. Dove. "I believe that their faith will be equal to this trial." And he looked at his wife almost imploringly. For once, however, she failed him. "My dear John," she said, "if you want my opinion, I think that this gentleman is quite right. For myself, I don't care much, but it can never have been intended that we should absolutely throw away our lives. I have always given way to you, and followed you to many strange places without grumbling, although, as you know, we might be quite comfortable at home, or at any rate in some civilized town. Now I say that I think you ought not to go to Zululand, especially as there is Rachel to think of." "Oh, don't trouble about me," interrupted the young lady, with a shrug of her shoulders. "I can take my chance as I have often done before. Today, for instance." "But I do trouble about you, my dear. Although it is true, I don't believe that you will be killed. You know I have always said so. Still I do trouble. And John, John," she added in a kind of pitiful cry, "can't you see that you have worn me out? Can't you understand that I am getting old and weak? Is there nobody to whom you have a duty as well as to the heathen? Are there not enough heathen here?" she went on with a gathering passion. "If you must mix with them, do what this gentleman says, and stop here. That is, if you won't go back. Build a house, and let us have a little peace before we die, for death will come soon enough, and terribly enough, I am sure." And she burst into a fit of weeping. "My dear," said Mr. Dove, "you are upset. The unhappy occurrences of today, which, did we but know it, are doubtless all for the best, and your anxiety for Rachel have been too much for you. I think that you had better go to bed. And you too, Rachel. I will talk the matter over further with Mr. Ishmael, who perhaps has been sent to guide me. I am not unreasonable, as you think, and if he can convince me that there is any risk to your lives, for my own, I care nothing. I will consider the suggestion of building a mission station outside Zululand, at any rate for a few years. It may be that it is not intended that we should enter that country at present." So Mrs. Dove and her daughter went, but for 2 hours or more Rachel heard her father and the hunter talking earnestly, and wondered in a sleepy fashion to what conclusion he had come. Personally, she did not mind much on which side of the Tugela they were to live, if they must bide at all in the region of that river. Still, for her mother's sake, she determined that if she could bring it about, they should stay where they were. Indeed, there was no choice between this and returning to England, as her father had quarrelled too bitterly with the white men at Durban to allow of his taking up his residence among them again. When Rachel woke on the following morning, the first thing she saw in the growing light was the orphaned native, Noya, seated on the farther side of the little tent, her head resting upon her hand and gazing at her vacantly. Rachel watched her a while, pretending to be still asleep, and for the first time understood how beautiful this girl was in her own fashion. Although small, that is in comparison with most Kaffir women, she was perfectly shaped and developed. Her soft skin in that light looked almost white, although it had about it nothing of the muddy color of the half-breed. Her hair was long, black and curly, and worn naturally, not forced into artificial shapes, as is common among the Kaffirs. Her features were finely cut and intellectual, and her eyes, shaded by long lashes, somewhat oblong in shape, of a brown color, and soft as those of a buck. Certainly, for a native, she was lovely, and what is more, quite unlike any Bantu that Rachel had ever seen, except indeed that dead man whom she had said was her father, and who, although he was so small, had managed to kill 2 great Zulu warriors before, mysteriously enough, he died himself. "Noya," said Rachel, when she had completed her observations, whereon, with a quick and agile movement, the girl rose, sank again on her knees beside her, took the hand that hung from the bed between her own, and pressed it to her lips, saying in the soft Zulu tongue, "Nkosazana, I am here. Is that white man still asleep, Noya?" "Nay, he is gone. He and his servant rode away before the light, fearing lest there might still be Zulus between him and his kraal. Do you know anything about him, Noya? Yes, lady, I have seen him in Zululand. He is a bad man. They call him there Lion, not because he is brave, but because he hunts in springs by night. Just what I should have thought of him, answered Rachel. And we know that he is not brave, she added with a smile. But never mind this jackal in a lion's hide. Tell me your story, Noya, if you will. Only speak low, for this tent is thin. Lady, said the girl, you who are born white in body and in spirit, hear me. I am but half a Zulu. My father, who died yesterday in the flesh, departing back to the world of ghosts, was of another people who live far to the north, a small people but a strong. They live among the trees. They worship trees. They die when their tree dies. They are dealers in dreams. They are the companions of ghosts, little men before whom the tribes tremble, who hate the sun and dwell in the deep of the forest. Myself, I do not know them. I have never seen them, but my father told me these things, and others that I may not repeat. When he was a young man, my father fled from his people. Why? Asked Rachel, for the girl paused. Lady, I do not know. I think it was because he would have been their priest, or one of their priests, and he feared, I think, that he had seen a woman, a slave to them, whom therefore he might not marry. I think that woman was my mother. So he fled from them, with her, and came to live among the Zulus. He was a great doctor there in Chaka's time, not one of the Ambangomas, not one of the smellers out of witches, not a bringer down to death, for like all his race he hated bloodshed. No, none of these things, but a doctor of medicines, a master of magic, an interpreter of dreams, a lord of wisdom. Yes, it was his wisdom that made Chaka great, and when he withdrew it from him because of his cruelties, then Chaka died. Lady, Dingaan rules in Chaka's place, Dingaan, who slew him. But although he had been Chaka's doctor, my father was spared because they feared him. I was the only child of my mother, but he took other wives after the Zulu fashion, not because he loved them, I think, but that he might not seem different to other men. So he grew great and rich, and lived in peace because they feared him. Lady, my father loved me, and to me alone he taught his language and his wisdom. I helped him with his medicines. I interpreted the dreams which he could not interpret. His blanket fell upon me. Often I was sought in marriage, but I did not wish to marry. Wisdom is my husband. There came an evil day. We knew that it must come, my father and I wished to fly the land, but he could not do so because of his other wives and children. The maidens of my district were marshaled for the king to see. His eye fell upon me, and he thought me fair because I am different from Zulu women, and, you can guess. Yet I was saved, for the other doctors and the head wives of the king said that it was not wise that I should be taken into his house. I who knew too many secrets, and could bewitch him if I willed, or prison him with drugs that leave no trace. So I escaped a while, and was thankful. Now it came about that because he might not take me, Dingaan began to think much of me, and to dream of me at nights. At last he asked me of my father, as a gift, not as a right, for so he thought that no ill would come with me. But I prayed my father to keep me from Dingaan, for I hated Dingaan, and told him that if I were sent to the king, I would poison him. My father listened to me because he loved me, and could not bear to part with me, and said Dingaan nay. Now Dingaan grew very angry, and asked counsel of his other doctors, but they would give him none, because they feared my father. Then he asked counsel of that white man, Ishmael, who is called the Lion, and who is much at the kraal of Ungungundlovu. Ah, said Rachel, now I understand why he wished you to be killed. The white man, Ishmael, the jackal in a lion's skin, as you named him, laughed at Dingaan's fears. He said to him, It is of the father, Savapi, you should be afraid. He has the magic, not the girl. Kill the father and his house, and take the daughter whom your heart desires, and be happy. So spoke Ishmael, and Dingaan thought his counsel good, and paid him for it with the teeth of elephants, and certain women for whom he asked. Now my father foreboded ill, and I also, for both of us had dreamed a dream. Still we did not fly until the slayers were almost at the gates, because of his other wives and his children. Nor, save for them, would he have fled then, or I either, but would have died after the fashion of his people, as he did at last. The White Death? Queried Rachel. Yes, lady, the White Death. Still in the end we fled, thinking to gain the protection of the white men down yonder. I went first to escape the king's men, who had orders to take me alive and bring me to him. That is why we were not together at the end. Lady, you know the rest. Ishmael doubtless had seen you, and thinking that the impi would kill you, came to warn you. Then we met, just as I was about to die, though perhaps not by that soldier's spear, as you thought. I have spoken. What message came to you when you knelt down before your dead father? Asked Rachel for the second time, since on this point she was intensely curious. Again that inscrutable look gathered on the girl's face, and she answered, Did I not tell you it was for my ear alone, O Nkosazana Izula? I dare not say it. Be satisfied. But this I may say, your fate and mine are intertwined, yours and mine and another's, for our spirits are sisters, which have dwelt together in past days. Indeed, said Rachel, smiling, for she who had mixed with them from her childhood knew something of the mysticism of the natives, also that it was often nonsense. Well, Noya, I love you, I know not why, perhaps for all you have suffered. Yet I say to you, that if you wish to remain my sister in the spirit, you had better separate from me in the flesh. That jackal man knows your secret, girl, and sooner or late will loose the assegai on you. Doubtless, she answered, doubtless many things will come about, but they are doomed to come about. Whether I go, or whether I stay, they will happen. Say you therefore, lady, and I will obey. Shall I go, or shall I stay, or shall I die before your eyes? It is on your own head, answered Rachel, shrugging her shoulders. Nay, nay, lady, you forget. It is on yours also, seeing that if I stay, I may bring peril on you and your house. Have you then no order for me? Noya, I have answered. 1. Judge you. I will not judge. Let heaven above judge. Lady, give me a hair from your head. Rachel plucked out the hair and handed it, a shining thread of gold, to Noya, who drew one from her own dark tresses and laid them side by side. See, she said, they are of the same length. Now, without the wind blows gently, come then to the door of the tent, and I will throw these 2 hairs into the wind. If that which is black floats first to the ground, then I stay. If that which is golden, then I go to seek my hair. Is it agreed? It is agreed. So the 2 girls went to the entrance of the tent, and Noya, with a swift motion, tossed up the hairs. As it happened, one of those little eddies of wind, which are common in South Africa, caught them, causing them to rise almost perpendicularly into the air. At a certain height, about 40 feet, The supporting wind seemed to fail, that is, so far as the hair from Noya's head was concerned, for there it floated high above them, like a black thread in the sunlight, and gently, by slow degrees, came to the earth just at their feet. But the hair from Rachel's head, being caught by the fringe of the whirlwind, was borne upwards and onwards, very swiftly, until at length it vanished from their sight. "It seems that I stay," said Noya. "Yes," answered Rachel, "I am very glad. Also, if any evil comes of it, we are not to blame. The wind is to blame." "Yes, lady, but what makes the wind to blow?" Again Rachel shrugged her shoulders, and asked a question in her turn. "Whither has that hair of mine been borne, Noya?" "I do not know, lady. Perhaps my father's spirit took it for his own ends. I think so. I think it went northwards. At any rate, when mine fell, it was snatched away, was it not? And yet they both floated up together. I think that one day you will follow that hair of yours. Lady, follow it to the land where great trees whisper secrets to the night." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 7. The Message of the King. So it chanced that Noya became a member of the Dove household. For obvious reasons, she changed her name, and thenceforward was called Nona. Also it happened that Mr. Dove abandoned his idea of settling as a missionary in Zululand, and instead took up his residence at this beautiful spot. He called it Rama, because it was a place of weeping, for here all the family and dependents of Siapi had been destroyed by the spear. Mrs. Dove thought it an ill-omened name enough, but after her manner gave way to her husband in the matter. "I think there will be more weeping here before everything is done," she said. Rachel answered, however, that it was as good as any other, since names could alter nothing. Here then at Rama, Mr. Dove built him a house on that knoll where first he had pitched his camp. It was a very good house after its fashion, for as has been said, he did not lack for means, and was moreover clever in such matters. He hired a mason who had drifted to Natal to cut stone, of which a plenty lay at hand, and 2 half-breed carpenters to execute the woodwork, whilst the Kaffirs thatched the whole, as only they can do. Then he set to work upon a church, which was placed on the crest of the opposite knoll, where the white man Ishmael had appeared on the evening of their arrival. Like the house, it was excellent of its sort, and when at length it was finished, after more than a year of labor, Mr. Dove felt a proud man. Indeed, at Rama, he was happier than he had ever been since he landed upon the shores of Africa. For now at length his dream seemed to be in the way of realization. Very soon a considerable native village sprang up around him, peopled almost entirely by remnants of the Natal tribes whom Chaka had destroyed, and who were but too glad to settle under the aegis of the white man, especially when they discovered how good he was. Of the doctrines which he preached to them day and night, most of them, it is true, did not understand much. Still they accepted them as the price of being allowed to live in his shadow. But in the vast majority of cases, they sturdily refused to put away all wives but one, as he earnestly exhorted them to do. At first he wished to eject them from the settlement in punishment of this sin, but when it came to the point, they absolutely refused to go, demonstrating to him that they had as much right to live there as he had, an argument that he was unable to controvert. So he was obliged to submit to the presence of this abomination, which he did in the hope that in time their hard hearts would be softened. "Continue to preach to us, O Shouter," they said, "and we will listen. Mayhap in years to come we shall learn to think as you do. Meanwhile, give us space to consider the point." So he continued to preach, and contented himself with baptizing the children and the very old people who took no more wives. Except on this one point, however, they got on excellently together. Indeed, never since Chaka broke upon them like a destroying demon had these poor folk been so happy. The missionary imported plows and taught them to improve their agriculture, so that ere long this rich virgin soil brought forth abundantly. Their few cattle multiplied also in an amazing fashion, as did their families, and soon they were as prosperous as they had been in the good old days before they knew the Zulu assegai. Especially, as to their amazement, the shouter never took from them even a calf or a bundle of corn by way of tax. Only the shadow of that Zulu assegai still lay upon them, for if Chaka was dead, Dingaan ruled a few miles away across the Tugela. Moreover, hearing of the rise of this new town, and of certain strange matters connected with it, he sent spies to inspect and inquire. The spies returned and reported that there dwelt in it only a white medicine man with his wife, and a number of Natal Kaffirs. Also they reported, in great detail, many wonderful stories concerning the beautiful maiden with a high name, who passed as the white teacher's daughter, and who had already become the subject of so much native talk and rumor. On learning all these things, Dingaan dispatched an embassy, who delivered this message: "I, Dingaan, king of the Zulus, have heard that you, O white shouter, have built a town upon my borders, and peopled it with the puppies of the jackals whom Chaka hunted. I send to you now to say that you and your jackals shall have peace from me so long as you harbor none of my runaways. But if I find but one of them there, then an impi shall wipe you out. I hear also that there dwells with you a beautiful white maiden, said to be your daughter, who is known throughout the land as Inkosazana Izula. Now that is the name of our spirit, who, the doctors say, is also white, and it is strange to us that this maiden should bear that great name. Some of the Insanusis, the prophetesses, declare that she is our spirit in the flesh, but that meat sticks in my throat. I cannot swallow it. Still, I invite this maiden to visit me so that I may see her and judge of her, and I swear to you and to her, by the ghosts of my ancestors, that no harm shall come to her, then or at any time. He who so much as lays a finger upon her shall die, he and all his house, because of her name, which I am told she has borne from a child. All the territories of the Zulus are her kraal, and all the thousands of the Zulus are her servants. Yea, because of her high name, I give to her power of life and death, wherever men obey my word, and for an offering I send to her 12 of my royal white cattle, and a bull, also an ox trained to riding. When she visits me, let her ride upon the white ox, that she may be known, but let no man come with her, for among the people of the Zulus she must be attended by Zulus only. I have spoken. I pray that she who is named Princess of the Zulus will appear before my messengers, and acknowledge the gift of the King of the Zulus, that they may see her in the flesh, and make report of her to me." Now, when Mr. Dove had received this message, one evening at sundown, he went into the house and repeated it to Rachel, for it puzzled him much, and he knew not what to answer. Rachel in her turn took counsel with Noia, who was hidden away, lest some of the embassy should see her and recognize her. "Speak with the messengers," said Noia. It is well to have power among the Zulus. I, who have some knowledge of this business, say, speak with them alone, and speak softly, saying that one day you will come." So, having explained the matter to her father, and obtained his consent, Rachel, who desired to impress these savages, threw a white shawl about her, as Noah instructed her to do. Then, letting her long golden hair hang down, she went out alone, carrying a light assegai in her hand, to the place where the messengers, 6 of them, and those who had driven the cattle from Zululand, were encamped in the guest kraal, at the gate of which, as it chanced, lay a great boulder of rock. On this boulder she took her stand, unobserved, waiting there till the full moon shone out from behind a dark cloud, turning her white robe to silver. Now of a sudden the messengers, who were seated together, talking and taking snuff, looked up and saw her. "Inkosazana Zula!" exclaimed one of them, rising, whereon they all sprang to their feet, and perceiving this beautiful and mysterious figure, by a common impulse, lifted their right arms, and gave to her what no woman had ever received before, the royal salute. "Bayete!" they cried, "Bayete!" then stood silent. "I hear you," said Rachel, who spoke their tongue as well as she did her own. "It has been reported to me that you wish to see me, O malice of the king. Behold, I am pleased to appear before you. What would you of Inkosazana Zula, O malice of the king?" Then their spokesman, an old man of high rank, with a withered hand, stepped forward from the line of his companions, stared at her for a while, and saluted again. "Lady," he said humbly, "lady or spirit, we would know how thou earnest by that great name of thine." "It was given me as a child, far away from here," she answered, "because in a mighty tempest the lightnings turned aside and smote me not, because the waters raged, yet drowned me not, because the lions slept with me, yet harmed me not. It came to me from the high heaven that was my friend. I do not know how it came." "We have heard the story," answered the old man, which indeed they had, with many additions. "And we believe that the heavens above gave thee their own name, which is the name of the spirit of our people. That spirit I have seen in a dream, and she was like to thee, O Inkosazana Zula." "It may be so, mouth of the king. Still, I am woman, not spirit." "Yet in every woman there dwells a spirit, or so we believe, and in thee a great one, or so we have heard and believe, O Lady of the Heavens. To thee, then, again, we repeat the words of Dingaan, and of his counsel which today we have said in the ears of him who thinks himself thy father. To thee the roads are open. Thine are the cattle and the kraals. Here is an earnest of them. Thine are the lives of men. Command now, if thou wilt, that one of us be slain before thee, and whilst thou watchest, he shall look his last upon the moon." "I hear you," said Rachel, quietly, "but I seek the life of none who are good. I thank the king for his gift. I wish the king well. I remember that life and death lie in my hands. Say these words to the king." "We will say them, but wilt thou not come, O lady, as the king desires? A regiment shall meet thee on the river bank, and lead thee to his house. Unharmed shalt thou come. Unharmed shalt thou return, and what thou askest that shall be given thee. One day, perchance, I will come, but not now. Go in peace, O mouths of the king." As she spoke, another dark cloud floated across the moon, and when it had passed away, she stood no more upon the rock. Then, seeing that she was gone, Those messengers gathered up their spears and mats, and returned swiftly to Zulu land. When she reached the house again, Rachel told her father and mother all that had passed, laughing as she spoke. "It seems scarcely right, my dear," said Mr. Dove when she had done. "Those benighted heathens will really believe that you are something unearthly." "Then let them," she answered. "It can do no one any harm, and the power of life and death, with the rest of it, unless it was all talk, as I suspect, might be very useful one day. Who knows? And now the Princess of the Heavens will go and set the supper, as I beg pardon, Nona, is off duty for the present." Afterwards she asked Noya, who was the old man with a withered hand, who had spoken as the king's mouth. "Mopo is his name, Mopo or Umbopo, none other, O Zula," she answered. "It was he who stabbed Chaka, the Black One. It is said also that alone among men living he has seen the White Spirit, the Inkosazana. Thrice he has seen her, or so goes the tale that my father, who knew everything, told to me. That is why Dingaan sent him here to make report of you." And she told her all the wonderful story of Mopo and of the death of Chaka, which Rachel treasured in her mind. Footnote: For the history of Mopo, see Nada the Lily. Author. Such was Rachel's first introduction to the Zulus, an occasion on which her undoubted histrionic abilities stood her in good stead. This matter of the embassy happened and in due course was almost forgotten. That is, until a certain event occurred which brought it into mind. For some time, however, Rachel thought of it a good deal, wondering how it came about that her native name, and the strange significance which they appeared to give to it, had taken such a hold of the imagination of the Zulus. Ultimately she discovered that the white man Ishmael was the chief cause of these things. He had lived so long among savages that he had caught something of their mind and dark superstitions. To him, as to them, it seemed a marvelous thing that she should have acquired the title of the legendary spirit of the Zulu people. The calm courage, too, so unusual in a woman, which she showed when she shot the warrior, and at the risk of her own life saved that of the girl Noya, impressed him as something almost ultra-human, especially when he remembered his own conduct on that occasion. All of this story, of course, he did not tell to the Zulus, for he feared lest they should take revenge for his share in it. But of Rachel he discoursed to the king and his indunas, or great men, as a white witch doctress of supernatural power, whose name showed that she was mixed up with the fortunes of the race. Therefore, in the end, Dingaan sent Mopo, he who knew the spirit, to make report of her. When he was not absent upon his hunting or trading expeditions, Ishmael visited Ramah a great deal, and as Rachel soon discovered, not without an object. Indeed, almost from the first, her feminine instincts led her to suspect that this man, who notwithstanding his good looks repelled her so intensely, was falling in love with her, which in truth he had done once and for all at their first meeting. In the beginning he did not, it is true, say much that could be so interpreted, but his whole attitude towards her suggested it, as did other things. For instance, when he came to visit the doves, he discarded his garments of hide, including the picturesque zebra-skin trousers, and appeared dressed in smart European clothes, which he had contrived to obtain from Durban, and a large hat with a white ostrich feather that struck Rachel as even more ludicrous than the famous trousers. Also, he was continuously sending presents of game and of skins, or of rare karosses, that is, fur rugs, which he ordered to be delivered to her personally. Tokens, all of them, that she could not misunderstand. Her father, however, misunderstood them persistently, although her mother saw something of the truth, and did her best to shield her from attentions which she knew to be unwelcome. Mr. Dove believed that it was his company which Ishmael sought. Indeed, in this matter the man was very clever, contriving to give the clergyman the impression that he required spiritual instruction and comfort, which of course he found forthcoming in an abundant supply. When Mrs. Dove remonstrated, saying that she misdoubted her of him and his character, her husband answered obstinately that it was his duty to turn a sinner from his way, and declined to pursue the conversation. So Ishmael continued to come. For her part, Rachel did her best to avoid him, instructing Noah to keep a constant lookout, both with her eyes and through the Kaffirs, and to warn her of his advent. Then she would slip away into the bush or down to the seashore, and remain there till he was gone, or if he came when she could not do so, in the evening, for instance, would keep Noah at her side, and on the first opportunity retire to her own room. Now the result of this method of self-protection was to cause Ishmael to hate Noah as bitterly as she hated him. He guessed that the girl knew the dreadful truth about him, that it was he and no other who had counseled Dingaan to kill her father and all his family and take her by force into his house, and although she said nothing of it, he suspected that she had told everything to Rachel. Moreover, it was she who always thwarted him, who prevented him time upon time from having a single word alone with her mistress. Therefore he determined to be revenged upon Noah whenever an opportunity occurred. But as yet he could find none, since if he were to tell the Zulus that she still lived, and cause her to be killed or taken away, he was sure that it would mean a final breach with the Dove family, all of whom had learned to love this beautiful orphan maid. So he nursed his rage in secret. Meanwhile his passion increased daily, burning ever more fiercely for its continued repression, until at length the chance for which he had waited so long came to him. Having become aware of Rachel's habit of slipping away whenever he appeared, he showed himself on horseback at a little distance, then waited a while, and, instead of going up to the mission station, rode round it and hid in some bush whence he could command a view of the surrounding country. Presently he saw Rachel, who was alone, for she had not waited to call Noah, hurrying towards the seashore, along the edge of that kloof down which ran the stream where the crocodiles lived. Presently, when she had gone too far to return to the house if she caught sight of him, he followed after her, and, leaving his horse, at last came up with her seated on a rock by the pool in which she had bathed on the morning of the massacre. Walking softly in his veldt schoons, or shoes made of raw hide, on the sand, Rachel knew nothing of his coming, until his shadow fell upon her. Then she sprang up and saw him, smiling and bowing, the ostrich plume hat in his hand. Her first impulse was to run away, but, recovering herself, she nodded in a friendly fashion, and bade him good day, adding, "What are you doing here, Mr. Ishmael? Hunting?" "Yes," he answered, "that's it. Hunting you. It has been a long chase, but I have caught you at last." "Really, I am not a wild creature, Mr. Ishmael," she said indignantly. "No," he answered, "you are more beautiful and more dangerous than any wild creature." Rachel looked at him. Then she made as though she would pass him, saying that she was going home. Now Ishmael stood between two rocks, filling the only egress from this place. He stretched out his arms so that his fingers touched the rocks on either side, and said, "You can't. You must listen to me first. I came here to say what I have wanted to tell you for a long time. I love you, and I ask you to marry me." "Indeed," she replied, setting her face. "How can that be? I understood that you were already married, several times over." "Who told you that?" he asked angrily. "I know. That accursed little witch, Noya." "Don't speak any ill of Noya, please. She is my friend." "Then you have a liar for your friend. Those women are only my servants." "It doesn't matter to me what they are, Mr. Ishmael. I have no wish to know your private affairs. Shall we stop this talk, which is not pleasant?" "No," he answered. "I tell you that I love you, and I mean to marry you, with your will or without it. Let it be with your will, Rachel," he added pleadingly, "for I will make you a good husband. Also I am well born, much better than you think, and I am rich, rich enough to take you out of this country, if you like. I have thousands of cattle, and a great deal of money put by, good English gold that I have got from the sale of ivory. You shall come with me from among all these savage people back to England, and live as you like." "Thank you, but I prefer the savages, as you seem to have done until now. No, do not try to touch me. You know that I can defend myself if I choose," and she glanced at the pistol which she always carried in that wild land. "I am not afraid of you, Mr. Ishmael. It is you who are afraid of me." "Perhaps I am," he exclaimed, "because those Zulus are right. You are Tagati, an enchantress, not like other women, white or black. If it were not so, would you have driven me mad as you have done? I tell you, I can't sleep for thinking of you. Oh, Rachel, Rachel, don't be angry with me. Have pity on me. Give me some hope. I know that my life has been rough in the past, but I will become good again for your sake and live like a Christian. But if you refuse me, if you send me back to hell, then you shall learn what I can be. I know what you are, Mr. Ishmael, and that is quite enough. I do not wish to be unkind, or to say anything that will pain you, but please go away, and never try to speak to me again like this, as it is quite useless. You must understand that I will never marry you, never." "Are you in love with somebody else?" he asked hoarsely. And at the question, do what she would to prevent it, Rachel colored a little. "How can I be in love here, unless it were with a dream?" A dream of a man, you mean. Well, don't let him cross my path, or it will soon be the dream of a ghost. I tell you I'd kill him. If I can't have you, no one else shall. Do you understand?" "I understand that I am tired of this. Let me go home, please." "Home? Soon you will have no home to go to, except mine. That is, if you don't change your mind about me. I have power here. Don't you understand? I have power." As he spoke these words, the man looked so evil that Rachel shivered a little, but she answered boldly enough. "I understand that you have no power at all against me. No one has. It is I who have the power. Yes, because, as I said, you are Tagati, but there are others." As these words passed his lips, someone slipped by him. Starting back, he saw that it was Noya, draped in her usual white robe, for nothing would induce her to wear European clothes. Passing him as though she saw him not, she went to Rachel and said, "Nkosazana, I was at my work in the house yonder, and I thought that I heard you calling me down here by the seashore. So I came. Is it your pleasure that I should accompany you home? For instance," he went on furiously, "there is that black slut whom you are fond of. Well, if I can't hurt you, I can hurt her. Daughter of Siapi, you know how runaways die in Zululand, or if you don't, you shall soon learn. I will pay you back for all your tricks." And he stopped, choking with rage. Noya looked him up and down with her soft, dreamy brown eyes. "Do you think so, night prowler?" she asked. "Do you think that what you did to the father and his house, you will do to the daughter also? Well, it is strange, But last night, just before the cock crew, I sat by Siapi's grave, and he spoke to me of you, white man. Listen now, and I will tell you what he said." And stepping forward, she whispered in his ear. Rachel, watching, saw the man's swarthy face turn pale as he hearkened. Then he lifted his hand as though to strike her, let it fall again, and muttering curses in English and in Zulu, turned and walked, or rather staggered, away. "What did you tell him, Noya?" asked Rachel. "Never mind, Zula," she answered. "Perhaps the truth, perhaps what came into my mind. At any rate, I frightened him away. He was making love to you, was he not? The low Silwana, wild beast. Ah, I thought so, for that he has wished to do for long. And he threatened, did he not? Well, you are right, he cannot hurt you at all, and me only a little, I think. But he is very dangerous and very strong, and can hurt others. If your father is wise, he will leave this place, Zula." "I think so too," answered Rachel. "Let us go home and tell him so." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 8. Mr. Dove visits Ishmael. When Rachel and Noya reached the house, which they did not do for some time, as they waited to make sure that Ishmael had really gone, it was to see the man himself riding away from its gate. "Be prepared," said Noya. "I think that he has been here before us to pour poison into your father's ears." So it proved to be, indeed, for on the stoop or veranda they found Mr. Dove walking up and down, evidently much disturbed in mind. "What is all this trouble, Rachel?" he asked. "What have you done to Mr. Smith?" For Mr. Dove, in pursuance of the suggestion made by the man, had adopted that name for him which he considered less peculiar than Ishmael. "He has been here much upset, declaring that you have used him cruelly, and that Nona threatened him with terrible things in the future, of which, of course, she can know nothing." "Well, father, if you wish to hear," answered Rachel, "Mr. Ishmael, or Mr. Smith as you call him, has been asking me to marry him, and when I refused, as of course I did, behaved very unpleasantly. Indeed, Rachel, I gathered from him that something of the sort had happened, only his story is that it was you who behaved unpleasantly, speaking to him as though he were dirt. Now, Rachel, of course, I do not want you to marry this person. In fact, I should dislike it, although I've seen a great change for the better in him lately. I mean spiritually, of course, and an earnest repentance for the errors of his past life. All I mean is that the proffered affection of an honest man should not be met with scorn and sharp words." Up to this point, Rachel endured the lecture in silence, but now she could bear no more. "Honest man!" she exclaimed. "Father, are you deaf and blind, or only so good yourself that you cannot see evil in others? Do you know that it was this honest man who brought about the murder of all Noya's people, in order that he might curry favor with the Zulus?" Mr. Dove started, and turning asked, "Is that so, Nona?" "It is so, teacher," answered Noya, "although I've never spoken of it to you. Afterwards I will tell you the story if you wish." "And do you know," went on Rachel, "why he will never let you visit his kraal among the hills yonder? Well, I will tell you. It is because this honest man, who wishes me to marry him, keeps his Kaffir wives and children there." "Rachel," replied her father in much distress, "I will never believe it. You are only repeating native scandal. Why, he has often spoken to me with horror of such things." "I dare say he has, father. Well, now, I ask you to judge for yourself. Take a guide and start 2 hours before daybreak tomorrow morning to visit that kraal and see if what I say is not true." "I will indeed," exclaimed Mr. Dove, who was now thoroughly aroused, for it was conduct of this sort that had caused his bitter quarrel with the first settlers in Natal. "I cannot believe the story, Rachel. I really cannot. But I promise you that if I should find cause to do so, the man shall never put foot in my house again." "Then I think that I am rid of him," said Rachel with a sigh of relief. "Only be careful, dear, that he does not do you a mischief, for such men do not like to be found out." Then she left the stoop and went to tell her mother all that had happened. When she had heard the story, Mrs. Dove, who detested Ishmael as much as her daughter did, tried to persuade her husband not to visit his kraal, saying that it would only breed a feud, and that under the circumstances it would be easy to forbid him the house upon other grounds. But Mr. Dove, obstinate as usual, refused to listen to her, saying that he would not judge the man without evidence, and that of the natives could not be relied on. Also, if the tale were true, it was his duty as his spiritual adviser to remonstrate with him. So his poor wife gave up arguing, as she always did, and long before dawn on the following morning, Mr. Dove, accompanied by 2 guides, departed upon his errand. After he had ridden some 12 miles across the plain which lay behind Ramah, just at daybreak, he reached a pass or neck between 2 swelling hills, beyond which the guides said lay the kraal that was called Mafudi. Presently he saw it, a place situated in a cup-like valley, chosen evidently because the approaches to it were easy to defend. On a knoll, in the center of this rich valley, stood the kraal, a small native town surrounded by walls and stone enclosures full of cattle. As they approached the kraal, from its main entrance issued 4 or 5 good-looking native women, one of them accompanied by a boy, and all carrying hoes in their hands, for they were going out at sunrise to work in the mealie fields. When they saw Mr. Dove, they stood still, staring at him, till he called to them not to be afraid, and riding up asked them who they were. "We are of the number of the wives of Ibubesi, the lion," answered their spokeswoman, who held the little boy by the hand. "Do you mean the Mlungu? That is, the white man, Ishmael?" he asked again. "Whom else should we mean?" she answered. "I am his head wife, now that he has put away old Mommy, and this is his son. If the light were stronger, you would see that he is almost white," she added, with pride. Mr. Dove knew not what to answer. This intelligence overwhelmed him, and he sat silent on his horse. The wives of Ishmael prepared to pass on to the mealie fields, then stopped, and began to whisper together. At length the mother of the boy turned and addressed him, while the others crowded behind her to listen. "We desire to ask you a question, teacher," she said, somewhat shyly, for evidently they knew well enough who he was. "Is it true that we are to have a new sister?" "A new sister? What do you mean?" asked Mr. Dove. "We mean, teacher," she replied, smiling, "that we have heard that Ibubesi is courting the beautiful Zulu, the daughter of your head wife, and we thought that perhaps you had come to arrange about the cattle that he must pay for her. Doubtless, if she is so fair, it will be a whole herd." This was too much, even for Mr. Dove. "How dare you talk so, you heathen hussies?" he gasped. "Where is the white man?" "Teacher," she replied with indignation, drawing herself up, "why do you call us bad names? We are respectable women, the wives of one husband, as respectable as your own, although not so numerous, or so we hear from Ibubesi. If you desire to see him, he is in the big hut yonder, with our youngest sister, she whom he married last month. We wish you good day, as we go to hoe our Lord's fields, and we hope that when she comes, the Nkosazana, your daughter, will not be as rude as you are, for if so, how shall we love her as we wish to do?" Then, wrapping her blanket round her, with a dignified air, the offended lady stalked off, followed by her various sisters. As for Mr. Dove, who for once in his life was in a towering rage, he cut his horse viciously with the jambok, or hippopotamus hide whip, which he carried, and, followed by his guides, galloped forward to a big hut in the center of the kraal. Apparently Ishmael heard the sound of his horse's hoofs, for as the missionary was dismounting, he crawled out of the bee-hole of the hut upon his hands and knees, as a Kaffir does, followed by a young woman, in the lightest of attire, who was yawning as though she had just been aroused from sleep. What is more, except for the color of his skin, he was a Kaffir, and nothing else, for his costume consisted of a skin mucha such as the natives wear, and a fur kaross thrown over his shoulders. Straightening himself, Ishmael saw for the first time who was his visitor. His jaw dropped, and he uttered an ejaculation that need not be recorded, then stood silent. Mr. Dove was silent also, for his wrath would not allow him to speak. "How do you do, sir?" Ishmael jerked out at last. "You are an early visitor, and find me somewhat unprepared. If I had known that you were coming, I would—" Then suddenly he remembered his attire, or the lack of it, also his companion, who was leaning on his shoulder, and peeping at the white man over it. Drawing the kaross tightly about him, he gave the poor girl a backward kick, and with a Kaffir oath bade her begone, then went on hurriedly. "I am afraid my dress is not quite what you are accustomed to, but among these poor heathens I find it necessary to conform more or less to their ways in order to gain their confidence and, affection. Will you come into the hut? My servant there will get you some taiwala, Kaffir beer. I mean some harnassi, curdled milk, at once, and I will have a calf killed for breakfast." Mr. Dove could bear it no longer. "Ishmael, or Smith, or Ibu Bessie, whichever name you may prefer," he broke out, "do not lie to me about your servant, for now I know all the truth which I refused to believe when my daughter and Nona told it me. You are a black-hearted villain. But yesterday you dared to come and ask Rachel to marry you, and now I find that you are living, oh, I cannot say it. It makes me ashamed of my race. Listen to me, sir. If ever you dare to set foot in Rama again, or to speak to my wife and daughter, the Kaffirs shall whip you off the place. Indeed," he added, shaking his jambok in Ishmael's face, "although I am an older man than you are, were it not for my office, I would give you the thrashing you deserve." At first Ishmael had shrunk beneath this torrent of invective, but the threat of violence roused his fierce nature. His face grew evil, and his long black hair and beard bristled with wrath. "You had best get out of this, you prayer-snuffling old humbug," he said savagely, "for if you stop much longer, I will make you sing another tune. We have sea-cow whips here too, and you shall learn what a hiding means, such a hiding that your own family won't know you, if you live to get back to them. Look here, I offered to marry your daughter on the square, and I meant what I said. I'd have got rid of all this black baggage, and she should have been the only one. Well, I'll marry her yet, only now she'll just take her place with the others. We are all one flesh and blood, black and white, ain't we? I have often heard you preach it. So what will she have to complain of?" he sneered. "She can go and hoe mealies like the rest." As this brutal talk fell upon his ears, Mr. Dove's reason departed from him entirely. After all, he was an English gentleman first, and a clergyman afterwards. Also, he loved his daughter, and to hear her spoken of like this was intolerable to him, as it would have been to any father. Lifting the sjambok, he cut Ishmael across the mouth so sharply that the blood came from his lips. Then, suddenly remembering that this deed would probably mean his death, stood still awaiting the issue. As it chanced it did not, for the man, like most brutes and bullies, was a coward, as Rachel had already found out. Obeying his first impulse, he sprang at the clergyman with an oath. Then, seeing that his two guides, who carried assegais, had ranged themselves beside him, checked himself, for he feared lest those spears should pierce his heart. "You are in my house," he said, wiping the blood from his beard, "and an old man, so I can't kill you, as I would anyone else. But you have made me your enemy now, you fool, and others can. I have protected you so far for your daughter's sake, but I won't do it any longer. You think of that when your time comes." "My time, like yours, will come when God wills," answered Mr. Dove unflinchingly, "not when you or anyone else wills. I do not fear you in the least. Still, I am sorry that I struck you. It was a sin of which I repent, as I pray that you may repent." Then he mounted his horse and rode away from the kraal Mafuti. When Mr. Dove reached Ramah, he only said to Rachel that what she had heard was quite true, and that he had forbidden Ishmael the house. Of course, however, Noya soon learnt the whole story from the Kaffir guides, and repeated it to her mistress. To his wife, on the other hand, he told everything, with the result that she was very much disturbed. She pointed out to him that this white outcast was a most dangerous man, who would certainly be revenged upon them in one way or another. Again she implored him, as she had often done before, to leave these savage countries, wherein he had labored for all the best years of his life, saying that it was not right that he should expose their daughter to the risks of them. "But," answered her husband, "you have often told me that you were sure no harm would come to Rachel, and I think that too." "Yes, dear, I am sure. Still, for many reasons, it does not seem right to keep her here." She did not add, poor unselfish woman, that there was another who should be considered as well as Rachel. "How can I go away," he went on excitedly, "just when all the seed that I have sown is ripening to harvest? If I did so, my work would be utterly lost, and my people relapse into barbarism again. I am not afraid of this man, or of anything that he can do to my body, but if I ran away from him, it would be injuring my soul, and what account should I give of my cowardice when my time comes? Do you go, my love, and take Rachel with you, if you wish, leaving me to finish my work alone." But now, as before, Mrs. Dove would not go, and Rachel, when she was asked, shrugged her shoulders and answered, laughing, that she was not afraid of anybody or anything, and except for her mother's sake, did not care whether she went or stayed. Certainly she would not leave her, nor, she added, did she wish to say good-bye to Africa. When she was asked why, she replied vaguely that she had grown up there, and it was her home, but her mother, watching her, knew well enough that she had another reason, although no word of it ever passed her lips. In Africa she had met Richard Darien as a child, and in Africa, and nowhere else, she believed she would meet him again as a woman. The weeks and months went by, bringing to the Ramah household no sight or tidings of the white man Ishmael. They heard through the Kaffirs, indeed, that although he still kept his kraal at Mafuti, he himself had gone away on some trading journey far to the north and did not expect to return for a year, news at which everyone rejoiced except Noya, who shook her wise little head and said nothing. So all fear of the man gradually died away, and things were very peaceful and prosperous at Ramah. In fact, this quiet proved to be but the lull before the storm. One day, about 8 months after Mr. Dove had visited the kraal Mafuti, another embassy came to Rachel from the Zulu king Dingaan, bringing with it a present of more white cattle. She received them as she had done before, at night and alone, for they refused to speak to her in the presence of other people. In substance, their petition was the same that it had been before, namely that she would visit Zululand, as the king and his indunas desired her counsel upon an important matter. When asked what this matter was, they either were or pretended to be ignorant, saying that it had not been confided to them. Thereon she said that if Dingaan chose to submit this question to her by messenger, she would give him her opinion on it, but that she could not come to his kraal. They asked why, seeing that the whole nation would guard her, and no hair of her head be harmed. Because I am a child in the house of my people, and they will not allow me to leave, even for a day, she answered, thinking that this reply would appeal to a race who believe absolutely in obedience to parents and every established authority. Is it so? Remarked the old Induna, who spoke as Dingaan's mouth. Not Mopo, but another. Now, how can the Nkosazana Izula, before whom a whole nation will bow, be in bonds to a white Umfundusi, a mere sky doctor? Shall the wide heavens obey a cloud? If they are bred of that cloud, retorted Rachel. The heavens breed the cloud, not the cloud the heavens, answered the Induna aptly. Now it occurred to Rachel that this thing was going further than it should. To be set up as a kind of guardian spirit to the Zulus had seemed a very good joke, and naturally appealed to the love of power, which is common to women. But when it involved, at any rate in the eyes of that people, dominion over her own parents, the joke was, she felt, becoming serious. So she determined suddenly to bring it to an end. "What mean you, messenger of the king?" she asked. "I am but the child of my parents, and the parents are greater than the child, and must be obeyed of her." "Nkosazana," answered the old man, with a deprecatory smile, "if it pleases you to tell us such tales, our ears must listen, as, if it pleased you to order us to be killed, we must be killed. But learn that we know the truth. We know how, as a child, you came down from above in the lightning, and how these white people, with whom you dwell, found you lying in the mist on the mountain top, and took you to their home in place of a babe whom they had buried." "Who told you that story?" asked Rachel, amazed. "It was revealed to the council of the doctor's lady." "Then that was revealed which is not true. I was born as other women are, and my name, of Lady of the Heavens, came to me by chance, as by chance I resembled the spirit of your people." "We hear you," answered the mouth politely. "You were born as other women are, by chance you had your high name, by chance you are tall and fair and golden-haired, like the spirit of our people. We hear you." Then Rachel gave it up. "Bear my words to the king," she said, and they rose, saluted her with a bayete, that royal salute, which never before had been given to a woman, and departed. When they had gone, Rachel went into supper, and told her parents all the story. Mr. Dove, now that she seemed to take a serious view of the matter, affected to treat it as absurd, although when she had laughed, his attitude, it may be remembered, was different. He talked to the silly Zulu superstitions, showed how they had twisted up the story of the death of her baby brother, and her escape from the flood in the Umtavuna River, into that which they had narrated to her. He even suggested that the whole thing was nonsense, part of some political move to enable the king, or a party in the state, to declare that they had with them the word of their traditional spirit and oracle. Mrs. Dove, however, who that night was strangely depressed and uneasy, thought far otherwise. She pointed out that they were playing with vast and cruel forces, and that whatever these people exactly believed about Rachel, it was a dreadful thing for a girl to be put in a position in which the lives of hundreds might hang upon her nod. Yes, and, she added hysterically, perhaps our own lives also. To change the conversation, which was growing painful, Rachel asked if anyone had seen Noya. Her father answered that 2 hours ago, just before the embassy arrived, he had met her going down to the banks of the stream, as he supposed, to gather flowers for the table. Then he began to talk about the girl, saying what a sweet creature she was, and how strange it seemed to him that although she appeared to accept all the doctrines of the Christian faith, as yet she had never consented to be baptized. It was while he was speaking thus that Rachel suddenly observed her mother fall forward, so that her body rested on the table, as though a kind of fit had seized her. Rachel sprang towards her, but before she reached her, she appeared to have quite recovered, only her face looked very white. "What on earth is the matter, mother?" "Oh, don't ask me," she answered. "A terrible thing, a sort of fancy, that came to me from talking about those Zulus. I thought I saw this place all red with blood, and tongues of fire licking it up. It went as quickly as it came, and of course I know that it is nonsense." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 9. The Taking of Noya. Presently, Mrs. Dove, who seemed to have quite recovered from her curious seizure, went to bed. "I don't like it, father," said Rachel, when the door had closed behind her. "Of course, it is contrary to experience, and all that, but I believe that mother is foresighted." "Nonsense, dear, nonsense," said her father. "It is her Scotch superstition, that is all. We have been married for 25 years now, and I've heard this sort of thing again and again, but although we have lived in wild places where anything might happen to us, nothing out of the way ever has happened. In fact, we have always been most mercifully preserved." "That's true, father. Still, I am not sure. Perhaps because I am rather that way myself sometimes. Thus I know that she is right about me. No harm will happen to me, at least no permanent harm. I feel that I shall live out my life as I feel something else." "What else, Rachel?" "Do you remember the lad, Richard Darien?" she asked, coloring a little. "What, the boy who was with you that night on the island? Yes, I remember him, although I have not thought of him for years." "Well, I feel that I shall see him again." Mr. Dove laughed. "Is that all?" he said. "If he is still alive, and in Africa, it wouldn't be very wonderful if you did, would it? And at any rate, of course, you will one day, when we all cease to be alive. Really," he added with irritation, "there are enough bothers in life without rubbish of this kind, which comes from living among savages and absorbing their ideas. I am beginning to think that I shall have to give way and leave Africa, though it will break my heart just when, after all the striving, my efforts are being crowned with success. I have always told you, father, that I don't want to leave Africa. Still, there is mother to be considered. Her health is not what it was." "Well," he said impatiently, "I will talk to her and weigh the thing. Perhaps I shall receive guidance, though for my part I cannot see what it matters. We've got to die sometime, and if necessary, I prefer that it should be while doing my duty. Take no thought for the morrow. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, has always been my motto, who am content with what it pleases Providence to send me." Then Rachel, seeing no use in continuing the conversation, bade him good night, and went to look for Noya, only to discover that she was not in the house. This disturbed her very much, although it occurred to her that she might possibly be with friends in the village, hiding till she was sure the Zulu embassy had gone. So she went to bed without troubling her father. At daybreak next morning she rose, not having slept very well, and went out to look for the girl, without success, for no one had heard or seen anything of her. As she was returning to the house, however, she met a solitary Zulu, a dignified middle-aged man, whom she thought she recognized as one of the embassy, although of this she could not be sure, as she had only seen these people in the moonlight. The man, who was quite unarmed, except for a carry, which he carried, crouched down on catching sight of her, in token of respect. As she approached he rose, and gave her the royal salute. Then she was sure. "Speak," she said. "Nkosazana," he answered humbly, "be not angry with me. I am Tambusa, one of the king's indunas. You saw me with the others last night." "I saw you." "Nkosazana, there has been dwelling with you one Noya, the daughter of Sayapi the wizard, who, with all his house, was slain at this place by order of the king. She also should have been slain, but we have learned that you called down lightning from heaven, and that with it you slew the soldier who had run her down, slew him and burned him up, as you had the right to do, and took the girl to be your slave, as you had the right to do." "Speak on," said Rachel, showing none of the surprise which she felt. "Nkosazana, we know that you have come to love this girl. Therefore, yesterday, before we spoke with you, we seized her, as we were commanded, and hid her away, awaiting your answer to our message. Had you consented to visit the king at his great place, we would have let her go. But as you did not consent, my companions have taken her to the king." "An ill deed. What more, Tambusa?" "This, the king says by my mouth. Let the Nkosazana come, and command, and her servant Noya shall go free and unharmed, for is she not a dog in her hut? But if she comes not, and at once, then the girl dies." "How know I that this tale is true, Tambusa?" asked Rachel, controlling herself with an effort, for she loved Noya dearly. The man turned towards some bushes that grew at a distance of about 20 paces, and cried, "Come hither." Thereon, from among the bushes where she lay hidden, rose a little maid of about 14, whom Rachel knew well as a girl that Noya often took with her to carry baskets and other things. "Tell now the tale of the taking of Noya, and deliver the message that she gave to you," commanded Tambusa. Thereon the trembling child began, and after the native fashion, suppressing no detail or circumstance, however small, narrated how the Zulus had surprised her and Noya while they were gathering flowers, and having bound their arms, had caused them to be hurried away, unseen, to some dense bush about 4 miles off. Here they had been kept hidden till in the night the embassy returned. Then they had spoken with Noya, who in the end called her and gave her a message. This was the message: "Say to the Nkosazana that the Zulus have caught me and are taking me to Dingaan the king. Say that they declare that if she is pleased to come and say the word, I shall be set free unharmed. That is, if she comes at once, but if she does not come, then I shall be killed. Say to her that I do not ask that she should come, who am ready to die, and that though I believe no harm will happen to her in Zululand, I think that she had better not come. Say that, living or dead, I love her." Then the maid described how the embassy went on with Noya, leaving her in the charge of the man Tambusa, who at the first break of dawn brought her back to Ramah and made her hide in the bush. Now Rachel had no more doubts. Clearly the tale was true, and the question was, what must be done? She thought a while, then bade Tambusa and the child to follow her to the mission house. On the stoop she found her father and mother sitting in the sun and drinking coffee, after the South African fashion. "What is it?" asked Mr. Dove, looking at the man anxiously. Rachel ordered him to repeat his story, and this he did, addressing Rachel alone, for of her father and mother he would take no notice. When he had done, the child told her tale also. "Go now and wait without," said Rachel, when it was finished. "Nkosazana, I go," answered the man, "but if it pleases you to save your servant, I know that you must come swiftly. If you are not across the Tugela by sunset this night, word will be passed to the king, and she dies at once. Know also that you must come alone with me, for if any, white or black, accompany you, they will be killed." "Now," said Rachel, when the three of them were left alone, "now, what is to be done?" Mrs. Dove shook her head hopelessly, and looked at her husband, who broke into a tirade against the Zulus, their superstitions, cruelties, customs, and everything that was theirs, and ended by declaring that it was, of course, utterly impossible that Rachel should go upon such a mad errand and thus place herself in the power of savages. "But, father," she said, when he had done, "do you understand that you are pronouncing Noya's death sentence? If you were in my place, would you not go?" "Of course I would. In fact, I propose to do so, as it is. No doubt Dingaan will listen to me." "You mean that Dingaan will kill you. Did you not hear what that man Tambusa said? Father, you must not go." "No, John," broke in Mrs. Dove. "Rachel is right. You must not go, for you would never come back again. Also, how can you be so cruel as to think of leaving me here alone?" "Then I suppose that we must abandon that poor girl to her fate," exclaimed Mr. Dove. "How can you suppose anything so merciless, father, when it is in my power to save her?" asked Rachel. "If I let those horrible Zulus kill her, I shall never be happy again all my life." "And what if the horrible Zulus kill you?" "They will not kill me, father. Mother knows they will not, and so do I. But as they have got this madness into their heads, I am sure that if I do not go, they will send an impi here to kill everybody else, and take me prisoner. The kidnapping of Noya is only a first move. It is one of two things. Either I must visit Zululand, save Noya, and play my part there as best I can, or we must desert Noya and all leave this place at once, tomorrow if possible. But then, as I told you, I shall never forgive myself, especially as I am not in the least afraid of the Zulus." "It is true that God can protect you as much in Zululand as he can here," replied Mr. Dove, beginning to weaken in the face of this desperate alternative. "Of course, father. But if I go to Zululand, I want you and mother to trek to Durban and remain there till I return." "Why, Rachel? It is absurd." "Because I do not think that you are safe here. And it is not at all absurd," she answered stubbornly. "These people choose to believe that I am in some way in bondage to you. You remember all their talk about the heavens and the cloud. Of course it may mean nothing, but you will be much better in Durban for a while, where you can take to the water, if necessary." Now Mr. Dove's obstinacy asserted itself. He refused to entertain any such idea, giving reason after reason why he should not do so. Thus for another half hour the argument raged, till at length the compromise was arrived at, as usual in such cases, not of too satisfactory an order. Rachel was to be allowed to undertake her mission on behalf of Noah, and her parents were to remain at Ramah. On her return, which they hoped would be within a week or 8 days, the question of the abandonment of the mission was to be settled by the help of the experience she had gained. To this arrangement then they agreed, reluctantly enough, all of them, in order to save Noah's life, and for no other reason. The momentous decision once taken, in half an hour Rachel was ready for her journey, which she determined she would make upon her own horse, a gray mare that she had ridden for a long while, and could rely on in every way. The white riding ox that Dingaan had sent as a present was also to accompany her, to carry her spare garments and other articles packed in skin bags, such as coffee, sugar, and a few medicines, and to serve as a remount in case anything should happen to the horse. When it was laden, Rachel sent for the Zulu, Tambusa, and, pointing to the ox, said, "I come to visit Dingaan the king, and to claim my servant. Lead the beast on. I will overtake you presently." The man saluted, and began to bonga, that is, to give her titles of praise, but she cut him short with a wave of her hand, and he departed, leading the ox. Now, while Mr. Dove saw to the saddling of the horses, for he was to ride with her as far as the Tegela, Rachel went to bid farewell to her mother. She found her by herself in the sitting-room, seated at an open window, and looking out sadly towards the sea. "I am quite ready, dear," she said in a cheerful voice. "Don't look so sad. I shall be back again in a week with Noah." "Yes," answered Mrs. Dove, "I think that you and Noah will come back safely, but—" and she paused. "But what, mother?" "Oh, I don't know. I am very much oppressed. My heart is heavy in me. I hate parting with you, Rachel. Remember, we have never been separated since you were born." Her daughter looked at her and was filled with grief and compunction. "Mother," she said, "if you feel like that, well, I love Noah, but after all, you are more to me than Noah, and if you wish, I will give up this business and stop with you. It is very terrible, but it can't be helped. Noah will understand, poor thing," and her eyes filled with tears at the thought of the girl's dreadful fate. "No, Rachel. Somehow, I think it best that you should go, not only for Noah's sake, but for your own. If your father would leave here today or tomorrow, as you suggested, it might be otherwise, but he won't do that, so it is no use talking of it. Let us hope for the best. As you wish, mother. Now, dear, kiss me and go. I hear your father calling you. And, Rachel, if we should not meet again in this world, I know you won't forget me, or that there is another where we shall. I did not want to frighten you with my fancies, which come from my not being well. Good-bye, my love. Good-bye. God be with you, and make you happy, always, always." Then Rachel kissed her in silence, for she could not trust herself to speak, and turning, left the room, whence her mother watched her go, also in silence. In another minute she was mounted, and accompanied by her father, riding on the road along which Tambusa had led the white ox. Presently they overtook him, whereon he stopped, and looking at Mr. Dove said, "In Nkosazana, the king's orders are that none should accompany you into Zululand." "Be silent," answered Rachel proudly. "He rides with me as far as the river bank." Then they went on, and Rachel was relieved to find that whatever might have been her mother's mood, that of her father was fairly cheerful. Indeed, his mind was so occupied with the details and object of her journey that he quite forgot its dangers. 2 hours' steady riding brought them to the ford of the Tegela River, across which lay Zululand. On the hills beyond it, they could see a number of Kaffirs watching, who, on catching sight of Rachel, ran down to the river and entered it shouting and beating the water with their sticks, as she guessed, to scare away any crocodiles that might be lurking there. Now that the moment of separation had come, Mr. Dove grew loath to part with his daughter, and again suggested to Tambusa that he should accompany her to Dingaan's great place. "If you set a foot across that river, praying man," answered the Induna grimly, "you shall die. Look, there are the spears that will kill you." As he spoke, he pointed to the crest of the opposing hill, over which, running swiftly in ordered companies, now appeared a Zulu regiment, who carried large white shields and wore white plumes rising from their head-rings. "It is the escort of the Nkosazana," he added. "Do you think that she can take hurt among so many? And do you think, if you dare to disobey the words of Dingaan, that you can escape so many? Go back now, lest they should come over and kill you where you are." Then, seeing that both argument and resistance were useless, and that Tambusa would brook no delay, Mr. Dove hurriedly embraced his daughter in farewell. Indeed, Rachel was glad that there was no time for words, for this parting was more terrible to her than she cared to own, and she feared lest she should break down before the Zulu, who was watching her, and thereby be lowered in his eyes and in those of his people. It was over and done. She had entered the water, riding her grey mare, while Tambusa led the white ox at her side. Presently she looked back and saw her father kneeling in prayer upon the bank. "What does the man?" asked Tambusa uneasily. "Is he bewitching us?" "Nay," she answered, "he prays to the heavens for us." On they went between the two lines of natives, who ceased their beating of the water and were silent as she passed. The river was shallow, and they crossed it with ease. By now the regiment was gathered on its further bank, 2,000 men or more, brought hither to do honor to this white girl, in whom they chose to consider that the guardian spirit of their people was incarnate. Contemplating them, Rachel wondered how it came about that they should be thus prepared for her advent. The answer rose in her mind. If she had refused to visit Zululand, it was their mission to fetch her. It was wise, therefore, that she had come of her own will. Forward she rode, a striking figure in her long white cloak, down which her bright hair hung, sitting very proud and upright on her horse, without a sign of doubt or fear. As she approached, the captains of the regiment ran forward to meet her, with lifted shield and crouching bodies. "Hail!" cried their leader, "in the name of the great elephant, of Dingaan the king, hail to thee, princess of the heavens, holder of the spirit of Namkambuwana." Rachel rode on, taking no notice, marveling who Namkambuwana, whose spirit she was supposed to enshrine, might be. Afterwards she discovered that it was only another name for the Nkosazana Izula, that mysterious white ghost, believed by this people to control their destinies, with whom it had pleased them to identify her. As her horse left the wide river and set foot upon dry land, every man of the 2,000 soldiers who were watching, as it seemed to her, with wonder and awe, began to beat his ox-hide shield with the handle of his spear. They beat very softly at first, producing a sound like the distant murmur of the sea, then harder and harder, till its volume grew to a mighty roar, impossible to describe, a sound like the sound of thunder that echoed along the water and from hill to hill. The mighty noise sank and died away as it had begun, and for a moment there was silence. Then, at some signal, every spear flashed aloft in the sunlight, and from every throat came the royal salute, Bayete. It was a tremendous and most imposing welcome. so tremendous that Rachel could no longer doubt that this people regarded her as a being apart and above the other white folk whom they knew. At the time, however, she had little space for such thoughts, since the mare she rode, terrified by the tumult, bucked and shied so violently that she could scarcely keep her seat. She was a good rider, which was fortunate for her, since, had she been ignominiously thrown upon such an occasion, her prestige must have suffered, if indeed it were not destroyed. As it proved, it was greatly enhanced by this incident. Many of the Zulus of that day had never even seen a horse, which was considered by all of them to be a dangerous, if not a magical beast. That a woman could remain seated on such a wild animal when it sprang into the air and swerved from side to side struck them, therefore, as something marvelous and out of experience, a proof indeed that she was not as others are. She quieted the mare, and rode on between the white-shielded ranks, who, their greeting finished, remained absolutely still, like bronze statues, watching her with wondering eyes. When at length they were past, the captains and a guard of about 50 men ran ahead of her. Then she came, and after her Tambusa, leading the white ox, followed by another guard, which in turn was followed by the entire regiment. Thus, royally escorted, asking no questions, and speaking no word, did Rachel make her entry into Zululand. Only in her heart she wondered whither she was going, and how that strange journey would end, and wondered, too, how it would fare with her father and her mother till she returned to them. Well might she wonder. When she had ridden thus for about 2 hours, an incident occurred which showed her how great, and indeed how dreadful, was the eminence on which she had been set among these people. Suddenly some cattle, frightened by the approach of the impi, rushed through it towards their kraal, and a bull that was with them, seeing this unaccustomed apparition of a white woman mounted on a strange animal, put down its head and charged her furiously. She saw it coming, and by pulling the mare onto its haunches, avoided the rush. Now at the time she was riding on a path which ran along the edge of a little rock-strewn donga, not more than 8 or 10 feet deep, but steep-sided. Into this donga the bull, which had shut its eyes to charge after the fashion of its kind, plunged headlong, and as it chanced struck its horns against a stone, twisting and dislocating the neck, so that it lay there still and dead. When the Zulus saw what had happened, they uttered a long-drawn "ow" of amazement, for had not the beast dared to attack the white spirit, and had not the spirit rewarded it with instant death? Then a captain made a motion with his hand, and instantly men sprang upon the remaining cattle, 4 or 5 of them that were following the bull, and dispatched them with assegais. Before Rachel could interfere, they were pierced with 100 wounds. Now there was a little pause, while the carcasses of the beasts were dragged out of her path, and the bloodstains covered from her eyes with fresh earth. Just as this task was finished, there appeared, scrambling up the donga, and followed by some men, a fat and hideous-looking woman, with fish bladders in her hair, and snake-skins tied about her, who from her costume, Rachel knew at once, must be an Isanusi, or witch-doctress. Evidently she was in a fury, as might be seen by the workings of her face, and the extraordinary swiftness with which she moved, notwithstanding her years and bulk. "Who has dared to kill my cattle?" she screamed. "Is it thou whom men name Namkumbowana?" "Woman," answered Rachel quietly, "the heavens killed the bull which would have hurt me. For the rest, ask of the captains of the king." The witch doctress glanced at the dead bull, which lay in the donga, its head twisted up in an unnatural fashion at right angles to the body, and for a moment seemed afraid. Then her rage at the loss of her herd broke out afresh, for she was a person in authority, one accustomed to be feared because of her black arts and her office. When the Inkosazana is seen in Zululand," she gasped, "death walks with her. There is the token of it," and she pointed to the dead cattle. "So it has ever been, and so shall it ever be. Red is thy road through life, white one. Go back now to thine own kraal, and see whether or no my words are true." And springing at the horse, she seized it by the bridle, as though she would drag it round. Now in her hand Rachel held a little rod of white rhinoceros horn, which she used as a riding whip, and with this rod she pointed at the woman, meaning that some of those with her should cause her to loose the bridle. Too late she remembered that in this savage land such a motion, when made by the king or one in supreme command, had another dreadful interpretation: death without pity or reprieve. In an instant, before she could interfere, before she could speak, the witch doctress lay dead upon the carcass of the dead bull. "What of the others, Queen? What of the others?" asked the chief of the slayers, bending low before her, and pointing with his spear to the attendants of the witch doctress, who fled aghast. "Do they join this evildoer, who dared to lift her hand against thee?" "Nay," she answered in a low voice, for horror had made her almost dumb. "I give them life. Forward." "She gives them life," shouted the praisers about her. "The bearer of life and death gives life to the children of the evildoer." And as the great cavalcade marched forward, company after company took up these words and sang them as a song. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 10 The Omen of the Star. As it chanced, and can easily be understood, Rachel could not have made a more effective entry into Zululand, or one more calculated to confirm her supernatural reputation. When the wild beast she rode plunged about, she had remained seated on it, as though she grew there, whereas every warrior knew that he would have fallen off. When the bull charged her, that bull had died, slain by the heavens. When the Isanusi, a witch of repute, had lifted voice and hand against her, she had commanded her death, showing that she feared no rival magic. True, the woman would have been killed in any case, for such was the order of the king as to all who should dare to affront the Inkosazana. Yet the captains had waited to see what Rachel would do, that they might judge her accordingly. If she had shown fear, if she had even neglected to avenge, they might have marveled whether after all she were more than a beautiful white maiden, filled with the wisdom of the whites. Now they knew better. She was a spirit, having the power of a spirit, over beast and man, who smote as a spirit should. The fame of it went throughout the land, and little chance thenceforward had Rachel of escaping from the shadow of her own fearful renown. Towards sundown they came to a kraal set upon a hill, and it was asked of her if she were pleased to spend the night there. She bowed her head in assent, and they entered the kraal. It was quite empty, save for certain maidens dressed in bead petticoats, who waited there to serve her. All the other inhabitants had gone. They took her to a large and beautifully clean hut. Kneeling on their knees, the maidens presented her with food, meat and curdled milk, and roasted cobs of corn. She ate of the corn and the milk, but the meat she sent away as a gift to the captains. Then, alone in that kraal, in which after they had served her, even the girls seemed to fear to stay, Rachel slept as best she might in such solitude, while, without defense, 2,000 armed savages watched over her safety. It was a troubled sleep, for she dreamed always of that dreadful-looking Isanusi, with the fish bladders in her hair, yelling to her that her path through life was watered with blood, and bidding her go back to her own kraal, and see whether the words were true, an ominous saying, of which she could not read the riddle. She dreamed also of the woman's coarse, furious face, turned suddenly to one of abject terror, and then of the dreadful end, the red death without mercy and without appeal, which she had let loose by a motion of her hand. Another dream she had was of her father and her mother, who seemed to be lying side by side, staring towards her with wide-open eyes, and that when she spoke to them, they would not answer. So the long night wore away, till at length Rachel woke with a start, thinking that a hand had been laid upon her face, to see by the faint light of dawn which struggled into the hut through the cracks of the door-boards that the hand was only a great rat that had crawled over her and now nibbled at her hair. She sat up, frightening it and its companions away, then rose and washed herself with water that stood by in great gourds, while without she heard women singing some kind of song or hymn, of which she could not catch the words. Scarcely was she ready, than that they entered the hut, saluting her and bringing more food. Rachel ate, then bade one of them say to the captain of the impi that she was ready to start. Presently the girl returned with the message that all was prepared. She walked from the kraal to find her mare, which had been well fed and groomed by Tambusa, who had seen horses in Natal and knew how they should be treated, saddled and waiting, whilst before and behind it, arranged as on the previous day, stood the warriors who received her in dead, respectful silence. She mounted, and the procession went forward. With a 2 hours' halt at midday, they marched on over hill and dale, passing many villages of beehive-shaped huts. As they came, the inhabitants of these places deserted them and fled, crying, "Namkambuana, Namkambuana." It was evident to Rachel that the tale of the death of the Isanusi had preceded her, and they feared lest, should they cross her path, her fate would be their fate. Indeed, one of the strangest circumstances of this strange adventure was the complete loneliness in which she lived. Except those who were actually ordered to wait upon her, none dared come near to Rachel. She was holy, a spirit, to approach whom unbidden might mean death. At nightfall they reached another empty kraal, where again she slept alone. When they left in the morning, she called Tambusa to her, and asked him at what hour they would come to Dingaan's great town, Ngungunglovo, which means the place of the trumpeting of the elephant. He answered, at sunset. So she rode on all that day also, till, as the sun began to sink, from a hill whereon grew large euphorbia trees, on a plain backed by mountains, she saw the town surrounded by a fence, inside of which were thousands of huts, that in their turn surrounded a great open space. Now they pushed forward quickly, and as darkness fell, approached the main gate of the place, where, as usual, there was no one to be seen. But here they did not enter, marching on till they came to another gate, that of the Intunkulu, the king's house, where their escort done, the regiment turned and went away, leaving Rachel alone with the envoy Tambusa, who still led the white ox. They entered this gate, and presently came to a second. It was that of the Imposeni, the dwelling of the king's wives, out of which appeared women crawling on the ground before Rachel, and holding in their left hands torches of grass. These undid the baggage from the ox, and at their signals, for they did not seem to dare to speak to her, Rachel dismounted. Thereon Tambusa saluted her, and taking the horse by the bridle, led it away with the ox. Then Rachel felt that she was indeed alone, for Tambusa, at any rate, had seen her home, which now was so far away. Still, proudly enough, she followed the women, who, bent double as before, led her to a great hut, lit by a rude lamp filled with melted hippopotamus fat, where they set down her bags and departed, to return presently with food and water. Having washed off the dust of her long journey, and combed out her hair, Rachel ate all she could, for she was hungry, and guessed that she might need her strength that night. Then she lay down upon a pile of beautiful karosses that had been placed ready for her, and rested. An hour or more went by, and just as she was beginning to fall asleep, the door-board of the hut was thrust aside, and a tall woman entered, who knelt to her and said, "Hail, Inkosazana! The king asks whether it be thy pleasure to appear before him this night." "It is my pleasure," answered Rachel. "For that purpose have I traveled here. Lead me to the king." So the woman went out of the hut, Rachel following her to find that the moon shone brightly in a clear sky. The woman conducted her through tortuous reed fences until presently they came to an open court, where in the shadow of a hut sat a number of men wrapped about with fur karosses. Guessing that she was in the presence of Dingaan, Rachel drew her white cloak round her tall form and walked forward slowly, till she reached the center of the space, where she stopped and stood quite still, looking like a ghost in the moonlight. Then all the men to right and left rose and saluted her silently, by the uplifting of one arm. Only he who was in the midst of them remained seated and did not salute. Still she stayed motionless, offering no word for a long while, 6 or 7 minutes perhaps. Her silence fought against theirs, and she knew that the one who spoke first would own to inferiority. At length, in answering salutation, she lifted the little wand of white horn that she carried, and turned slowly as though to leave the place, so that now the moonlight glistened on her lovely hair. Then, fearing perhaps lest she should depart or vanish away, the man seated in the center said in a low, half-awed voice, "I am Dingaan, king of the Amazulu. Say, white one, who art thou?" "By what name am I known here, O Dingaan the king?" she replied, answering the question with a question. "By a high name, white one, a name that is seldom spoken, the name of Inkosazana Izula, the title of Namkambuana, the spirit of our people. How comest thou by that name?" "My name is my name," she said. "We know, white one, the wind has borne all that story through the land. It whispers it from the leaves of the forest and the reeds of the water and the grass of the plains. We know that the heavens gave thee their own name, O child of heaven, O holder of the spirit of Namkambuana." "Thou sayest it, king. I do not say it. Thou sayest it." "I say it, and heaven's seen thee. I know that it is true, for thy beauty, white one, is not the beauty of woman alone, although still thou beest woman. Now I confirm to thee the words my messengers bore thee in past days. Here with me thou rulest. The land is thine. My impis wait thy word. Death and life are in thy hands. Command, and they go forth to slay. Command, and they return again. Only thou rulest alone with me, and the black folk, not the white, shall be thy servants. I hear thee, king. Now, as a first fruit, give to me Noya, daughter of Siapi, my slave, whom the soldiers stole away from Rama, beyond the river where I dwell. She is dead, white one, she is dead for her crimes, answered Dingaan, looking at her. Now Rachel's heart sank in her, for it might well be that a trick had been played on her, and that this was true. Or perhaps this tale of Noya's death was but a trap to test her powers. Moreover, it was not likely that the king who had promised that she should live would dare to break his word to one whom he believed or half believed to be a spirit. For a moment she thought, and then, after her nature, determined to be bold and hazard all upon a throw. Therefore she did not argue or reproach, but said, "She is not dead. I have questioned every spear in Zululand, and none of them is red with her blood." "Thou art right," he answered. "The spears are clean. She died in the river." Now Rachel was sure, and answered in her clear voice, "I have questioned the waters, and I have questioned the crocodiles, and they answer that Noya has passed them safely." "Thou art right, white one. She died by a rope in yonder huts." Now Rachel looked at the huts and cried, "Noya, I hear thee, I see thee, I smell thee out. Come forth, Noya." The king and his counselors stared at her, whispering to one another, and before ever they had done their whisperings, out from among the gloom of the huts crept Noya. To Rachel she crept, taking no heed even of the king, and crouching down in the faint shadow of her that the moonlight threw, she flung her arms about her knees and pressed her forehead on her feet. Now Rachel's heart bounded with joy at the sight of her, and she longed to bend down and kiss her, but did not, lest her great dignity should be lessened in the eyes of the king. Only she said, "I greet you, Noya. Be seated in my shadow, where you are safe, and tell me, have these men dealt well by you?" "Not so ill, Nkosazana, that is, since I reached the great kraal. But one of them, he who sits yonder," and she pointed to a certain Induna, "struck me on the journey and took away my food." Now Rachel looked at the man angrily, playing with the little wand in her hand, whereon this Induna shivered with terror, fearing lest she should point it at him. Rising, he came to Rachel, and flung himself down before her. "What have you to say?" asked Rachel, "you who have dared to strike my servant?" "Nkosazana," he mumbled. "The maid was obstinate and tried to run away, and our orders were to bring her to the king. Spare my life, I pray thee." "King," said Rachel, "I have power over this man, have I not?" "It is so," answered Dingaan. "Kill him if thou wilt." Rachel seemed to consider, while the poor wretch, with chattering teeth, implored her to forgive. Then she turned to Noya, saying, "He struck you, not me. I give him to you to do by as you will. Shall he sleep tonight with the living or the dead?" Noya looked at him, and next at the mark on her arm, and the Induna, ceasing from his prayers to Rachel, clutched Noya by the ankle and begged her mercy. "Your life has been given to you," he said. "Give mine to me, lest ill fortune follow you." "Do you remember," asked Noya contemptuously, "how, when you had beaten me, yonder by the Tugela, you said you hoped that it would be your luck to put a spear through this heart of mine? And do you remember that I answered you that the spear would be over your own heart first, and that thereon you called me daughter of wizards, and struck me again, me, the child of Siapi, upon whom the mantle of the Nkosazana lies, me who have drunk of her wisdom and of his? You struck me, you dog!" And lifting her foot, she spurned him in the face. Now the king and his company, concluding that the thing was finished, glanced at Rachel to see her point with the rod, and thus give the man to death. But Rachel waited, sure that Noia had not done. Moreover, whatever Noia might say, she had determined to save him. Meanwhile, the girl, after a pause, said, "Were you a man, you would be too proud to ask your life of me. But you are a dog, and, dog, I remember that you have children, among them a daughter of my own age, whom I saw come out to greet you. For her sake, then, take your life, and with it this new name that I give you, soldier who strikes girls." So the man rose, and weak with shame and the agony of suspense, crept swiftly from the place, fearing lest the Inkosazana, or her servant, might change her mind and kill him after all. But Noia's name clung to him so closely that at length, unable to bear the ridicule of it, he and his family fled from Zululand. So this matter ended. Now the king spoke, saying, "White One, thy magic is great, and thine eyes could pierce the darkness and see thy servant hidden, and call her forth to thee. Yet no, she is mine, not thine. For when she fled, I had already chosen her to be my wife, and afterwards I sent and killed the wizard Sayapi and all his house. But this girl thou didst not kill, O king, for I saved her." "It is so, White One. I have heard lately how thou didst call down the lightning and burn up my soldier who followed after her, so that nothing of him remained." "Yes," said Rachel quietly, "as, were it to please me, I could burn thee up also, O king," a saying at which Dingaan looked afraid. "Yet," he went on, waving his hand, as though to put aside this unpleasant suggestion, "the maid is mine, not thine, and therefore I took her." "How didst thou learn that she dwelt at my kraal?" asked Rachel. The king hesitated. "The white man, Ishmael, he whom thou callest Ibubesi, told thee, did he not?" Dingaan bowed his head. "And he told thee that thou couldst make what promises thou wouldst to me as to the girl's life, but that afterwards, when thou hadst called me here to claim it, thou mightest kill her or keep her as a wife, as it pleased thee." "I can hide naught from thee, it is so," said Dingaan. "Is that still in thy mind, O king?" asked Rachel again, beginning to play with a little wand. "Not so, not so," he answered hurriedly. "Hadst thou not come, the girl would have died, as she deserved to do according to our law. But thou hast come and claimed her, O holder of the spirit of Nunkambuana, and she sits in thy shadow, and is clothed with thy garment. Take her then, for henceforth she is holy, as thou art holy." Rachel heard, and without any change of countenance waved her hand to show that this question was finished. Then she asked suddenly, "What is this great matter, whereof thou wouldst speak with me, O king?" "Surely thy wisdom has told thee, White One," he answered uneasily. "Perchance, yet I would have it from thy lips, and now." Now Dingaan consulted a little with his council. "White One," he said presently, "the thing is grave, and we need guidance. Therefore, as the circle of witch doctors have declared must be done, we ask it of thee, who art named with the name of the spirit of our people, and hast of her wisdom. Thou knowest, White One, of the fights in past years between the white people of Natal and the Zulus, in which many were slain on either side. But now, when we are at peace with the English, we hear of another white people, the Amabuna, that is, the Dutch Boers, who are marching towards us from the Cape, and have already fought with Mosilikatse, the traitor who was once my captain, and killed thousands of his men. These Amabuna threaten us also, and say aloud that they will eat us up, for they are brave, and armed with the white man's weapons, that spit out lightning. Now, White One, what shall we do? Shall I send out my impis and fall on them while they are unprepared, and make an end of them, as seems wisest, and is the wish of my Indunas? Or shall I sit at home and watch, trying to be at peace with them, and only strike back if they strike at me? Answer not lightly, O Zula, for much may hang upon thy words. Remember also that he whose name may not be spoken, the lion who ruled before me and is gone, with his last breath uttered a certain prophecy concerning the white people and this land. Let me hear that prophecy, O king. Come forth, said Dingaan, pointing to a counselor who sat in the circle. Come forth, thou who knowest, and tell the tale in the ears of this White One. A figure rose, a draped figure whose face was hidden in a hood of blanket. It came forward, and as it came it drew the blanket tighter about it. Rachel, watching all things, saw, or thought she saw, that one of its hands was white, as though it had been burned with fire. Surely she had seen such a hand before. Speak, she said. Name me by my name, and tell me who I am, and I will obey thee, answered the man. Then she was sure, for she remembered the voice. She looked at him indifferently, and asked, By what name shall I name you, O slayer of a king? Will you be called Mopo or Umbopa, who have borne them both? Now Dingaan stared, and the shrouded form before her started as though in surprise. Why do you seek to mock me? She went on. Can a blanket of bark hide that face of yours from these eyes of mine, which saw it a while ago at Ramah, when you came thither to judge of me, O mouth of the king? Now the man let the blanket slip from his head, and looked at her. It seems that it cannot, he answered. Then I told thee that I had dreamed of the spirit of our people, and that thou, White One, wast like to her of whom I had dreamed. Canst thou tell me what was the fashion of that dream of mine? Now Rachel understood that, notwithstanding his words at Ramah, this man still doubted her, and was set up to prove her, and all that Noah had told about him and the secret history of the Zulus came back into her mind. Surely, Mopo, or Umbopa, she replied, you dreamed 3 dreams, not one. Is it of the last you speak? That dream at the kraal Duguza, when the Nkosazana rode past you on a storm, clothed in lightning, and shaking in her hand a spear of fire? Yes, I speak of it, he replied in an odd voice. But if thou art but a woman, as thou hast said, how knowest thou these things? Perchance I am both woman and spirit, and perchance the past tells them to me, Rachel answered. But the past has many voices, and now that I dwell in the flesh, I cannot hear them all. Let me search you out. Let me read your heart. And she bent forward and fixed her eyes upon him, holding him with her eyes. Ah, now I see and I hear, she said presently. Had you not a sister, Mopo, a certain Baleka, whom afterwards entered the house of the Black One, and bore a son, and died in the Tatiana cleft? Shall I tell you how she died? Tell it not, exclaimed the old man quaveringly. So be it, there is no need. Yet ere she died, you made a promise to this Baleka, and that promise you kept at the kraal Duguza, you and the prince Umlangana, and another prince whose name I forget. And she looked at Dingaan, who put his hand before his face. You kept that promise with an assegai. Let me look into your heart. Yes, with a little assegai, handled with the royal red wood, an assegai that had drunk much blood. Now a low moan broke from the lips of Dingaan, and those who sat with them, while Umbopa shivered as though with cold. "Have mercy, I pray thee," he gasped. "Forgive me if at times since we met at Rama I thought thee but a white maiden, beautiful and bold, as thou didst declare thyself to be. Now I see thou hast the spirit, or else how didst thou know these things?" Noia heard and smiled in the shadow, but Rachel stood silent. "I was bidden to tell thee of the last words of the Black One," went on Umbopa hurriedly, "but what need is there to tell thee anything who knowest all? They were that he heard the sound of the running of the feet of a great white people, which shall stamp out the children of the Zulus." "Nay," answered Rachel, "I think they were—" "Wherefore wouldst thou kill me, Mopo?" Again Dingaan moaned, for he had heard these very words spoken. Umbopa turned and stared at him, and he stared at Umbopa. "Come hither," said Rachel, beckoning to the old man. He obeyed, and she threw the corner of her cloak over his head and whispered into his ear. He listened to her whisperings, then, with a cry, broke from her, and fled away, out of the counsel of the king. When he had gone there was a silence, though Dingaan looked a question with his eyes. "Ask it not," she said, "ask it not of me or of him. I think this Mopo here had his secrets in the past. I think that once he sat in a hut at night and bargained with certain great ones, a prince who lives and a prince who died. Come hither, thou son of Senzangakona. Come from the fields of death, and tell me what was that bargain which thou madest with Mopo, thou and another." And once again Rachel beckoned, this time upwards in the air. Now the face of Dingaan went grey. Even in the moonlight it went grey, beneath the blackness of his skin, for there rose before his mind a vision of a hut, and of Mopo, and of Umlangana, the prince his brother, whom he had slain, and of himself, seated in the darkness, their heads together, beneath a blanket, whispering of the murder of a king. "Thou knowest all," he gasped. "Thou art Namkambawana, and no other. Spare us, spirit who canst summon our dead sins from the grave of time, and make them walk alive before us." "Nay, nay," she answered mockingly. "Surely I am but a woman, daughter of a teacher, who lives yonder over the Tagala, a white maiden who eats and sleeps and drinks as other maidens do. Take notice, king, and you as captains, that I am no spirit, nothing but a woman, who chances to bear a high name, and to have some wisdom. Only," she added with meaning, "if any harm should come to me, if I should die, then I think I should become a spirit, a terrible spirit, and that ill would it go with that people against whom my blood was laid." "Oh," said the king, who still shook with fear, we know. Mock us not, I pray. Thou art the spirit who hast chosen to wear the robe of a woman, as flame hides itself in flint, and woe be to the hand that strikes the fire from this stone. White One, give us now that wisdom whereof thou speakest. Shall I fall upon the Boers, or shall I let them be?" Rachel looked upward, studying the stars. "She takes counsel with the heavens, she who was their daughter," muttered one of the Indunas in a low voice. As he spoke, it chanced that a bright meteor, traveling from the southwest, swept across the sky, to burst and vanish over the kraal Umgungundlovo. "It is a messenger to her," said one. "I saw the fire shine upon her hair, and vanish in her breast." "Nay," answered another, "it is the Elosi, the guardian ghost of the Amazulu that appears and dies." "Not so," broke in a third. "That light shows the Amabuna, traveling from the southwest, to be eaten up in the blackness of our impis." "Such a star runs ever before the death of a king. It fell the night ere the Black One died," murmured a fourth, as though he spoke to himself. Only Dingaan, taking no heed of them, said, addressing Rachel, "Read thou the omen." "Nay," she replied, upon the swift impulse of the moment, "I read it not. Interpret it as ye will. Here is my answer to thy question, King. Those who lift the spear shall perish by the spear." At this saying the captains murmured a little, for they, who desired war, understood that she counseled peace between them and the Boers, though others thought that she meant that the Boers would perish. Dingaan also looked downcast. Watching their faces, Rachel was sure that not even her hand could hold them back from their desire. That war must come. Again she spoke. "The star travels whither it is thrown by the hand of the Umkulunkulu, the master of men. The spear finds the heart to which it is appointed. Read you the omen as you will. I have spoken, but you will not understand. That which shall be, shall be." She bent her head and turned her ear toward the ground, as though to hearken. "What was that tale of the last words of the great lion, who is gone?" she went on. "Ask it of Mopo. Ask it of Dingaan the king. It seems to me that I also hear the feet of a people traveling over plain and mountain, and the rivers behind them run red with blood. Are they black feet or white feet? Read ye the omen as you will. I have spoken for the first time and the last. Trouble me no more with this matter of the white men and your war." And turning, Rachel glided from the court, followed by Noya with bowed head. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 11. Ishmael visits the Nkosazana. When at last they were in the hut, and the door-board had been safely closed, Rachel took Noya in her arms and kissed her. But Noya did not kiss her back. She only pressed her hand against her forehead. "Why do you not kiss me, Noya?" asked Rachel. "How can I kiss you, Nkosazana?" replied the girl humbly. "I who am but the dog at your feet, the dog whom twice it has pleased you to save from death." "Nkosazana!" exclaimed Rachel. "I weary of that name. I am but a woman, like yourself, and I hate this part which I must play. Yet it is a high part, and you play it very well. While I listened to you tonight, Zulu, twice and thrice, I wondered if you are not something more than you deem yourself to be. That beautiful body of yours is but a cup like those of other women, but say, who fills the cup with the wine of wisdom? Why do kings and counselors fear you, and why do you fear nothing? Why did dead Sayapi talk to me of you in dreams? What strange chance gave you that name of yours and made you holy in these men's eyes? What power teaches you the truth and gives you wit and strength to speak it? Why are you different from the rest of maidens, white or black? I do not know, Noya. Something tells me what to do and say. Also, I understand these Zulus, and you have taught me much. You told me all the hidden tale of yonder Mopo a year gone by, or more, as you have told me many of the darkest secrets of this people that you had from your father, who knew them all. At the pinch I remembered it, no more, and played upon them by my knowledge. What was it you said to Mopo under your cloak, lady?" Rachel smiled as she answered, "I only asked him if it were not in his mind, having killed one king, to kill another also, and that spear went home." "Ah!" exclaimed Noya in admiration. "At least I never told you that." "No, I read it in his eyes. For a moment all his heart was open to me. Yes, and the heart of Dingaan also. He fears Mopo, and Mopo hates him, and one day hate and fear will come together. "Ah," said Noya again, "you know much." "Yes," answered Rachel, with sudden passion, "more than I wish to know. Noya, you are right. I am not altogether as others are. There is a power in my blood. I see and hear what should not be seen and heard. At times fears fill me, or joys lift me up, and I think that I draw near to another world than ours. No, it is folly. I am overwrought. Who would not be that must endure so much, and be set upon this throne, a goddess among barbarians, with life and death upon my lips? Oh, when the king asked me his riddle, I knew not what to answer, who feared lest 10,000 lives might pay the price of a girl's incautious words. Then that meteor broke. There have been several this night, but none noted them till I looked upwards, and you know the rest. Let them guess its meaning, which they cannot, for it has none. Why did you not speak more plainly, Zula?" "Oh, because I dared not. Who am I to meddle with such matters, who came here but to save you? I warned them not to make war upon the Boers. What more could I do? Moreover, it is useless, for fight they must, and will, and pay the price. Of that I am sure. I feel it here," and she pressed her hand upon her heart. "Yes, and other nearer things. Oh, Noya, would that I were back at home. Say, can we start tomorrow at the dawn?" Noya shook her head. "I do not think that they will let you go. They will keep you to be their great doctoress. You should not have come. I sent you word. What did my life matter?" "Keep me," answered Rachel, stamping her foot. "They dare not. Here at least I am the Inkosazana, and I will be obeyed." Noya made no answer. Only she said, "Ishmael is here. I have seen him. He wished to have me killed at once, because he is afraid of me. But when he was sure that you were coming, Dingaan would not break his word, which he had sent to you." Rachel's face fell. "Ishmael!" she exclaimed in dismay, then recovered herself and added, "Well, I am not afraid of Ishmael, for here his life is in my hand. Oh, I am worn out. I cannot talk of the man tonight. I must sleep. Noya, I must sleep. Come, lie at my side, and let us sleep." "Nay," answered the girl, "my place is at the door. But drink this milk, and lay you down without fear, for I will watch." Rachel obeyed, and Noya sat by her, holding her hand, till presently her eyes shut and she slept. But Noya did not sleep. All that night she sat there, watching and listening, till at length the dawn came, and she lay down also by the door and rested. The sun was high in the heavens when Rachel woke. "Good morning to you, Zula," said the sweet voice of Noya. "You have slept well. Now you must rise, bathe yourself, and eat, for already messengers from the king have been to the outer gate, saying that they wait to escort you to a better house that has been made ready for you." "I hoped that they waited to escort me out of Zululand," answered Rachel. "I asked them of that, Zula, but they declared it must not be, as the council of the doctors had been summoned to consider your sayings, and 2 days will pass before it can meet. Also they declare that your horse is sick and not fit to travel, meaning that they will not let you go." "But I have the right to go, Noya. The bird has the right to fly, but what if it is in a cage, Zula?" "I am queen here, Noya. The bars will burst at my word." "It may be so, Zula, but what if the bird should find that it has no nest to fly to?" "What do you mean?" asked Rachel, paling. "Only that it seems best that you should not anger these Zulus, lady, lest it should come into their minds to destroy your nest. Thinking so, you might come to love this cage. No, no, I have heard nothing, but I guess their thoughts. You need rest. Bide here, where you are safe, a day or two, and let us see what happens. Speak plainly, Noya. I do not understand your parable of birds in cages." "Zula, I obey. I think that, if you say you will go, none, not the king himself, would dare to stay you, though you would have to go on foot, for then that horse would die. But an impi would go with you, or before you, and woe betide those who held you from returning to Zulu land. Do you understand me now?" "Yes," answered Rachel. "You mean, oh, I cannot speak it. I will remain here a few days." So she rose, and bathed herself, and was dressed by Noya, and ate of the food that had been brought to the door of the hut. Then she went out, and in the little courtyard found a litter waiting, that was hung round with grass mats. "The king's word is that you should enter the litter," said Noya. She did so, whereon Noya clapped her hands, and girls in bead dresses ran in, and having prostrated themselves before the litter, lifted it up and carried it away, Noya walking at its side. Rachel, peeping between the mats, saw that she was borne out of the town, surrounded, but at a distance, by a guard of hundreds of armed men. Presently they began to ascend a hill, whereon grew many trees, and after climbing it for a while, reached a large kraal, with huts between the outer and inner fence, and in its center a great space of park-like land, through which ran a stream. Here by the banks of the stream stood a large new hut, and behind, at a little distance, 2 or 3 other huts. In front of this great hut the litter was set down by the bearers, who at once went away. Then, at Noya's bidding, Rachel came out of it, and looked at the place which had been given her, in which to dwell. It was a beautiful spot, away from the dust and noises of the great kraal, and so placed upon a shoulder of the hillside, that the soldiers who guarded this house of the Inkosazana, as it was called, could not be seen or heard. Yet Rachel looked at it with distaste, feeling that it was that cage of which Noya had spoken. A cage it proved indeed, a solitary cage, for here Rachel abode in regal seclusion, and in state that could only be called awful. No man might approach her house unbidden, and the maidens who waited upon her did so with downcast eyes, never speaking, and falling onto their knees if addressed. On the first day of her imprisonment, for it was nothing less, an unhappy Zulu, through ignorance or folly, slipped through the outer guard and came near to the inner fence. Rachel, who was seated above, heard some shouts of rage and horror, and saw soldiers running towards him, and in another minute a body being carried away upon a shield. He had died for his sacrilege. Once a day, ambassadors came to her from the king to ask of her health, and if she had orders to give. But now even these men were not allowed to look upon her. They were led in by the women, each of them with a piece of bark cloth over his head, and from beneath this cloth they addressed her as though she were in truth divine. On the first day she bade them tell the king that her mission being ended, it was her desire to depart to her own home beyond the river. They heard her words in silence, then asked if she had anything to add. She replied, yes. It was her will that they should cease to wear veils in her presence. Also that no more men should be killed upon her account, as had happened that morning. They said that they would convey the order at once, as several were under sentence of death who had argued as to whether she were really the Inkosazana. So she sent them away instantly, fearing lest they should be too late, and they were led off backwards, bowing and giving the royal salute. Afterwards she rejoiced to hear that her commands had arrived just in time, and that the blood of these poor people was not upon her head. Next day the messengers returned at the same hour, unveiled, as she desired, bearing the answer of the king and his council. It was to the effect that the Inkosazana had no need to ask permission to come or to go. Her spirit, they knew, was mighty, and could wander where it willed. All the impis of the Zulus could not hold her spirit, but, and here came the sting of this clever answer, it was necessary, until her sayings had been considered, that the body in which that spirit abode should remain with them a while. Therefore the king and his counselors, and the whole nation of the Zulus, prayed her to be satisfied with the sending of her spirit across the Tagala, leaving her body to dwell a space in the house of the Inkosazana. Rachel looked at them in despair, for what was she to reply to such reasoning as this? Before she could make up her mind, their spokesman said that a white man, Ibubesi, who said that he had often spoken with her, asked leave to visit her in her house. Now Rachel thought a while. Ishmael was the last person in the whole world whom she wished to see. After the interview, when they parted, and all that had happened since, it could not be otherwise. She remembered the threats he had uttered then, and to her father afterwards, the brutal and revolting threats. Some of these had been directed against Noya, and subsequently Noya was kidnapped by the Zulus. That those directed at herself had not been fulfilled was, she felt sure, due to a lack of opportunity alone. Little wonder, then, that she feared and hated the man. Still, he was of white blood, and perhaps for this reason had authority among the Zulus, who, as she knew, often consulted him. Moreover, notwithstanding his vaporings, like the Zulus whose superstitions he had contracted, he looked upon herself with something akin to fear. If she saw him, she had no cause to dread anything that he could do to her, at any rate in this country, where she was supreme, whereas, on the other hand, she might obtain information from him, which would be very useful, or make use of him to enable her to escape from Zululand. On the whole, then, it seemed wisest to grant him an interview, since, especially as she gathered from the fact that the question was raised by Dingaan's indunas, that for some reason of his own the king hoped that she would do so. Still she hesitated, loathing and despising him as she did. "You have heard," she said in English to Noya, who stood behind her. "Now what shall I say?" "Say come," answered Noya in the same tongue. "Read his black heart and find out truth. He no can keep it from you. Say, come with soldiers. If he behave bad, tell them kill him. They obey you. No mind me. I not afraid of that wild beast now." Then Rachel said to the indunas, "I hear the king's word, and understand that he wishes me to receive this Ibubesi. Yet I know that man, as I know all men, white and black. He is an evil man, and it is not my pleasure to speak with him alone. Let him come with a guard of 6 captains, and let the captains be armed with spears, so that if I give the word, there may be an end of this Ibubesi." Then the messengers saluted and departed as before. On the morrow, at about the same hour, a praiser or herald arrived outside the inner fence of the kraal, and after he had shouted out Rachel's titles, attributes, beauties, and supernatural powers for at least 10 minutes, never repeating himself, announced that the indunas of the king were without, accompanied by the white man, Ibubesi, awaiting her permission to enter. She gave it through Noya, and, the horn wand in her hand, seated herself upon a carved stool in front of the great hut. Presently an altercation arose upon the further side of the reed fence, in which she recognized Ishmael's strident voice, mingled with the deeper tones of the Zulus, who seemed to be insisting upon something. "They command him to take off his headdress," said Noya, "and threaten to beat him if he will not. Go, tell them to admit him as he is, that I may see his face, and learn if he be the white man whom I knew, or another," answered Rachel, and she went. Then the gate was opened, and the messengers were led in by women. After these came 6 captains, carrying broad spears, as she had commanded, and last of all Ishmael himself. Rachel's whole nature shrank at the sight of his dark, handsome features. She loathed the man now as always. Her instinct warned her of danger at his hands. Also, she remembered his threats when last they met, and she rejected him, and what had passed between him and her father on the following day. But of all this she showed nothing, remaining seated in silence, with calm, set face. Ishmael was advancing with a somewhat defiant air. Except for a kaross upon his shoulders, he wore European dress, and the ridiculous hat with the white ostrich feather in it, both of them now much the worse for wear, which she remembered so well. Also he had a lighted pipe in his mouth. Presently one of the captains appeared to become suddenly aware of this pipe, for stretching out his hand, he snatched it away, and the hat with it, throwing them upon the ground. Ishmael, whose teeth and lips were hurt, turned on the man with an oath and struck him, whereon instantly he was seized, and would perhaps have been killed before Rachel could interfere, had it not been unlawful to shed blood in her presence. As it was, with a motion of her wand, she signified that he was to be loosed, a command that Noya interpreted to them. At any rate, they let him go, though a captain placed his feet on the hat and pipe. Then Ishmael came forward and said awkwardly, "How do you do? I did not expect to see you here." And he devoured her beauty with his bold, greedy eyes, though not without doubt and dread, or so thought Rachel. Taking no notice of his greeting, she said in a cold voice, "I have sent for you here to ask if you have any reason as to why I should not order you to be killed for your crime against my servant Noya, and therefore against me." Now Ishmael paled, for he had not expected such a welcome, and began to deny the thing. "Spare your falsehoods," went on Rachel. "I have it from the king's lips, and from my own knowledge. Remember only that here I am the Inkosazana, with power of life and death. If I speak the word, or point at you with this wand, in a minute you will have gone to your account." "Inkosazana or not," he answered in a cowed voice, "you know too much. Well then, she was taken that you might follow her to Zululand to ask her life, and you see that the plan was good, for you came, and," he added, recovering some of his insolence and familiarity, "we are here together, 2 white people among all these silly niggers." Rachel looked him up and down. Then she looked at the Indunas seated in silence before her, at the great-limbed captains with their broad spears beyond, reminding her in their plumes and attitudes of some pictures that she had seen of Roman gladiators about to die. Lastly, she looked at the delicately shaped Noya by her side, with her sweet, inscrutable face, the woman whose parents and kin this outcast had brought to a bloody death, the woman whom to forward his base ends he had vilely striven to murder. Slowly she looked at them all and at him and said, "Shall I explain to these nobles and captains what you call them, and what you are called among your own people. Shall I tell them something of your story, Mr. Ishmael?" "You can do what you like," he answered sullenly. "You know why I got you here, because I love you. I told you that many months ago. While you were down at Ramah, I had no chance with you, because of that old hypocrite of a father of yours, and this black girl." And he looked at Noya viciously. "Here I thought that it would be different, that you would be glad of my company, but you have turned yourself into a kind of goddess, and hold me off." And he paused. "Go on," said Rachel. "All right, I will. You may think yourself a goddess, as I do myself sometimes, but I know that you are a woman too, and that soon you will get tired of this business. You want to go home to your father and mother, don't you? Well, you can't. You are a prisoner here, for these fools have got it into their heads that you are their spirit, and that it would be unlucky to let you out of the country. So here you must stop, for years perhaps, or till they are sick of you and kill you. Just understand, Rachel, that nobody can help you to escape except me, and that I shan't do so for nothing." Rachel straightened herself upon her seat, gripping the edge of it with her hands, for her temper was rising, while Noya bent forward and said something in her ear. "What is that black devil whispering to you?" he asked. "Telling you to have me killed, I expect. Well, you daren't, for what would your holy parents say? It would be murder, wouldn't it? And you would go to hell, where I dare say you come from, for otherwise how could you be such a witch? Look here," he went on, changing his tone, "don't let's squabble. Make it up with me. I'll get you clear of this and marry you afterwards, on the square. If you won't, it will be the worse for you, and everybody else. Yes, everybody else." "Mr. Ishmael," answered Rachel calmly, "you are making a very great mistake. About my scruples as to taking life, I mean, amongst other things. Once, when it was necessary, you saw me kill a man. Well, if I am forced to it, what I did then, I will do again, only not with my own hand. Mr. Ishmael, you said just now that you could get me out of Zululand. I take you at your word, not for my own sake, for I am comfortable enough here, but for that of my father and mother, who will be anxious," and her voice weakened a little as she spoke of them. "Do you? Well, I won't. I am comfortable here also, and shall be more so, as the husband of the Nkosazana. This is a very pretty kraal, and it is quite big enough for two," he added with an amorous sneer. Now for a minute at least Rachel sat still and rigid. When she spoke again it was in a kind of gasp. "Never," she said, "have you gone nearer to your death, you wanderer without name or shame. Listen now, I give you 1 week to arrange my escape home. If it is not done within that time, I will pay you back for those words. Be silent, I will hear no more." Then she called out, "Rise, men, and bear the message of the Nkosazana to Dingaan, king of the Zulus. Say to Dingaan that this wandering white dog whom he has sent into my house has done me insult. Say that he has asked me, the Nkosazana Zulu, to be one of his wives." At these words the counselors and captains uttered a shout of rage, and 2 of the latter seized Ishmael by the arm, lifting their spears to plunge them into him. Rachel waved her wand, and they let them fall again. "Not yet," she said. "Take him to the king, and if my word comes to the king, then he dies, and not till then. I would not have his vile blood on my hands, unless I speak, I, Queen of the Heavens, leave him to the vengeance of the heavens. My mantle is over him. Lead him back to the king, and let me see his face no more." "We hear, and it shall be so," they answered with one voice, then, forgetting their ceremony, hustled Ishmael from the kraal. "Have I done well?" asked Rachel of Noya when they were alone. "No, Zula," she answered. "You should have killed the snake while you were hot against him, since when your blood grows cold you can never do it, and he will live to bite you." "I have no right to kill a man, Noya, just because he makes love to me and I hate him. Also, if I did so, he could not help me to escape from Zululand, which he will do now, because he is afraid of me." "Will he be afraid of you when you are both across the Tagala?" asked Noya. "Inkosazana, give me power and ask no questions. Ibubesi killed my father and mother and brethren, and has tried to kill me. Therefore my heart would not be sore if, after the fashion of this land, I paid him spears for battle axes, for he deserves to die." "Perhaps, Noya, but not by my word." "Perhaps by your hand, then," said Noya, looking at her curiously. "Well, soon or late, he will die a red death, the reddest of deaths. I learned that from the spirit of my father." "The spirit of your father?" said Rachel, looking at her. "Certainly. It speaks to me often and tells me many things, though I may not repeat them to you till they are accomplished. Thus I was not afraid in the hands of Dingaan, for it told me that you would save me." "I wish it would speak to me and tell me when I can go home," said Rachel with a sigh. "It would if it could, Zula, but it cannot because the curtain is too thick. Had all you loved been slain before your eyes, then the veil would be worn thin as mine is, and through it, you who are akin to them would hear the talk of the ghosts and dimly see them wandering beneath their trees." "Beneath their trees?" "Yes, the trees of their life, of which all the boughs are deeds, and all the leaves are words, under the shadow of which they must abide forever. My people could tell you of those trees, and perhaps they will one day, when we visit them together. Nay, pay no heed. I was wandering in my talk. It is the sight of that wild beast Ibubesi. You will not let me kill him. Well, doubtless it is fated so. I think one day you will be sorry, but too late." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost Kings by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. Rachel Sees a Vision. That evening Ishmael was brought before the king. He was in evil case, for the captains, some of whom had grudges against him, when he tried to break away from them outside the gate, had beaten him with their spear shafts nearly all the way from the kraal to the great place, remarking that he fought and remonstrated, that the Inkosazana had forbidden them to kill him, but had said nothing as to giving him the flogging which he deserved. His clothes were torn, his hat and pipe were lost. Indeed, hours before, Noya had thrown both of them into the fire. His eyes were black from the blow of a heavy stick, and he was bruised all over. Such was his appearance when he was thrust before Dingaan, seething with rage which he could scarcely suppress, even in that presence. "Did you visit the Inkosazana today, white man?" asked the king blandly, while the Indunas stared at him with grim amusement. Then Ishmael broke out into a recital of his wrongs, demanding that the captains who had beaten him, a white man and a great person, should be killed. "Silence," said Dingaan at length. "The question, night prowler, is whether you should not be killed, you dog who dared to insult the Inkosazana by offering yourself to her as a husband. Had she commanded you to be speared, she would have done well, and if you trouble me with your shoutings, I will send you to sleep with the jackals tonight, without waiting for her word." Now, seeing his danger, Ishmael was silent, and the king went on. "Did you discover, as I bade you, why it is that the Inkosazana desires to leave us?" Yes, King. It is because she would return to her own people, the old prayer doctor and his wife. They are not her people, exclaimed Dingaan. We know that she came to them out of the storm, and that they are but the foster parents chosen for her by the heavens. You were the first to tell us that story, and how she caused the lightning to burn up my soldier yonder at Rama. We are her people, and no others. Can the Nkosazana have a father and a mother? I don't know, answered Ishmael, but she is a woman, and I never knew a woman who was without them. At least I am sure that she looks upon them as her father and mother, obeying them in all things, and that she will never leave them while they live, unless they command her to do so. Dingaan stared at him with his pig-like eyes, repeating after him, while they live, unless they command her to do so. Then he asked, If the Nkosazana desires to go, who is there that dares to stay her? And if she puts out her magic, who is there that has the power? If a hand is lifted against her, will she not lay a curse on us and bring destruction upon us? I don't know, answered Ishmael again, but if she goes back among the white folk and is angry, I think that she will bring the Boers upon you. Now Dingaan's face grew very troubled, and bidding Ishmael stand back a while, he consulted with his council. Then he said, Listen to me, white man. It would be a very evil thing if the Nkosazana were to leave us, for with her would go the spirit of our people, and their good luck, so say the witch doctors with one voice, and I believe them. Further, it is our desire that she should remain with us a while. This day the council of the diviners has spoken, saying that the words of the Nkosazana, which she uttered here, are too hard for them, and that other doctors of a people who live far away must be sent for and brought face to face with her. Therefore, here at Umgungundlovo, she should abide until they come. Indeed, answered Ishmael indifferently. In the doctors who dwell far away, and the council of the diviners, he had no belief, but understanding the natives as he did, he guessed correctly enough that the latter found themselves in a cleft stick, worked on by their superstitions, which he had first awakened for his own ends. They had accepted Rachel as something more than human, as the incarnation of the spirit of their people. This Mopo, who was said to have killed Chaka by the command of that spirit, had acknowledged her to be, and therefore they did not dare to declare that her words spoken as an oracle were empty words. But neither did they dare to interpret the saying that she meant that no attack must be made upon the Boers and should be obeyed. To do this would be to fly in the face of the martial aspirations of the nation and the secret wishes of the king, and perhaps, if war ultimately broke out, would cost them their lives. So it came about that they announced that they could not understand her sayings, and had decided to thrust off the responsibility onto the shoulders of some other diviners, though who these men might be, Ishmael neither knew nor took the trouble to ask. But, went on the king, who can force the dove to build in a tree that does not please it, seeing that it has wings and can fly away? Yet if its own tree, that in which it was reared from the nest, could be brought to it, it might be pleased to abide there. Do you understand, white man? No, answered Ishmael, though in fact he understood well enough that the king was playing upon Rachel's English name of Dove, and that he meant that her home might be moved into Zululand. No, the Nkosazana is not a bird, and who can carry trees about? Have the spear shafts knocked the wit out of you, Ibubesi? Asked Dingaan impatiently, or are you drunk with beer? Learn then my meaning. The Nkosazana will not stay, because her home is yonder. Therefore it must be brought here, and she will stay. At first I gave orders that if this old white teacher and his wife tried to accompany her, they should be killed. Now I eat up those words. They must come to Zululand." "How will you persuade them to be such fools?" asked Ishmael. "How did I persuade the Nkosazana herself to come? Was it not to seek one whom she loved?" "They will think that you have killed her and wish to kill them also." "No, because you will go in command of an impi and show them otherwise. I cannot go. Your brutes of captains have hurt my head and lamed me. I cannot walk or ride. Then you can be carried in a litter. Or," he added threateningly, "you can abide here with the vultures. The Nkosazana is merciful, but why should I not avenge her wrongs upon you, white dog, who have dared to scratch at the kraal gate of the Nkosazana Izula?" Now Ishmael saw that he had no choice. Also a dark thought rose dimly in his mind. He desired to win Rachel above everything on earth. He was mad with love, or what he understood as love, of her, and this business might be worked to his advantage. Moreover, to stay was death. So he fell to bargaining for a reward for his services, a large reward in cattle and ivory, half of it to be paid down at once, and it was promised to him. Then he took his instructions. These were that he was to travel to the mission station of Ramah in command of a small impi of 300 men, whose only orders would be that they were to obey him in all things. That he was to tell the Mfundusi, who was called Shouter, that if they wished to see her any more, he and his wife must come to dwell with the Nkosazana in Zululand, that if they refused, he was to bring them by force. If perchance the Nkosazana, choosing to exercise her authority, crossed the Tugela and reached Ramah before he could do this, he was still to bring them, for then she would follow. In the same way, if the Shouter and his wife met her on the road, they were to travel on, for then she would turn and accompany them. He was to go at once and execute these orders. "I hear," said Ishmael, "and will start as soon as the cattle have been delivered and sent on with the ivory to my kraal, Mafuti." There was something in the man's voice, or in the look of low cunning, which spread itself over his face, that attracted Dingaan's attention. "The cattle and the ivory shall be sent," he said sternly. "But ill shall it be for you, Ibubesi, if you seek to trick me in this matter. You have grown rich on my bounty, and yonder at your place, Mafuti, you have many cows, many wives, many children. My spies have given me count of all of them. Now, if you play me false, or if you dare to lift a finger against the White One, know that I will burn that kraal and slay the inhabitants with the spear and take the cattle, and when I catch you, Ibubesi, I will kill you, slowly, slowly. I have spoken. Go." "I go, great elephant calf of the black cow, and I will obey in all things," answered Ishmael in a humble voice, for he was frightened. "The white people shall be brought. Only I trust you to protect me from the anger of the Nkosazana, for all that I may do." "You must make your own peace with the Nkosazana," answered Dingaan, and turning, he crept into his hut. An hour later, the great Induna, Tambusa, appeared at Rachel's kraal, and craved leave to speak with her. "What is it?" asked Rachel, when he had been admitted. "Have you come to lead me out of Zululand, Tambusa?" "Nay, White One," he answered, The land needs you yet a while. I have come to tell you that Dingaan would speak with your servant, Noya, if it be your good pleasure to let her visit him. Fear not, no harm shall come to her. If it does, you may order me to be put to death. You yourself could not be safer than she shall be." "Are you afraid to go?" asked Rachel of Noya. "Not I," answered the girl with a laugh. "I trust to the king's word and to your might." "Depart then," said Rachel, "and come back as swiftly as you may. Tambusa shall lead you." So Noya went. 2 hours after sundown, while Rachel was eating her evening meal in her great hut, attended by the maidens, the door board was drawn aside, and Noya entered, saluted, and sat down. Rachel signed to the women to clear away the food and depart. When they had gone, she asked what the king's business was, eagerly enough, for she hoped that it had to do with her leaving Zululand. "It is a long story, Zula," answered Noya, "but here is the heart of it. I told you when first we met that I am not of this people, although my mother was a Zulu. I told you that I am of the dream people, the ghost people, the little gray people who live away to the north beneath their trees and worship their trees." "Yes," answered Rachel, "and that is why you care nothing for men, as other women do, but dream dreams and talk with spirits. But what of it?" "That is why I dream dreams and talk with spirits, as one day I hope that I shall teach you to do, you whose soul is sister to my soul," replied Noya, her large eyes shining strangely in her delicate face. "And this of it, the ghost people are diviners. They can read the future and see the hearts of men. There are no diviners like them. Therefore, chiefs and peoples who dwell far away send to them with great gifts and pray them to come read their fate, but they will seldom listen or obey. Now Dingaan and his counselors are troubled about this matter of the Boers, and the meaning of the words you spoke as to their waging war on them, and of the omen of the falling star. The council of the doctors can interpret none of these things, nor dare they ask you to do so, since you bade them speak no more to you of that matter, and they know that if they did, either you would not answer, or, worse still, say words that would displease them." "They are right there," said Rachel. "To have to play the dark oracle once is enough for me. If I speak again, it shall be plainly. Therefore they have bethought them of the dealers in dreams, and desire to bring you face to face with their prophets, the ghost kings, that these may see your greatness, and tell them the meaning of your words, and of the omen that you caused to travel through the skies." "Do you mean that they wish me to visit these ghost kings, Noya?" "Not so, Zula, for then they must part with your presence. They wish that the priests of the ghost kings should visit you, bearing with them the word of the mother of the trees." "Visit me? How can they? Who will bring them here?" "They wish that I should bring them, for as you know, I am of their blood, and I alone can talk their language, which my father taught me from a child." "But Noya, that would mean that we must be separated," said Rachel in alarm. "Yes, it would mean that. Still I think it best that you should humor them and let me go, for otherwise I do not know how you will ever escape from Zululand. Now I told the king that I thought you would permit it on one condition only, that after you had been brought face to face with the priests of the ghost kings, and they had interpreted your riddle, you should be escorted whence you came, and he answered that it should be so, and that meanwhile you could abide here in honor, peace, and safety.
Moreover, he promised that a messenger should be sent to Rama to explain the reason of your delay. But how long will you be on the journey, Noya? And what if these prophets of yours refuse to visit Dingan? I cannot tell you, who have never traveled that road, but I will march fast, and if I tire, swift runners shall bear me in a litter. To those who have the secret of its gate, that country is not so very far away. Also, the old mother of the trees is my father's aunt, and I think that the prophets will come at my prayer, or at the least send the answer to the question. Indeed, I am sure of it. Ask me not why. Still, for a long time, Rachel reasoned against this separation, which she dreaded, while Noya reasoned for it. She pointed out that here at least none could harm her, as they had seen in the treatment meted out to Ishmael, a white man, whom the Zulus looked upon as their friend. Also she said, with conviction, that these mysterious ghost kings were very powerful, and could free her from the clutches of the Zulus, and protect her from them afterwards, as they would do when they came to know her case. The end of it was that Rachel gave way, not because Noya's arguments convinced her, but because she was sure that she had other reasons she did not choose to advance. From that day, when each of them tossed up a hair from her head at Rama, notwithstanding the difference of their race and circumstances, these two had been as sisters. Rachel believed in Noya more perhaps than in any other living being, and thus also did Noya believe in Rachel. They knew that their destinies were intertwined, and were sure that not rivers or mountains, or the will and violence of men, could keep them separate. "I see," said Rachel at length, "that you believe that my fate hangs upon this embassy of yours." "I do believe it," answered Noya confidently. "Then go, but come back as swiftly as you may, for, my sister, I know not how, without you, I shall live on in this lonely greatness." And she took her in her arms and kissed her lips. Afterwards, as they were laying themselves down to sleep, Rachel asked her if she had heard anything about Ishmael. She answered that she learned at the great kraal that he had been brought before the king, that afternoon, and then taken back to his hut, where he was under guard. One of her escort told her, too, that since he saw the king, Ibu Besi had fallen very sick. It was thought from a blow that he had received at the house of Inkosazana, and that now he was out of his mind and being attended by the doctors. "I wish," added Noya viciously, "that he were out of his body also, for then much sorrow would be spared. But that cannot be before the time." On the next day before noon, Noya departed upon her journey. Rachel sent for the captains of her escort and the Isanusis or doctors who were to accompany her, and in a few stern words gave her into their charge, saying that they should answer for her safety with their lives, to which they replied that they knew it and would do so. If any harm came to the daughter of Siapi through their fault, they were prepared to die. Then she talked for a long while with Noya, telling her all she knew of the Boers and of the purpose of their wanderings, that she might be able to repeat it to her people, and show them how dreadful would be a war between this white folk and the Zulus. Noya answered that she would give her message, but that it was needless, since the ghost kings could see all that passed in the bowls of water beneath their trees, and doubtless knew already of her coming and of the cause of it, a reply of which Rachel had not time to inquire the meaning. After this they embraced and parted, not without some tears. When the gate shut behind Noya, Rachel walked to the high ground at the back of her hut, whence she could see
over the fence of the kraal and watched her departure. She had an escort of 100 picked soldiers, with whom went 50 or 60 strong bearers, who carried food, karosses, and a litter. Also there were 3 doctors of magic and medicine, and 2 women, widows of high rank, who were to attend upon her. At the head of this procession, save for the 2 guides, walked Noya herself, with sandals on her feet, a white robe about her shoulders, and in her hand a little bough on which grew shining leaves, whereof Rachel did not know the meaning. She watched them until they passed over the brow of the hill, on the crest of which Noya turned and waved the bough towards her. Then Rachel went back to her hut, and sat there alone and wept. This was the beginning of many dreadful days, most of which she passed wandering about within the circuit of the kraal fence, a space of some 3 or 4 acres, or seated under the shadow of certain beautiful trees, which overhung a deep clear pool of the stream that ran through the kraal, a reed-fringed pool, whereon floated blooming lilies. That quiet water, the happy birds that nested in the trees, and the flowering lilies seemed to be her only friends. Of the last, indeed, she would count the buds, watching them open in the morning and close again for their sleep at night, until a day came when their loveliness turned to decay, and others appeared in their place. On the morrow of Noya's departure, Tambusa and other Indunas visited her and asked her if she would not descend to the kraal of the king, and help him and his council to try cases, since, while she was in the land, she was its first judge. She answered, no, that place smelt too much of blood. If they had cases for her to try, let them be brought before her in her own house. This she said idly, thinking no more of it, but next day was astonished to learn that the plaintiff and defendant, in a great suit, with their respective advocates, and from 30 to 40 witnesses, were waiting without to know when it was her pleasure to attend to their business. With characteristic courage, Rachel answered, now. Her knowledge of law was, it is true, limited to what, for lack of anything more exciting, she had read in some handbooks belonging to her father, who had been a justice of the peace in the Cape Colony, and to a few cases which she had seen tried in a rough-and-ready fashion at Durban, to which must be added an intimate acquaintance with Kaffir customs. Still, being possessed with a sincere desire to discover the truth and execute justice, she did very well. The matter in dispute was a large one, that of the ownership of a great herd of cattle, which was claimed as an inheritance by each of the parties. Rachel soon discovered that both these men were very powerful chiefs, and that the reason of their cause being remitted to her was that the king knew that if he decided in favor of either of them, he would mortally offend the other. For a long while, Rachel, seated on her stool, listened silently to the impassioned pleadings of the plaintiff's lawyers. Presently, this plaintiff was called as a witness, and in the course of his evidence said something which convinced her that he was lying. Then, breaking her silence for the first time, she asked him how he dared to give false witness before the Nkosazana Izula, to whom the truth was always open, and who was acquainted with every circumstance connected with the cattle in dispute. The man, seeing her eyes fixed upon him, and being convinced of her supernatural powers, grew afraid, broke down, and publicly confessed his attempted fraud, into which he said he had been led by envy of his cousin, the defendant's riches. Rachel gave judgment accordingly, commanding that he should pay the costs in cattle, and defined to the king, and warned him to be more upright in future. The result was that her fame as a judge spread throughout the land, and every day her gates were beset with suitors, whose causes she dealt with to the best of her ability and to their entire satisfaction. Criminal prosecutions that involved the death sentence or matters connected with witchcraft, however, she steadily refused to try, saying that the inkosazana should not cause blood to flow. These things she left to the king and his council, confining herself to such actions as in England would come before the court of chancery. Thus, to her reputation as a spiritual queen, Rachel added that of an upright judge who could not be influenced by fear or bribes, the first, perhaps, that had ever been known in Zululand. But she could not try such cases all day. The strain was too great, although in the end most of them partook of the nature of arbitrations, since the parties involved, having come to the conclusion that it was not possible to deceive one so wise, grew truthful and submitted their differences to the decision of her wisdom. After they were dismissed, which was always at noon, for she opened her court at 7, and would not sit more than 5 hours, Rachel was left in her solitary state until the next morning, and the hours hung heavily upon her hands. A messenger was dispatched to Rama, but after 10 days he returned, saying that the Tugela was in flood, and he could not cross it. She sent him out again, and a week later was told that he had been killed by a lion on his journey. Then another messenger was chosen, but what became of him she never knew. It was about this time that Rachel learned that Ishmael, having recovered from his sickness, had escaped from Ngungundlovo by night, whither none seemed to know. From that moment fears gathered thick upon the poor girl. She dreaded Ishmael, and guessed that his departure, without communicating with her, boded her no good. Indeed, once or twice, she almost wished that she had taken Noya's counsel and given him over to the justice of the king. Meanwhile, of Noya herself, nothing had been heard. She had vanished into the wilderness. Living this strange and most unnatural life, Rachel's nerves began to give way. While she tried her cases, she seemed stern and calm. But when the crowd of humble suitors had dispersed from the outer court in which she sat as a judge, and the shouts of the praisers, rushing up and down beyond the fence, and roaring out her titles, had died away, and having dismissed the obsequious maidens who waited upon her, she retired to the solitude of her hut to rest. Ah, then it was different. Then she lay down upon her bed of rich furs, and at times burst into tears, because she who seemed to be a supernatural queen was really but a white girl, deserted by God and man. Now it was the season of thunderstorms, and almost every afternoon these dreadful tempests broke over her kraal, which shook in the roll and crash of the meeting clouds, while beyond the fence the jagged lightning struck and struck again upon the iron stone of the hillside. She had never feared such storms before, but now they terrified her. She dreaded their advent, and the worst of it was that she must not show her dread, she who was supposed to rule and direct the lightning. Indeed, the bounteous rains, which fell ensuring a full harvest after 7 years of drought, were universally attributed to the good influence of her presence in the land. In the same way, when a thunderbolt struck the hut of a doctor who but a day or two before had openly declared his disbelief in her powers, killing him and his principal wife, and destroying his kraal by fire, The accident was attributed to her vengeance, or to that of the heavens, who were angry at this lack of faith. After this remarkable exhibition of supernatural strength, needless to say, the voice of adverse criticism was stayed. Rachel became supreme. But the storms passed, and when they had rolled away at length, doing her no hurt, and the sun shone out again, she would go and sit beneath the trees at the edge of the beautiful pool until the closing lilies and the chill of the air told her that night grew on. Oh, those long nights! How endless they seemed to Rachel in her loneliness. Now she, who used to sleep so well, could not sleep, or when she slept she dreamed. She dreamed of her mother, always of her mother, that she was ill and calling her, until she came to believe that in truth this was so. So much did this conviction work upon her mind that she determined not to wait for the return of Noya, but at all costs to try to leave Zulu land, and through Tambusa declared her will to the king. Next morning the answer came back that of course none could control her movements, but if she would go she must fly, as all the rivers were in flood, as she might see, if she would walk to the top of the mountain behind her kraal. Tambusa added that a company of men who had been sent to recapture Ishmael were kept for a week upon the banks of the first of them, and at length, being unable to cross, had returned, as her messenger had done, knowing from other sources that this was true. Rachel made no answer. What she did not know, however, was that Ishmael had crossed the smaller rivers before the flood came down, and gone on to meet the soldiers who were ordered to await him on the banks of the Tugela. Escape was evidently impossible at present, and if it had been otherwise, clearly the Zulus did not mean to let her go. She must abide here in the company of her terrors and her dreams. At length, happily for her, these distressing dreams of Rachel's began to be varied by others of a pleasanter complexion, of which, although they were vivid enough, she could only remember upon waking that they had to do with Richard Darien, the companion of her adventure in the river, of whom she had heard nothing for so many years. For aught she knew, he might have died long ago, yet she did not think that he was dead. Well, if he lived, he might have forgotten her, and yet she did not believe that he had forgotten her, he who, as a boy, had wished to follow her all his life, and whom she had thought of day by day from that hour to this. Yes, she had thought of him, but not thus. Why, at such a time, did he arise in strength before her, seeming to occupy all her soul? Why was her mind never free of him? Could it be that they were about to meet again? She shivered as the hope took hold of her, shivered with joy, and remembered that her mother had always said that they would meet. Could it be that he, of all men on earth, for if he lived he was a man now, was coming to rescue her? Oh, then she would fear nothing. Then, in every peril, she would feel safe as a child in its mother's arms. No, the thing was too happy to come about. Her imagination played tricks with her, no more. And yet, why did he haunt her sleep? The dreary days went on. A month had passed since Noya vanished over yonder ridge, and worst of all, for 3 nights, the dreams of Richard had departed, while those of her mother remained. Rachel was worn out. She was in despair. All that morning she had spent in trying a long and heavy case, which occupied but wearied her mind. One of those eternal cases about the inheritance of cattle which were claimed by 3 brothers descendants of different wives of a grandfather who had owned the herd. Finally she had effected a compromise between the parties, and amidst their salutes and acclamations retired to her hut. But she could not eat. The sameness of the food disgusted her. Neither could she rest, for the daily tempest was coming up, and the heavy atmosphere, or the electricity with which it was charged, and the overpowering heat exasperated her nervous system and made sleep impossible. At length came the usual rush of icy wind and the bursting of the great storm. The thunder crashed and bellowed. The lightning flickered and flared. The rain fell in a torrent. It passed as it always did, and the sun shone out again. Gasping with relief, Rachel went out of the oven-like hut into the cool, sweet air, and sat down upon a tanned bull's hide, which she had ordered her servants to spread for her by the pool of water upon the bank beneath the trees. It was very pleasant here, and the raindrops shaken from the wet leaves fell upon her fevered face and hands, and the raindrops shaken from the wet leaves fell upon her fevered face and hands and refreshed her. She tried to forget her troubles for a little while, and began to think of Richard Darien, her boy-lover of a long-past hour, wondering what he looked like now that he was grown to be a man. "If only you would come to help me. Oh, Richard, if only you would come to help me," the poor worn-out girl murmured to herself, and so murmuring fell asleep. Suddenly it seemed to her that she was wide awake and staring into a part of the pool beneath her, where the bottom was of granite and the water clear. In this water she saw a picture. She saw a great laager of wagons, and outside of one of them a group of bearded, jovial-looking men smoking and talking. Presently another man of sturdy build and resolute carriage, who was followed by a weary Kaffir, walked up to them. His back was towards her, so that she could not see his face, but now she was able to hear all that was said, although the voices seemed thin and far away. "What is it, nephew?" asked the oldest of the bearded men, speaking in Dutch. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "This, uncle," he answered in the same language, and in a pleasant voice that sounded familiar to Rachel's ears. "That spy, Cobbie, whom we sent out a long time ago, and who was reported dead, reached Dingaan's kraal, and has come back with a strange story." "Almighty," grunted the old man, "all these spies have strange stories, but let him tell it. Speak on, Swartzy." Footnote: Blackfellow. Then the tired spy began to talk, telling a long tale. He described how he had got into Zululand and reached Umgungundlovo, and lodged there with a relative of his, and done his best to collect information as to the attitude of the king and Indunas toward the Boers. While he was there, the news came that the white spirit, who was called Inkosazana Izula, was approaching the kraal from Natal, where she dwelt with her parents, who were teachers. "Almighty," interrupted the old man again, "what rubbish is this? How can a spirit, white or black, have parents who are teachers?" The weary-looking spy answered that he did not know. It was not for him to answer riddles. All he knew was that there was great excitement about the coming of this Queen of the Heavens, and he, being desirous of obtaining first-hand information, slipped out of the town with his relative, and walked more than a day's journey on the path that ran to the Tugela, till they came to a place where they hid themselves to see her pass. This place he described with minuteness, so minutely indeed that in her dream Rachel recognized it well. It was the spot where the witch doctoress had died. He went on with his story. He told of her appearance riding on the white horse and surrounded by an impi. He described her beauty, her white cloak, her hair hanging down her back, the rod of horn she carried in her hand, the color of her eyes, the shape of her features, everything about her as only a native can. Then he told of the incident of the cattle rushing across her path, of the death of the bull that charged her, of the appearance of the furious witch doctoress who seized the rein of the horse, of the pointing of the wand and the instant execution of the woman. He told of how he had followed the impi to the great place, of the story of Noia as he had heard it, and the reports that had reached him concerning the interview between the king and this white Inkosazana, who, it was said, advised him not to fight the Boers. "And where is she now?" asked the old Dutchman. "There at Umgungundlovo," he answered, "ruling the land as its head Isanusi, though it is said that she desires to escape, only the Zulus will not let her go." "I think that we should find out more about this woman, especially as she seems to be a friend to our people," said the old Boer. "Now, who dares to go and learn the truth?" "I will go," said the young man who had brought in the spy, and as he spoke he turned, and lo, his face was the face of Richard Darien, bearded and grown to manhood, but without doubt Richard Darien and none other. "Why do you offer to undertake so dangerous a mission?" asked the Boer, looking at the young man kindly. "Is it because you wish to see this beautiful white witch of whom yonder Quabi tells us such lies, nephew?" The shadow of Richard nodded, and his face reddened, for the Boers around him were laughing at him. "That is right, uncle," he answered boldly. "You think me a fool, but I am not. Many years ago I knew a little maid who was the daughter of a teacher, and who, if she lives, must have grown into such a woman as Quabi describes. Well, I joined you Boers last year in order to look for that maid, and I am going to begin to look for her across the river yonder." As the words reached whatever sense of Rachel's it was that heard them, of a sudden, in an instant, Lager, Boers, and Richard vanished. In her sleep she tried to recreate them, at first without avail. Then the curtain of darkness appeared to lift, and in the still water of the pool she saw another picture, that of Richard Darien mounted on a black horse with one white foot, riding along a native path through a bush-clad country, while by his side trotted the spy whose name was Quabi. They were talking together and she heard, or at any rate knew their words. "How far is it now to Umgunglovo?" asked Richard. 3 days' journey, Unkosi, if we are not stopped by flooded rivers," answered Quabi. For 1 second only, Rachel saw and heard these things. Then they too passed away, as she awoke to see in front of her the pool, empty save for its lilies, and above to hear the whispering of the evening wind among the trees. End of chapter 12.